luck of the day. I'm so glad you liked it, Tim. We're gonna put an edit. We'll try to find a better audio for the first part of it. Sorry, I was kind of like, you know, doing it quickly. Also, their mics were like not well set up either. So it wasn't just me. Best of luck, Zaleb. Just be yourself. Hang on. Actual advice. Be yourself. The chillest version of yourself, okay? And don't try to be something you're not. And just remember, always... Wait, you guys can hear me okay, right? Testing 1, 2, 3. You guys can hear me? Is it a little quiet or is it good? Okay, cool. Be yourself. And just think of yourself... I know be yourself, this is about going to be contradictory. You're like a suave, sophisticated secret agent, okay? You're a secret agent. You're not worrying about what people are looking at you. You're just enjoying it. Just be in the moment. Just be yourself. But also you're James Bond, all right? And you're nonplussed. You are as the duck. You are as the duck. And what does the duck do? He lets water do something. Boys! Wait, is Josiah here?
Yeah. He said he wants to...
Just for a minute, because he said he wanted to talk to me about the DOJ thing.
Oh, sure.
He and I were going back and forth on Twitter about, and then I guess you guys talked about on Live and Learn yesterday.
Yeah, word.
Yeah.
I want to cam up though real quick. You guys can hear me though, right?
Yeah, we can hear you. I'll turn off my cam on OBS. I'll turn it on Discord here.
You want me to cam up too?
That would be great.
If you want to, if
cool.
you can. The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town.
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. Let's move this down
You know what?
here.
I'm gonna put this right over here.
Shit. Almost got it.
Oh crap. That's not right.
I'm gonna say you've got me for about 30 minutes.
Word.
All right.
People can see
Dude,
everybody.
you sound like shit. What's going on?
No, I just need to clear my throat. 1 sec.
Okay.
Let me
good.
clear my throat.
We're good. How we doing? Yo, I've been starting all my recent streams with you first, and
I'm
it's
good to go.
actually
So
great.
Pisco, did you say you needed a second?
No, I'm good. You can hear me, right?
Oh, he's muted.
You can't hear me?
Well, I'm not streaming on my side, so
Oh, my
is
bad.
he
You can
talking
hear
to
me
you about
now?
the same thing or?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that I think that Josiah started my stream with Josiah has been killer. It's so good. It's like such a chill way to start the stream. It's just to like go to Josiah's most recent videos and to pick one. But yeah, I just want to let you know.
Listen,
don't strike me.
I normally don't brag. I don't brag or flex about my content, but my recent conversations with Brian Tyler Cohen and Mike Nellis, that's shit that I'm actually proud to listen
That's gold.
to.
All right, I'm gonna listen to that stuff.
Yeah. Mike Nellis is great. You guys should have him on Live and Learn, which I think I texted you all about, and then you never set it up, and I don't know why. He's killing it. He's on Fox News, Piers Morgan, News Nation. He's just like pimp smacking people left, right, and center. It's beautiful.
He's the guy that worked with
Kamala,
right?
White dudes for Harris.
Yeah.
White dudes for Harris. Yeah.
Which is racist, of course. And of course,
incredibly. He's on a road to redemption, honestly. So
what do you mean by that?
He's making progress.
You love to hear that.
He's trying to be less racist. He's committing to being less racist as time goes on.
I
think I can speak on behalf of Mike.
Can I ask you why you have the letter N in your background there, Josiah?
Oh my God, is
Where?
that racially charged? Maybe.
Yeah,
Where?
right next to your second clock, across from your second globe. The N next to the X.
That one. Yeah,
That's
right
an
there.
arch.
Malcolm X.
And what that is, now listen, and what that is an arch in honor of the president's latest project. Remember, he wants his own version of the Arc de Triomphe here in the United States. And so I am supporting, like a good patriot, our president, unlike you two fucking
I don't think you could say a
heathens,
single thing that you liked
godless
about Trump
heathens.
term 2. I don't think you can say a single thing.
No, not a goddamn thing. Not
Really?
a goddamn thing.
No, there's a couple things. There's a couple things. We're going to the moon.
Hutch is like striking Iran and
For the first
Israel.
time, Hutch says for the first time, because Hutch is a moon truther. He doesn't believe we went there.
You don't?
In the first place.
I have my doubts. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
No, we're going to the moon. There's I don't hate the little like Trump investment counts for kids. Like I don't hate that in theory.
They're gonna spend it on. They're gonna spend it on weed.
Yeah, I mean, I would have. Yeah, as soon as I hit 18, that would have been a brick of weed. Just whole thing gone in one fell swoop.
Or crypto.
As if you'd wait till 18. As if you were waiting till 18.
Whoa, we got an Epstein fan over here.
I smoked a lot of weed. And
well, earlier before you got here, Hutch was talking about taking on a bunch of third graders. It was very strange.
Yikes! The hits keep coming. Can you
imagine?
Can you imagine if Hutch was in the Epstein files? Clip. So like, hey, look at this Call of Duty.
Listen, so it's funny you say that because I saw you guys ever watch the Pivot podcast with Kara Swisher and Scott Galloway?
Never.
It should be part of like your.
I've seen some clips. Yeah.
It should be part of your media regimen. They're very good at what they do.
I like Kara more than Scott.
I like them both. But yeah, Kara's a great ball buster. But what's funny was this clip's going viral during the latest batch of the Epstein files. She apparently did a search because like Scott's like a well-connected multimillionaire, and she's like, Scott, I want you to know I actually did a search for your name in the Epstein files, and he kind of laughed it off, and then he came back to like, wait, are you fucking serious? And she's like, yeah, no idea, 100%.
Did you see Chomsky's email or someone? There was a Chomsky email in there as well.
I've not seen the email, but I've heard. I saw something about how who's the geek with the bow tie?
Jay Robinson.
That guy. That guy is apparently like no, not me, not as far as I know. But he's like nothing in the email is going to make me disavow Chomsky or something like that.
Oh
so
wow!
I don't know. I just saw some reactions.
Not
to
even.
It,
I had a picture of Noam Chomsky in my office because he like got me into politics 25 years ago or whatever, and I took that shit down because we knew about Chomsky and the Epstein files like months ago. Actually,
was he with Epstein in that picture?
He was hanging out. He was hanging out.
He was pictured with Bannon. He was like pictured. He had like his arm around Bannon. They were like laughing. I was like, "What the fuck is this?"
No, I'm talking about the picture on your wall. Was he with Epstein or Bannon?
No.
It's in My Beautiful Little Secret. Portrait. Every day is another enigma.
No.
I thought he was dead. I thought he was like dead or like clinically or something like that. Like he was like.
There was a day. No, there was a day online where everyone, for some reason, I don't know if this was like a Mandela effect situation, but there was like a day where everyone was talking about how Noam Chomsky died, and then his wife came out with a statement that was like, "I don't know what this is based on. He is alive," but it was like 2 days of speculation. And I have no idea where it started.
I thought it was funny when Henry Kissinger died. Everyone was like, "Now Chomsky can go because he outlasted Kissinger." So now the final competition. So now that he's made it past Kissinger, he can just go ahead and shuffle off this mortal coil.
There was a Twitter account. There was a Twitter account that was that all it was is Henry Kissinger dead yet? And it was just every day, no. And then that day that he died, they got like 100,000 likes or something like that.
I love it.
But are they going to keep posting like every day afterwards? Yes.
I don't know. Actually, I haven't followed up with that account.
Imagine that you make one of those accounts and then like the day that it happens, like you're not monitoring it or like you're in like the one purpose.
Yeah.
That would keep me up. But no, it's so good to have you around and just have some segment of the boys.
The coolest segment, some would say.
Yeah. So how you been in terms of watching Live and Learn from afar, Josiah? I know you miss it every day.
It's been good.
And all the fights we get into.
So I usually I catch a lot of them live, like not from start to finish. Like I'll start late, or I start on time and then end it early. But I usually go back the day after with the ones that I don't catch in their entirety, and I listen to. I was watching Send Help last night, so I didn't get a chance to listen to the one from yesterday. But it popped up on my feed, kind of like a weird orientation.
That sounds like Soy Pill. I was like, Soy Pill, wait, the orientation is like, we're just gonna start it. And then no one would shut up about the orientation, and like Hutch's chat was blaming Hutch, my chat was blaming me, as though we orchestrated it. But it was really Soy Pill.
You can change the orientation, I think, like midstream, because we used to do it multiple times, and he's using my not Streamlabs, but Restream. So
we'll be talking about that for his quarterly review.
Please do. Yeah. But no, it's good shit. I mean, like I think the chemistry is there. I mean, it's good that I think you guys are supposed to, like I said, I hope have Mike Nellis on. That'd be good. Seems like you're doing regular interviews. You did. You had that a comedian on a couple of weeks ago. Stacy.
She was great.
Yeah, she's fucking hilarious on Twitter. Yeah. So, and it was a good conversation.
It was really
she's
good.
She's fucking based politically. She when Pisco asked her 4 questions, and she gave just no, it wasn't even just that. It was like 4
all the
questions.
Yeah, it was like she's my Graham Plattner versus Mills. It was like all the classics, and every one of them was like a tailored Hutch answer, but also based enough in like pithy and concise. And so Hutch really liked it.
So boys, when do you guys want to get into why you're wrong about the DOJ stuff?
The DOJ stuff.
Yeah, Pisco, are we on the same team? Where are we with this? Like, because that's what I was curious. Are you guys talking about the same thing?
I think Hutch has a good point, and this is a point that I've been making, and it's the same point I make with respect to the pardons of Hunter Biden, et cetera. And it is that we don't actually want the president to interfere in the line items of the Department of Justice, and we want to reestablish that as a norm. There are some norms that, even though they were violated, I agree. Some norms, we have to have reciprocity. And Josiah has made that point. I respect that point. Some norms are more important. And to the extent that Hutch's point is, we don't actually want a president either doing it, that is to say, interfering in the line items, yes, establishing some policies at the policy level, but at the line item, in terms of directing the prosecutions, we don't want that. And I agree with that. And if that's Hutch's point, I totally agree. And I don't even think the person running should run on that. I think the disagreement is to what extent should the president signal any kind of specificity towards investigations. And I think that I'm a level removed from Hutch, and I'm a level removed from other people in that the following. I think Hutch wants to say, hey, we're going to see crimes, and I'm not going to get involved in the Department of Justice, and if there was corruption from any administration, we'll go after it. That's the kind of line I think Hutch would want to do for both political reasons and institutional reasons. I think I would say something like this. I would also have the throat clear of like, listen, the president should not, we have to reestablish that the president does not direct the Department of Justice individually. But there has been criminality in this administration. And if I have a Department of Justice, I will make sure that whichever AG that I assign will look into corruption of the previous administration. I would be okay with them saying that. We don't have to have blinders on to that existence. That's things that goes too far. And then the last level are people who are like, we will run on lock him up. We will run on go after specific persons. And so I think that's like sorry, I was talking a lot, but that was like the gradient of different views on it. And you tell me, Hutch, what you think.
No, I think you said it perfectly. I don't think that was too long-winded. That was like a very succinct way of putting it. So yeah, Josiah, jump in with your thoughts, because we were disagreeing about this yesterday.
Yeah, so I'm not sure that I'm at the point where I would support a Democratic president saying lock him up. I feel that's a bit too crude, a bit too precise, that the conclusion is foregone.
Yeah. And
I'm probably, even at this point, inclined to agree that would violate a norm that I respect. But I'm not convinced. Once upon a time, I was convinced of this, but now I am no longer. I don't think it would be inappropriate for the Democratic candidate to say, rule of law is important. Rule of law is essential. Rule of law is the foundation. Rule of law should apply to everybody, be they on the left or the right, Democrat or Republican, senator, representative, governor, or president. And we've seen the polls, and obviously I'm running. Why I'm running is in part because I think that the Trump administration was incredibly corrupt. And I believe in accountability. I believe that the American history is littered with examples of subsequent administrations turning a blind eye to the corruption of their predecessors because we don't want to be a banana republic. But the other element of a banana republic is one that will not punish political corruption when it's there. Going after your political opponents simply because they're your political opponents, that is the stuff of banana republics, but giving a free pass to corrupt politicians is also the stuff of banana republics. And we can join the company of advanced democracies like France and South Korea and Japan, who have investigated and prosecuted corrupt public officials. And so I want a Justice Department. I'm committing to a Justice Department that will follow the facts wherever they may lead. But I do want a Justice Department that will examine the actions of the previous administration, and where they find lawlessness, they should prosecute, and where they do not find lawlessness, they should not. Something to that effect. I think we're past the point of the Biden approach to things, which is to simply not comment. I think the Democratic base is past that point, and I see no political advantage to that approach. I certainly don't see an accountability approach to that point. And I would personally not be satisfied as a voter for any Democratic candidate who just kind of vaguely says,
I don't know.
I believe in corruption, or I believe in punishing corruption, or looking at accountability, but otherwise no comment. I would not be satisfied with that.
Me neither. What's wrong with that?
I think there's a few things wrong with that.
Sure.
But you say that, why is it important that we have this norm? What if you guys maybe Josiah, let me ask you, why do you think this norm is a good norm to have, of a president not personally involving themselves in any kind of prosecutorial decisions?
It's not because
even investigatory. I can't think of the word.
I think it's the potential abuse. So the truth is, I don't know where Pisco falls in this. I actually don't think that in all instances it's inherently corrupt or inherently inappropriate, especially because law enforcement power derives from the president. The attorney general is acting as an agent of the president. Donald Trump is not wrong when he says technically, in some respects, he is the chief law enforcement officer of the land. We just simply delegate that to the attorney general. It's not because the norm is important, not because it's inherently wrong in every instance for a president to direct investigations or order investigations or set priorities. The reason the norm is important is because of the potential abuse that it could create, where instead of investigating people who are corrupt, who also happen to be your political opponents, you are simply investigating your political opponents to punish them.
I want to add just one quick thing to that, go ahead. Because I think that Josiah's point there is really important. That there are sometimes instances where the president commenting on directing investigations is totally appropriate. And those are situations of the highest level of importance, and when the fear of political prosecution are relatively low. So an example of this is 9/11. Okay? It would be totally appropriate in response to, for example, 9/11, or something really involving like international type situations, where the president said, I've directed my attorney general to initiate prosecutions and investigations into the terrorist scum who attacked us on 9/11. Where it gets more dicey. And so the two preconditions at bare minimum are high interest of the United States, and where there's not a fear as much of political manipulation. Because when you start to deviate from that, and it's like, okay, it's terrorism, but it's politically motivated terrorism, then it's not of the same character, the international character of those kinds of events, then I'm starting to say, okay, I'm not sure. Mass casualty events, massacres, bombs on shit, then I think it's appropriate, where no reasonable person would say the president shouldn't be involved there.
But right, so you're talking about broader policy, though. So, for example, the Biden administration and Obama, as far as I remember, I think both of them directed DOJ to look at police accountability. I think both DOJs looked into police departments across the country and identified abuses of power, excessive force, racial profiling, these kinds of things. That's like a broad policy kind
Biden
of thing.
as well. Yes, that's all correct.
Yeah, so it's not. Right. So it's not inappropriate for the president to have some influence over what DOJ focuses on in terms of a priority. I mean, Donald Trump, they're, choosing to focus on Antifa, for example, over white supremacy. And that's not necessarily like a corrupt thing. It's stupid, I think, but it's not corrupt in the way that I'm connecting with what you guys are proposing. I think the other important reason for having that kind of independence for the DOJ is about public perception. Like, if you have a situation where the president is directing the DOJ to specifically target groups of people, say, for example, the former cabinet members and Trump himself, that's when the public loses confidence that this sort of investigation will be free from partisan influence. That's a really, really important factor to all this. And in the current kind of dynamic in the Trump era, it's really obvious that the public across both sides of the aisle have lost faith in our institutions and have lost faith in these norms that were pretty firmly held for like 4 decades before Trump came along, which is specifically being this norm of the independent nature of DOJ. If we're ever going to get back to a situation where trust is restored in that kind of a thing, it has to come from like one of the parties just choosing to do that. And I guess where I get concerned, or I guess where I get confused with what you guys are proposing, is that in my mind, it's just not necessary. You can have it both ways. You can have a situation where your DOJ does pursue investigations and potentially criminal charges for former cabinet members, and you can uphold and reestablish this norm at the same time.
Can I ask you some questions? I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt.
Well, I'm wrapping it up here.
Sure.
I'll just repeat what I said to you on Twitter. All you got to do is you can do kind of dog whistly kind of stuff. Like, all you got to do is just have President Newsom get up there and say, I want the DOJ that's operating underneath me to focus heavily on government corruption. And to that end, I would like to nominate Jack Smith to be Attorney General. And you know that guy is going to pursue charges, assuming that Trump doesn't pardon himself and his cabinet. And in that case, the conversation entirely becomes moot. But why is your method more preferable than mine? I just feel like you guys saying that he should specify who DOJ should go after, that to me just feels so unnecessary.
So number one, I'm not sure. I mean, I agree that, at least based on how he answered questions under oath and how he conducted himself as special counsel, I think that Jack Smith is certainly, a more ideal archetype for Attorney General, particularly in this era, 2026, 2028, than Merrick Garland ever was. I think Merrick Garland had a judicial temperament because he was a judge for so long. He was actually a legendary prosecutor before then, but I think he kind of morphed into more of an impartial judge. And when you're an attorney general, you're supposed to be a prosecutor. You're adversarial by nature. So I think he was a total misfit. So I agree that Jack Smith would be a better archetype for that. I'm not convinced, though. I mean, this is just anecdotally engaging with my audience and seeing, reactions online. I'm not sure the Democratic base, I think there are some prudential concerns. I think the Democratic base wants to hear from the nominees a platform of accountability and reform and not just assume. They want the dog whistles to be quite explicit. So I think there's some prudential reasons for energizing our base, why that's important. But let me ask you some questions to kind of like create the contour here. Is yours a concern of principle or prudence, or both?
Both. I would say both. The principle itself is important, but there's also just like obvious benefits, I think, to my proposal over yours. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, just because I want to interrogate it, what if the principle and the prudence are at odds? So let's say you find data that suggests that the Democratic base is less likely to turn out. They're less likely to be enthused if the candidate does not talk about investigating the Trump administration. And that could potentially cost us elections. What happens if the principle and prudence go into conflict?
In the current moment that we're in right now, I would probably pursue I would place the highest priority on beating Republicans.
Right, yeah.
And so I think I would compromise on that principle if it meant beating J.D. Vance, just because I do believe that this is a nascent fascist movement. And I just think that you might have to compromise on some principles if you're doing that. But but I take your point on the thought experiment, but I can't really envision a future where, I mean, look at where the party's at right now. I mean, the result out of Texas over the weekend, we're going to have some special elections tonight. I'm pretty confident that there's going to be massive overperformances there. We're headed to just a fucking bloodbath in the midterms. Go ahead, Pisco. You look like you're ready to jump in.
Well, I just wanted to
there.
bolster Josiah's point a little bit in the prudential side of things, in the factual dispute, because I like a lot of what he was saying there, and I have some responses. Listen, you're talking to one of Merrick Garland's last fucking defenders on the wall. I'm not the last motherfucker on the wall, but I agree with a lot of what Josiah said. Here's my concern. I want the candidate to be able to speak openly, frankly, and honestly about the criminality that we're seeing in the administration. In other words, if a moderator were to ask a candidate, hey, like, do you think that they did any crimes? Like, I could imagine that very much being a question that not just a moderator, someone at a town forum could ask. Say they're frustrated. They say, you're trying to run for president. We're seeing all these crimes happen. What do you think about that? Do you think that these are crimes? And I want a president to be able to answer frankly and say something like, yes, obviously, I think this is the most corrupt thing. And I would be lying to you if I said I didn't think that they were doing criminal things, covering up murder. I would be lying to you if I didn't think that what happened there was murder. That said, I have a responsibility not to prejudge investigation as president. I wouldn't do that. Mm-hmm. I would appoint an attorney general who I know would look into such criminality. But I, as president, understand it's different than me as an observer. I couldn't weigh into that thing, but I absolutely think it's criminal, and I absolutely would appoint someone to look into it. I think that because what it opens the door for you, if you phrase it like that, you're able to speak frankly about the facts and say, hey, JD Vance, you're supporting a criminal. You're covering up murder. You guys should be in jail. Like, I want him to be able to speak like that. And having a situation of not saying anything related to crimes, I think puts you in a back foot. You're playing with hands behind your back, but I'll let you talk.
I just feel like we are so close to having the same kind of view of it, because I agree. If there's a debate moderator that asks that question, I do want the candidates to be open and honest and say, well, I'm looking at the same administration that everybody else is. And we can see very plainly that there's corruption here on a level that we haven't seen in this country maybe ever. The president has made over $2 billion just in his first year from a fucking meme coin. And now there's this reporting about was it the UAE or was it a Saudi? I can't remember.
UAE, yeah.
So like, I'm fully on board with that. There was like literally just one kind of sequence of words in what you just proposed, Pisco, that I think is the issue, which is I'm going to point, like, the president should not come out and say, I'm going to appoint an attorney general that will look into the Trump administration. What they should say is they should just make it very, very broad. Like, you can say all that. Yes, I do think he's committed crimes. Yes, I don't think that anybody is above the law. And yes, I do think there should be consequences for the criminality of the previous administration. That's why I'm committing to nominating an attorney general who will aggressively pursue any and all government corruption that they find.
I want to let Josiah in, because I'm sorry, Josiah, because I know you're chomping at the bit.
No, you're good, man.
One other point that I wanted to make on that, which is, there's probably reasons legally that Trump and his cronies will be able to try to insulate themselves from criminal punishment. And those will require political solutions if we want to get rid of it. Things like, for example, saying, I want to pass an amendment to get rid of the immunity decision, or I want to increase the court personnel because they packed it before, and look at the decisions that prevent us from getting actual justice on what's happening here. And so I agree that, if this were,
would you call yourself an actual justice warrior?
I'm an actual justice warrior, but like there are impediments.
We're gonna have him on the pod at some point.
Oh, we should, yeah. There are impediments to actually getting impartial justice whose only possible solutions are political in nature and will require the president to weigh in terms of legislations, potential amendments, judicial reform, that kind of stuff. And so, given that they're going to try to pardon everyone else, they're going to try to extend immunity. This is a political issue now, and it's inexorably linked to the politics of the moment. I want to respect that norm, but we're in a very different situation, in my opinion, and that requires comments that maybe in previous administrations I would think are not valuable to make, or that are unwise to make in those contexts. Now it does require politics to get involved, in my opinion.
Yeah. So I just want to follow up on some of the questions I had. So I asked you about the principle versus prudence. If in a thought experiment, because I could easily see this happening where the two come at odds, you answer candidly, you probably would defer to prudence in that situation. I want to kind of ask a similar question before I follow up on your answer, which is, let's say that the American people at the end of Trump say, you know what, we're just exhausted. We just truly want to move on. We're going to vote for Democrats, but we don't want the Democratic Party. We don't want the next administration to investigate or prosecute previous crimes by the Trump administration. Just fuck it. He gets away with it. Let's move on. What about that? Where again,
That's
principle and prudence get in conflict.
That's a good question. If the public were, now I realize this is just a hypothetical because I don't think this is very likely to happen, right? I don't think you think that either. But like in that situation, if I felt like the current Democratic Party administration pursuing charges against the previous administration, if I felt like that was going to like lose us seats in the midterms, then I would oppose it.
Sure. Yeah.
But my again, like my principle is guiding that. And my principle right now is we have to beat Republicans.
That's your higher order. That's your higher order objective and principle there.
Yes.
Yeah. It's not so much a principle as it is. Yeah. It's a specific outcome that you're working towards. And I understand that. I sympathize.
Well, it's a principle of harm reduction. It's a principle of harm reduction.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So a couple of other things then. Go back to the first answer you gave about principle and prudence being in conflict. You talk about where the party is right now, and I agree that there are some really positive signs about the midterms. Do you separate that from the base wanting accountability for Trump? Because it seems to me that that's probably the single most important motivator for why we're seeing the outcomes that we're seeing, is that the American people want a check on Trump. That's the reason they're voting for Democrats. They do want accountability. They are specifically empowering Democrats at the congressional level to be a brake check on him and to have hearings into him and to do all these things. So it sounded like in your previous answer, one of your previous answers, that you were separating these things like, hey, this surge that we're seeing where the party actually has very little to do with accountability. I would just ask you to clarify, because I think it has a lot to do with accountability.
I didn't hear that.
Pisco, you look like you wanted to jump in.
No, yeah, I didn't hear that from Hutch. I think his contention was it's not necessary. Like, you can get all of the benefit of like the accountability rhetoric without the president directly saying such things. And so given that he thinks like, what is the value add, the marginal value add of the president themselves taking this kind of tone, as opposed to spokespeople, as opposed to other individuals who, even though they're not a part of the campaign, are like clearly going to speak in conjunction with, or like are part of the movement broader. Why is it so important for the president, for these to sort of capitalize on these very real feelings? Why does the president need to get involved? Is that sort of your objection?
The reason that I don't think it's quite analogous is because this isn't a presidential election, so we wouldn't expect anybody. There's no candidate running on prosecuting.
I know, but Hutch is talking about that though.
Right, but that I guess that's why I'm saying I'm not sure how instructive what we're seeing right now, what relationship that necessarily has with a presidential campaign in 2028, because I would argue a huge reason that these off-year elections and special elections have been so favorable for us is that, in part, we're hearing the Democratic Party say, hey, if you give us back power, if you give us control of the House and you give us control of the Senate, we will investigate Donald Trump. They're not hinting like, oh, we'll try to work with the president. Like, no, we're going to give this motherfucker the finger. We're going to hit him in the balls.
I'm so sorry. I'm usually in the direct opposite position, but it doesn't feel like you're responding to Hutch's point. Yeah. So like, I think that Hutch is talking specifically about the president's role there, and he's accepting that people are motivated for punishment and accountability in the context of these elections. That's what the special elections shows. He's not contesting that. I think he's saying there's a special rule for the president. Unlike Congress people, where their investigations are inherently political, everyone, that's part of the expectation, that's part of the norm. There is no norm of non-political investigations from the branches of Congress. The norm exists with respect to the ability of the state to put you in jail and to give an indictment which has all of the burdens. And so he's saying what the special rules should be for the president, and you should respond to that.
I understand that's what he's saying the special rules for, and I understand that logic. What I'm saying is I don't know what the special elections this year and last year's off-year elections have to do. If I remember correctly, what he said was, you got to look at where the party is now. And he was citing how well we are doing in the 2025 elections and the 2026 special elections. And my thought process is, I don't know what that has any relationship to a 2028 presidential campaign on which the candidate may or may not campaign on holding the Trump administration criminally accountable for what they've done in those 4 years. And as a matter of fact, the only connection I see is that the people who are doing well, that the party that's doing well right now is the party that's doing well on campaigning in opposition to Trump and holding investigations. I understand congressional investigations and executive investigations are separate, but I don't see where this is instructive for 2028.
But I think respectfully, of course, because you're my boy. I love you.
Sure.
Josiah, you're my boy. I love you, dog. I fucking love you. I don't think that's why the Democrats are doing so well right now. I don't think it's because Democrats in special elections are running on accountability for the Trump administration. That's not what we're actually seeing. Like Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill, they were not running on, pressing for accountability for Trump. I haven't seen any campaigns that are running on this explicitly at all. They're all running on affordability and just sort of like the anti-corruption is like a big thing that's salient with voters right now, but they're not running on like, we're going to lock him up.
Well, no, can we just adjust what Josiah said? So Josiah, I think the strongest version of what he's saying is, regardless of whether the campaign specifically, quote, is running on it, that part of the reason we're seeing this outgrowth of special elections and all these movements is because of opposition to Trump, and not just because we really, really care about the Texas Senate district, whatever. It's because people are outraged at what they're seeing from the administration, as opposed to like the rhetoric specifically from the campaign. But maybe that speaks to your point, Hutch, about the rhetoric not being necessary.
So every candidate, or most candidates, unless you're living in like a blowout district or state, they have to balance the demands and the needs and the desires of their base with the center. And so I agree that right now the Democratic voter base are like frothing at the mouth with rage and want like Nuremberg trials for the administration. I can see that that's where they're at, but that is not necessarily going to be a campaign strategy that is going to build a bigger coalition to maximize. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me clean up here, because I understand what the confusion is, and this is where I misspoke. What I'm referring to is the leadership of the Democratic Party. So what do we hear from Hakeem Jeffries and Robert Garcia, the ranking member of the House? What are they? Because I interviewed Garcia. What's he saying? Put us back in power. If you put us back in power, top priority is to investigate the Trump administration, check corruption, because they know in terms of like affordability, they're not going to be able to do anything meaningful on affordability until they get the White House, right? So the next 2 years of the Trump administration, what are Hakeem Jeffries and Robert Garcia and congressional leaders talking about? Give us back power. We will check this administration. So I agree with you that the candidates running, especially in swing districts, are not like campaigning on, hey, elect me and I'll check Trump. What I'm saying is that the people that they would be ultimately working under, a leader Jeffries or a oversight chairman Garcia, et cetera, and so forth, they're like, hey, here's why you should come out and vote and give us, these seats, is because we will then take that power and investigate the shit out of Trump. That's what I'm talking about.
But that's we're getting into what Pisco was saying, which is like, my whole thing is that the special rule literally only applies to the president. Rashida Tlaib, when she won her seat in 2018, in her acceptance speech, she said, we're going to impeach that motherfucker. Like, I don't think that was necessarily politically prudent, but I don't have a problem with her saying that, because that the Congress is a totally different.
It's a political process.
Their job is to pursue. Yeah, their job is to pursue political remedies to these kinds of things. That's fine. I think that when Garcia said that to you, that was him like throwing red meat to the base. But if Garcia was running in a competitive district, and I don't know what his districts he serves and if it's competitive, but if he was, those candidates, I can basically guarantee you that we're not going to see a single Democratic Party candidate running for seats in the Congress that are going to be running on like, we're going to eventually prosecute Donald Trump. We're eventually going to impeach them. All of those people are going to run on like your
I totally
energy
agree.
bill and gas prices.
Uncontested. I totally agree with that. I'm just saying the leadership has made it clear that if and when they get power, their priority in the age of Trump will be to punish Trump congressionally. But again, I understand that there's a difference to you between the legislative process and the executive process. I agree with that. That's why I'm saying I'm not buying the argument that, this isn't something that a presidential candidate in 2028 need not campaign on crushing corruption and investigating corruption and holding the Trump administration accountable simply because in 2026
they should run on those things, but not the third thing. You said crushing corruption, investigating corruption, and then looking into Trump. Like drop the third one and you're good.
That's why I think I'm convinced it needs to be all the above. But that's why I'm saying I don't think that there's
but what is this? What you seem to think that there's like an electoral? You think that you seem to think that we might net more seats, or the presidential candidate on the Democratic side of the aisle might get more votes by running on this. And I don't know what that is based on, because it feels like, and this is my problem that I'm having with a lot of left-wing pundits these days, is that they're purely speaking to the base. They're not really thinking holistically about, in my opinion, they're not thinking holistically about like the broader American electorate. And there are a lot of people in the center, or that are politically unaffiliated with the right-leaning or left-leaning independents or true centrists, that are looking for a path to get back to certain norms that used to facilitate a much more like functional version of government. Bipartisanship and independent investigations free from political influence. Like, there are a lot of people in the center that are looking for a return to that. I don't think that it's going to benefit the Democratic Party to just run on things that are going to appeal to their base. I also don't find the argument very compelling that the Democratic Party voter base is not going to be wildly enthusiastic and engaged in terms of showing up to vote in both the midterms and the 2028 election. I think those elections are going to be fucking blowouts. I think we're going to see enormous voter participation, like really high levels of engagement.
I am certainly not making the case that in a general election, punishing the Trump administration or investigating the Trump administration a centerpiece or a central pillar of your campaign. I'm not making the case that that's going to win over swing voters, or is more likely to win over swing voters than not. What I am saying is, it's my assessment that in a Democratic primary, the Democratic base is more likely to support a candidate that is more vociferously in favor of something like that than not.
Well,
that's what I. Go
ahead, Pisco. You haven't spoken.
I think that I'm not convinced that there's a huge political cost to independence. I'm not convinced that the additional just like you're saying, well, what additional good does it do to attract voters to say that actually, and we're going to look into the crimes that probably happened in the administration. What good does it do? I'm not convinced, that it's particularly risky. Two, I think that the political benefit is less to do with the statement itself, but more so how it unchains the candidate. I want to be able to use the populist rhetoric of, these guys stole your money. These guys scammed you. These guys allowed fraud to happen. We're going to try to get your money back. That's going to be a priority of the administration, of any kind of administration that I'm a part of. We're going to try to get the money that they scammed from you, that they grafted from the American people, all the bribes and stuff, because that's your money. And being open about that, I think, unchains the candidate to be more plain spoken, to be more honest and blunt, while maintaining always the notion of the principle, which matters to me, that I won't get involved in the day-to-day, but it will be a priority. And then number two, this is totally separate from the political benefit. Even if I was convinced there was a very slight political loss overall, it's worth it to me. The reason it's worth it to me, because I want to increase the odds that it actually happened. And him being on the record saying that they're going to do these investigations, to the extent that they want one, it would show a mandate for that policy, and it would give it more legitimacy for that policy. And two, having candidates on the record does in fact pressure, to bring those promises up in any other given context. And then finally, in a primary situation where I'm trying to decide which candidate I want to back, put my eggs behind in different contexts, I want to know, because it's my top priority, which among them has the best interest of what I think the American people are at heart. So all those different things, the fact that I don't think it's incredibly risky politically, the fact I think to the extent that it is anything, it is more likely to cause a candidate to be candid with the American people and say, hey, J.D. Vance, you are the one trying to hide the graft and the corruption, and we're going to try to get the money back because we're going to look into what you did. I think that is a political benefit to the candidate itself and signaling. And then finally, I think that it is a more likelihood that when you have that commitment actually be followed through and have legitimacy from the American people.
I'm still not really understanding why your method is preferable to mine, because I feel like using my method, you can have both of these things. You can have government accountability, and you can have an example of a political party seeking to, firmly reestablish a norm that I think is really important.
You have
and
half
I think
of it.
that matters.
You have half of it. You have the critique, which is you guys did criminal stuff, but you don't have the other half of the populist rhetoric, which is, and we're gonna get that back, and we're gonna make sure the American people are repaid for that, or we're at least gonna try doing it. You're gonna continue to hide for your billionaire friends, and we're actually going to make sure that, to the extent possible, we're gonna get that back for the American people because that's their money. That's.
I guess here's another thing that maybe there's a disconnect here is like. I think that this principle is actually really fucking important. So it's not just about like the politics of it. Like I do think it is corrupt for a president to be directing DOJ to investigate specific people. I think it's thoroughly corrupt.
No, but that's not what we're talking about.
And
we're
so
saying that's not what I'm saying. Did you think that I'm saying that he should order the department to look into particular people?
Well, when you say, the administration fleeced you from tax dollars or what, I don't know how exactly you said it. That's what you're saying, right? You're saying, and we're going to look into that.
Yeah,
that's what you're saying. You're saying
that's not particular people. Agree that's not literally particular people.
Well, no, it's a particular group of people. Like you're saying that you're gonna, but you are saying that you're gonna instruct your DOJ to investigate the previous administration.
I'm gonna pick an attorney general for whom that is a priority. Yes, I think that's important.
I think that this is I don't want to live in a country where that is like the norm moving forward. I think that's a really, really awful way to do criminal justice in a country. I don't think the leader should be instructing the Justice Department.
I don't think you think this,
to go after specific individuals.
Hutch, remember Maidan and like the massacre that occurred with the protesters. Let's say that we have a situation in which like there's actually decent information that Trump or JD Vance or Noam or someone ordered like a massacre of 20 protesters. In that situation, now I know it's different than the situation we have now. Why would it be wrong for presidential candidates say like, and we saw the massacre that occurred that day, and we're going to get to the bottom of it. They're going to cover it up. We're going to investigate the massacre that took place, that someone in the administration, they're hiding it. Someone in the administration is covering this up. It gave the order. We're going to find out who. Would that be wrong to do?
Or I would say like a more concrete example, the timeline doesn't quite add up, but just imagine in Brazil had their own version of January 6th. It was January 8, 2023, and it happened after Lula da Silva was already inaugurated, right?
Yeah.
So it wasn't like where they were certifying his votes. He was already in power. But Bolsonaro supporters stormed the executive building, the legislative building, the judicial building. So imagine a January 6th, which happened not before Biden was in office, but imagine after he had already been inaugurated. And President Biden was asked, sir, yesterday, Trump supporters stormed the U.S. Capitol, stormed the White House or whatever. Will you be, what's your comment on that? Will the administration be looking into that? Blah, blah, blah. In that sort of hypothetical, what would you expect?
The administration broadly would not be the ones looking into it. It would be the Justice Department. And I think you can answer that question in a way that gets to the point without sullying or dirtying the waters. You can say like, of course, I feel total confidence that the Justice Department that operates underneath me will do everything in their power to investigate like these kinds of matters. You would just say it very broadly. And you can like dog whistle, I suppose. But do you want a situation where, President Biden is calling up Merrick Garland and saying, I want you to like go after.
No.
Okay. But
no, that's not what I'm calling for.
Wait, but aren't you though? If you're saying you want Gavin Newsom to pledge to investigate the Trump administration for whatever crimes or whatever, I don't understand how you get there without instructing your attorney general to go after specific people.
What if he gave an answer like this in that hypothetical? I'm curious because I personally was that still didn't sound like a clean answer because it really, you say dog whistle, it sounded like a pretty strong signal to the attorney general publicly to investigate such a thing. What would be wrong in this hypothetical was the president saying something like this? The attack on the Capitol, which happened yesterday, was a heinous attack on our democracy by people who can't accept the results of a free and fair election. It was unprecedented in the history of this nation. And of course, I expect the Justice Department to look into the situation and follow the facts without fear or favor wherever they may lead. But of course, I expect the Justice Department to look into this. What would be wrong with that answer?
I mean, that's a little bit better, I suppose. It's like a little bit better, but
I have an expectation. I have a desire. I want whoever, and this is how I would phrase it, just to get your to make sure that you understand. I'm not saying that he would say, I'm going to order the Attorney General to have specific investigations. It would be like, whichever Attorney General I select, I'm going to make sure that it matters to him to go after corruption from the previous administration. But I'm not going to interfere in particular investigations. I'm not going to make charging decisions. I'm just going to select an Attorney General who I know is apolitical, who's ruthless, who will investigate previous corruption crimes from the administration specifically. I'm not going to ignore the massive graft and corruption that we're seeing now. We're going to hold them fully accountable in an administration. Doesn't mean I'm going to get involved in everything, but my Attorney General
essentially
will be
lock him up. But that's lock him up dressed in flowery language. That's what that is.
No, it's not. I don't think it is.
Yeah, you're saying my administration is gonna, you're
promising not to interfere. You're promising not to interfere in the Justice Department, but your personnel decisions, as every president has, will be dictated by the values of you, and one of those values will be going after corruption. And it would be foolish for us to ignore the elephant in the room. And yeah, we're not going to do it for political reasons. I will instruct my Attorney General, if there's no crime there, we're not going to do what Trump did and just do these like crazy charges against James Comey. We're going to follow the facts and law, but we're not going to not talk about the elephant in the room. And that's what I'm saying. And
well, at that point, we're just on that merry-go-round until somebody gets off. Because the next administration that's Republican, they're going to do the same thing.
You're doing the false equivalence.
That'll be justification for the next Democratic president to do the same thing. And it's at some point, the one political party or one leader of the political party is going to have to make the conscious decision to just get off of that merry-go-round. Like this is like a very, very, to use a phrase that's a bit problematic, I suppose, but this is a very slippery slope. If we just continue that policy of just abandoning that norm altogether,
Hutch, can I ask you something? Can I ask you something about this?
I want to ask you though, like, do you agree that if we're ever going to get back to that norm, which you say is good, you say that that's a good norm, you say that there's value there.
I don't think I violated the norm. I don't believe I'm violating the norm.
Of it announcing in advance that your administration is going to investigate particular individuals, that's absolutely a violation of the norm that was established after Nixon.
But he rejects he rejects the premise because he's referring to the Trump administration as a class of people. Just like I am instructing my DOJ to investigate, the mafia. Yeah.
Wait, why is that not? Why is that not an apt comparison? It would be like saying I'm investigating fraud in the Somali community. I'm investigating fraud in the American Italian.
But guys, the norm is the independent nature of DOJ in terms of like, in terms of their prosecutorial or their investigatory.
My statements are all consistent with that. No, yes, for the president not to get involved in particular investigatorial or charging decisions. But the top, so we just have a different view on the level of generality.
That means not directing them to do things.
No, I'm not suggesting. So I just want to be clear. I'm not suggesting any direction from the president to the Attorney General, really on anything I said so far. So I want to make sure that we agree. Like, do you agree that I'm not suggesting that the president direct the Attorney General to do anything?
Well, you said my administration is going to look into this and that thing, right?
Yeah, it's a promise to the American people that will be accomplished.
Even that language, but that language though, completely violates the principle of the independent nature.
That's not making directions to the Attorney General. Then I don't think the promise violates it. I'll tell you why.
To say that my admin is going to look into the previous administration, to me like just the language. The
Department of Justice
violates.
Is part of the administration.
No, but you understand what I'm saying, though. The norm is that even though the DOJ exists underneath the branch of the executive branch, they are an independent. They operate independently. That's the norm. So when you say my admin is going to go after
at a certain level, at a certain level, right? At the level of individual investigatory and charging decisions, at that level, not at the policy level. You granted that the president can have influence on the policy level. For example, if Biden said, "My administration, we are going to go after high-level drug importers," or "We're going to go after the worst of the worst when it comes to these cartels, the Italian mafia. We're going to go after people who are committing election fraud." We wouldn't have those kinds of views from a policy perspective. What I'm suggesting to you is the promise that I would offer
but I want to jump in real quick, though.
Not individual.
No, but like so in like, I agree with what you're saying, like a policy level kind of a thing. There's a difference between, so for example, like imagine Biden, there was a ton of political pressure on him to, there was some like a criminal gang that was like importing a lot of fentanyl or whatever. You wouldn't have a situation, it wouldn't be appropriate for Biden to necessarily say like, I want you to look into like this specific gang. You would have a policy decision in that respect would be, I'm instructing my DOJ to ramp up their efforts to crack down on drug importation and drug trafficking. So if we're going to make draw an analog between like that and what we're talking about here, the broader kind of promise or policy agenda that the president could set would, I'm directing DOJ to focus a lot of their resources on government corruption without getting into the specific gang, which would be the administration.
You think there would be something wrong with it? You think there would be something wrong with the president coming out and being like, listen, La Cosa Nostra is a plague, and we see their constant criminality and their racketeering and bootlegging. And so my administration, we are going to take the fight to La Cosa Nostra. You think that would be wrong to do?
Not necessarily, but that's like a different kind of context because that wouldn't be like a political prosecution. But even that might be problematic because you don't want the president to say, I want you to focus on that gang. Well, what if they get intelligence like 3 days later that actually this other gang over here, they're importing 3 times more fentanyl? Like, that's why the president involving themselves in those kind of investigations is not ideal.
I don't think that's ideal.
It could produce bad results.
I want to get clarity on this point. At bare minimum, you will grant that we're not talking about the president in his office directing the attorney general in the sense of giving order. You'll at least agree that neither Josiah nor I are talking about the president getting involved in the sense of when he is president, telling individual people what to do. We're not talking about that. Fair?
Well, no, I disagree. Because if you say my administration will look into the Trump administration, how do you get there without instructing DOJ to do that?
By appointing personnel.
But that's what I'm saying.
No, I understand.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying you do it by appointing people that you have confidence will pursue these crimes.
I understand that. I just want to separate in our heads individual directives from a president to the main justice and appointing someone has a particular desire. Those are different actions.
Yes, but your language, your language necessarily implies a level of like direction.
Well, it doesn't necessarily imply directives to the attorney, any kind of particular communication between the president and the DOJ. Agreed? It doesn't imply that.
I think it kind of does.
How?
If you say my admin is I'm going to make sure that my admin investigates the Trump administration. Then that corruption. I think necessarily implies, but you just say again, corruption. Wait, can we back up just a little bit though? Because are you guys convinced that? Are you guys convinced that appealing to the base in this kind of way is necessary electorally, or I guess in a different way, like, or Josiah, maybe you can jump in here. Do you guys think that that promising to go after the Trump administration, like Newsom promising specifically to go after the Trump administration, is like necessary to energize the Democratic voter base sufficiently that they'll show up in large numbers? Or
I don't know if I want to say necessary because it implies it's outcome determinative. Let me put to you like this. I feel that we will see more energy and better numbers among the base for a candidate who does publicly commit in some way, shape, or form. And again, we can workshop the language that he makes it clear that the Trump administration will be investigated. Yes. So for example, like the only thing I can come up like in my mind is like, I'm thinking of like an Andy Beshear or a Gavin Newsom. I think the base wants somebody with more of a Newsom posture than a Beshear. And I lived under Beshear, and I think he's an amazing governor, but he's the Mr. Rogers of Democrats. I'm not convinced that the base will be like, God damn, Andy, you're going to be great in 2032 or 2036. But right now we want a fucking bulldog. So that's what I believe. Now, what are the sort of like electoral outcomes? I'm not sure. But just like engaging with my audience and engaging with the audiences of other people, and maybe I'm just too terminally online, and maybe I interpret the polls too liberally when they say that they want fighters and the Democratic base wants fighters and they want to hold the Trump administration accountable. Yeah, I do think it will be important for the base maybe not outcome determinative. I'm not prepared to say that at this point for a candidate to campaign on this. That's where I am. I can't speak for Pisco.
When I hear necessary, I hear like incredibly important for, right? Like by necessary, you mean like something that is super, like almost vital. And it's like a humongous thing if we don't. I don't agree on that level that it's hugely significant. I agree with what everything Josiah just said, which is that all else equal, I do think it will help and help Democrats. And to the extent that that's what you mean by necessary, which is it makes it more efficient, it makes it more likely, then I agree with that. But I don't think it's like strictly necessary. That said, I've laid out other reasons besides public opinion for why I think it's the good position to take. And I don't think it violates the principle of non-interference by the president, because I think I construe this as part of a policy level investigation promise, not a particular action. I know we are going to charge Trump, we are going to charge Vance, we are going to lock these people up specifically, and if they don't, I will get someone who will. That is not what we're talking about. And we're not talking about any particular internal action in the executive branch other than the normal appointments process of someone who's a bulldog and someone who cares about this shit. And if it were the case, for example, that we got information that the next Democratic president were ordering the Department of Justice in the way Trump is to indict particular people, or why haven't you moved fast on this or that, I would say that's corrupt. So and I've been consistent about that. That's my belief on Biden's pardon. That's my everything. And I just don't consider the kind of statements that we're talking about to be that level of interference or to promise that level of interference. I view it as a policy directive.
I don't want to inundate Hutch, but when because if Hutch wants to respond, I do want to return to something when he's done responding about. He was talking about the merry-go-round earlier, and there was
I wanted to get back to that.
Yeah. So, Hutch, I want to talk about the merry-go-round and spend like 20 minutes, so I can't remember your exact phrase about it. But
basically, I was saying somebody needs to make a conscious decision to just establish that norm.
Do you think we're on a merry-go-round now?
In what, in a broad sense? What do you mean? Or is there a specific thing?
Are we on a merry-go-round about prosecuting political opponents, or whatever you think the broader topic of this is, or the broader principle in dispute here is? The merry-go-round, are we on it now?
I mean, in this very moment, from the top level, we are, because Donald Trump is giving like specific directives to go after Comey and Letitia James and
right.
The other people. Yeah,
that's not a merry-go-round. That's just a horse ride. That's just one. Like I understood the merry-go-round to be like both sides are doing it, and it's this vicious cycle of like almost Capulet Montague style thing, and it's tit for tat, tit for tat, tit for tat. And I just think I take probably Josiah's view is that it's been all tat. It's been no tit, only tat, and it's only them.
It's been tits for days.
What you guys are proposing, and you guys obviously disagree, but what you guys are proposing is staying on that merry-go-round.
Well, no, because we don't think it's political. We don't think it's a political investigation. We think that there are.
Of course, it's political, though. I mean, of course it is. If it's coming as a directive from the president, then of course it is.
It wouldn't be coming as a directive from the president. It would be a promise.
I just disagree with what you're saying.
Let's follow because I want to interrogate that a bit further. So I agree, for all intents and purposes, what the merry-go-round, I think we're effectively already on it. I think through no fault of our own, but we'll get to that.
Right.
When people ask Trump or the Trump administration about why he's going after X, Y, and Z, what are some of the reasons that they give? Other than mortgage fraud, like what are some of the reasons that they say? There's a specific one I'm looking for.
Can you ask that question one more time? I'm sorry.
When Trump goes after his political opponents, what are some of the reasons that he gives? There's one in particular that I think is super germane.
They did it to us. Correct. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Did we do it to them?
No, like there's no we there. I mean, I think like the Bragg prosecution is probably like the weakest case, but as far as like which one was the Bragg one? Was the Stormy Daniels one, right?
Yeah. Well, yes, it's the hush money payment, the one they convicted on. You think that was a political case?
I think that one had like the most political influence. Don't you guys think that? I mean, I think the other ones felt way more like. You know who's a really good example? Stephen A. Smith, the fucking sports guy.
Oh my God! Yeah,
he talks about this shit fucking all the time. Like, but he thinks like he thinks all of those investigations, the way he talks about it, it's like there's this Democratic Party and we all just decided that we were going to prosecute Trump. I fucking fully reject that language. I think the other 3 criminal cases, I think were totally appropriate. I would not say that those were like political prosecutions.
But the New York one wasn't political. Trump tried to corrupt the 2016 election, and he did so in...
But I mean, I don't even dispute that he committed a crime there. That's not even the point. But I'm just saying, didn't they change the law to alter the statute of?
Oh God!
That's the MAGA talking point.
Wait. But we can't. But I don't want to get dogged down.
Fine. If I'm wrong about that particular point, then that's fine.
No, hang on. He when I leave, you guys can hash that sort of stuff out. But let's just follow this for a second. So okay, Hutch, let's take your answer, which is that maybe some, at least one of the investigations you think could have been tainted by politics or motivated in part by politics, but the other ones were not.
To clarify, I said that was like the weakest of all those cases, and that's like the strongest argument that you could make. However, all of those prosecutors, there's no indication that they were given a directive by the governor, Joe Biden, the political parties. None of that seemed to have been involved at all.
I agree. So we didn't do it to them. We did not do it to them, but they say we did. So here's where I am, and we'll skip to it. The reason that we're on this merry-go-round is because the Trump administration looks at any attempt, and Republicans writ large look at any attempt to hold Donald Trump accountable for anything as politically motivated prosecution. And they take that premise and use it to justify actual political prosecution. So I would argue that the only way to get off the merry-go-round is just to commit to not investigating or holding the Trump administration accountable. Because do you agree that there's no timeline in the multiverse in a President Hutch universe that prosecuting Donald Trump for any reason will be accepted by the Republican Party?
No. So obviously not. They're always going to do that spin. But I hear this argument all the time, and it drives me insane because it sounds like what the argument is. Like, I've heard this argument applied in a different way from lefties who say, well, they're just going to call us socialists anyways, so we might as well be socialists. And I find this argument to be so utterly like uncompelling. Is that a word?
No, but Josiah's not saying we do political prosecutions. He's not. Right. He doesn't accept that premise.
I agree. Like, there has not been any kind of reporting to suggest that there was any top-down pressure on any of these prosecutors to bring charges. And so the reason why we're on what I'm calling the merry-go-round is the president directing specific prosecutions. And so if yes, they're going to try to spin anything. So if Jack Smith, for example, we do things my way, Newsom doesn't say anything about, I'm going to make sure we go after the previous administration. Jack Smith appoints a special counsel in the first 2 weeks. They announce charges. Of course, the Republicans are going to say that this was directed by Newsom. But you seem to be saying, because they're going to say that anyways, Newsom should just direct it.
Well, no. I don't think that's what Josiah is saying. I want to be fair. I don't think that's what Josiah is saying.
How is it not what he's saying?
No, because Josiah is responding to, I think, your point, which has to do with what you think the likely outcomes will be. That is to say that unless Democrats do stand above, the Republicans won't stop doing X, Y, or Z because they're just going to understand that. But what he's responding to is the notion that Republicans will stop ever. And especially in light of not having political or presidentially directive things, because that wasn't the impetus for them to start in the first place. So given that their whole set of assumptions about political prosecutions and even being in a merry-go-round and saying this is payback is premised on a total confabulation, how can we think in the future it is likely that us taking action and even assuming this was a political prosecution, we don't accept that it is, even assuming it was, that it would have any effect on their conduct?
Well, I feel like this is like the ultimate black pill then, because if you guys can't imagine a situation where in the future we get back to a place where both parties respect this norm, then it just feels like we're just kind of on this intractable like path.
The merry-go-round.
Basically headed towards like some kind of a cold or hot civil war.
I think the best way to do it is to punish. I think the best way to get off this merry-go-round is to punish.
But I agree that they should be punished. I just disagree with your assertion that it needs to be said explicitly by the Democratic nominee.
I don't think it needs to.
I fully agree.
It should be.
So let me ask you this, because I want to keep going down this path here. Let's set the hypothetical Newsom or Hutch administrations aside, and let's just go back to Biden.
Mm-hmm.
Set Merrick Garland aside. Let's think about Biden's conduct, the Biden administration's conduct. Do you think they were pretty fastidious when it came to the sort of behavior that you're talking about, Hutch, that you would like Democrats to emulate in the future?
Yeah, they seem to, the Biden himself and his administration were signaling, and this was sort of like the promise that he made in 2020 was, I'm going to take us back to normal. And so he, whenever he was asked about Trump's prosecutions, he always did the same thing. Like, I'm not going to involve myself in DOJ, blah, blah, blah.
Did it work?
Well, define work. I mean, he lost the election, obviously, or he had to drop out eventually. And
well, even just on this discrete issue. Well, no, even on this discrete issue,
on the perceptions of MAGA, etc.
Yeah, or just let's just say public sentiment, whatever it was. Let's not even just say MAGA. Let's say MAGA, and then say the country writ large. You mentioned in part of this conversation, and also I believe in the tweet you sent to me yesterday, is that you're concerned about public perception. My recollection is that public perception wasn't really encouraging about the Justice Department in the Biden years either. Was that? Did you have a different recollection, or do you agree that?
Are you basing this off of opinion polls, or I don't?
Yeah,
sure. I don't recall seeing any opinion polls about like the public perception of DOJ. I don't.
And what's informing your prior about this helping the image of the Department of Justice if you don't have any basis to believe it will, or do you have a basis?
Because I don't know if I ever said that, but I'm saying like the path to kind of get away from the Trump level corruption is not going to be something that happens overnight. It's going to be something that takes time. Like, it's going to take these institutions and the highest kind of halls of power in the United States, like, I think, like, years to reestablish trust. This is going to be like a multi-year project to potentially, hopefully, get back to, something approaching what we might call normal in the post-Nixon era.
So the polls that I remember about this, the American people were pretty well split. Now, I saw more polls indicating that at least a slight majority or plurality supported most of the prosecutions against Trump than not. Yeah. But it wasn't like 60-40, 70-30, 80-20. And
same with the impeachments.
Right. And some of the polls also indicated the opposite. I think there was like Marquette Law did at one point that I remember from like 2023 or 2024, I think it was. But then when people would ask the questions, were the prosecutions of Trump politically motivated? Even in the polls that showed that there was a slight preference for justification, there was also a majority who were like, yeah, actually, I do think there's a political motivation getting after Trump. So they had mixed feelings. Like, yeah, I think he actually did the fucking crime. But I do think the Biden administration is politically targeting Trump at the same time.
Right.
So the American people have some pretty complicated feelings about this.
Yeah.
But my thought process is Biden did it the way you wanted. And I didn't see like any sort of like serious material benefit to as far as like the prudential outcome, as far as like getting back trust. Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, but
do you agree? Will you agree with that?
No, I fully concede that. Yeah. It's something like 55 or 60% of the country thought that those were like entirely politically motivated or some such. That to me is like what I'm getting at, because like I look at that and it really bums me out. Like the fact that in the context of the Epstein stuff, for example, I'm seeing a lot of commentary from big left-wing pundits that are suggesting that Biden was negligent by not personally directing DOJ to, release the Epstein documents.
Yeah,
which, in the case of the Ghislaine Maxwell. But the reason why they're saying that is because now they're playing into this kind of new paradigm that has emerged during the Trump era.
No, they've always been like this. I mean, you talked to Kyle and the Vanguard, and they were like, we would want investigations into Manchin's daughter or something in exchange for his vote on minimum wage or something.
No, but come on. But surely you would concede that more people now in the country who probably weren't even aware of these norms now just assume that political influence is a big part of prosecutorial decisions like these. And it's because of Donald Trump.
My suspicion is yes. My suspicion is yes.
Wait, come on.
I don't know if that's the case. That people's ideas about whether about the independence of prosecutions has materially changed since Trump has been in office.
Yeah, of course he.
Okay, I'll grant that. I'll grant that. I'll grant that. I think that that's probably likely, but I don't understand how that is
really
related to the lefty thing.
That really fucking bums me out, because that, in my opinion, is a really important principle for our, Western.
I know, but respond to Josiah's point. Josiah's point is, yeah, that was happening.
I did. I did. Let me answer the point in two different ways. Okay.
Sure.
The first thing I want to say is if Biden himself had gone up there and, in the early days of his presidency, directed like DOJ or directed Merrick Garland or put that kind of like really explicit public pressure on him, I think that would have hurt Biden significantly. I think that would have hurt potentially his ability to get legislation passed. I think that would have distracted him and caused scandal within his administration that would have hurt his legislative agenda. I'm
not sure about that.
And then, I do.
I don't think the American people care that much about it, and it's sad for me too. And I agree that it's sad, and I want to uphold that principle, notwithstanding the fact that I don't think the American people care that much. They voted for Trump again.
I'll actually go one further. I'll back Pisco up here. Here's the reason I'm not convinced, is because Trump was at his nadir of political support at the time. I think if there was any opportunity for a president to say, after January 6th and, fake electors and all this bullshit and Trump corruption, you bet your fucking ass, like, even if you want to go the maximal view, I do expect my Justice Department to investigate this. I think that would have been the time to do it, to garner the most political support, for the same reason, Hutch, that Trump's impeachment in 2026 was the most bipartisan impeachment we'd ever seen in terms of both the impeachment and conviction. Oh, sorry, 2021. I'm fantasizing about a 2026. Sorry, I got a little ahead of myself.
The 2020 there.
Yeah, the 2021 impeachment of Trump was the most bipartisan in terms of both the vote to impeach and the vote to convict. Mm-hmm. But you would never have gotten those margins a year later or 2 years later, and certainly not in 2026, right? The reason that there was a permission structure for a sufficient number of Republicans to do what they did was because the American people that was Trump's lowest approval rating. The American people fucking hated him at that point. So I'm not convinced that if Biden 2 weeks later, once he's inaugurated, says, yes, I am appointing an attorney general and I expect him. Yeah, I don't think it would have been more politically harmful. I think that it would have. I think that there's a good argument to be made that would have actually increased support, because he'd pissed off the entire country at that point.
I wouldn't have supported it, Hutch. I would have been against it. I would have said that that's impeachable. I would have said that that's fucked up for him to say, I'm appointing you specifically so you charge Donald Trump. I don't think that that's right to do. I would uphold it, but I'm just agreeing with Josiah's point, which is I don't think the American people care that much about this prudentially. And if they do care about it, they're already going to vote for Democrats.
I don't understand what you guys are treating this like conventional wisdom, and I just don't really understand what it's based on. Like, obviously the Republican propaganda efforts to, paint all of Trump's criminal prosecutions as politically influenced, obviously that was successful in that, either a plurality or majority of Americans seem to agree with them. And you guys seem to think that if Biden himself would have just come out and said the thing, or I guess Josiah, if he would have just come out and said the thing, that we wouldn't have seen way larger numbers. Maybe that 55% jumps up to like 75, 80, 90%, because now Biden is just coming out and saying it. And if you think that that's not going to distract him from a legislative agenda when he has zero margin of error in the Senate, or if you think that's not,
we're not making that claim. Wait, we're not making that claim that it wouldn't distract, that it wouldn't cause other things. I just think in terms of the public perception, I'm not convinced that it would be so detrimental to that. It might distract. It might do,
especially early on. Especially early on. I want to be clear.
Significantly. You don't think the numbers would go up?
Especially early on. I want to be clear. I think Joe Biden coming out in May 2024, saying "fuck yeah," because he actually had that like little gaffe or whatever. He's like, we should lock him out, and then he grabs the microphone again and he goes, "Lock him out politically." I mean, politically, the one time Biden slipped. Yeah, I think at that point, if he's campaigning on "fuck yeah," we'll prosecute Donald Trump. After 2 or 3 years of the American people forgetting about all the shit that Trump did and having a more distant view, yes, I think that would have been probably politically toxic. I'm talking about 2 weeks after January 6th, when Biden is freshly inaugurated, I think him, publicly, saying that he expects his Justice Department to immediately, begin investigation into January 6th and follow the facts without fear or favor, even if they lead to Donald Trump saying something to that effect. No, I don't think
it would be insulated. I think it would be more insulated than what actually happened, where it's almost, it's weird, Hutch. It's counterintuitive, but it's the same way that Trump can appear to be more corrupt facially and just like honest about like, we want the oil, but he doesn't get hit as much with like the Bush, they invaded Iraq for oil, even when he says it. There's something about like the hidden aspect or the hidden like, we're revealing something that for whatever reason, people don't care about like the open outright corruption. They like, I don't know why that is. I don't know why.
People do care, by the way. People do care about Trump's corruption.
But no, they do, but they don't care. But to Pisco's point, they don't care at the rate. They don't care at a rate which is proportional to the corruption. And let me give you an example. So did you know? I religiously tracked the polls like during the 2-year-long impeachment effort into President Biden. The American people were obsessed about Hunter Biden. They knew fucking everything about that guy. And the polls were really, really bad. In fact, there were some polls which say, actually, I do think that Trump or that President Biden pulled strings to benefit his son and all this, shit. And so the perception of corruption on Biden and Trump is generally considered to be more corrupt, but it's relatively close. It's close when you consider the margins. Yeah,
I don't know. I think Donald Trump's numbers currently and the electoral results recently reflect not just disgust with ICE, but the disgust of corruption. Like I think the public is more aware of his corruption than they were certainly like the first term, and I think it is pissing them off. Let me ask you guys a question. Hang on. If you, and I don't know, maybe there's a poll out there that dived into this particular topic, but if you were to ask the American people, if you were to propose two different things, but which do you think the American public would prefer more, my way or your way? Like, do you think that America, if you ask them, do you want to see like prosecutorial instructions or investigative, like instructions on investigations? Like, do you want that to be completely free from political influence, or do you think the president should have the right to direct DOJ?
If you phrase it like,
I think, especially if you frame it like that, yeah.
Then
frame it.
I think it'd be 80-20. I think it'd be 80-20 in your favor.
Frame it a different way then.
Here's how I frame it. Should the president investigate the Trump's order the Department of Justice to investigate the corruption of Trump? I think that you would get a majority on that.
I think that if you gave them an alternative, should the president stay out of those kinds of decisions, that more people would favor my proposition.
Right, but they're not getting faced with that decision when they're told the rhetoric. It's not like they're considering both. They're just responding and reacting to one. It's not like, hey guys, would you rather hear this or that? It's like a focus group. They're just hearing one. And to be clear, I don't think that he should be ordering.
That is the preference that people have, though. When people talk about how, like 60% of the public think that, Trump's prosecutions were politically motivated, they're saying that in a disapproving way. They're communicating to pollsters that they don't like political influence in these kinds of. Now, whether or not it's true, that's a different discussion altogether. But Americans broadly don't like the idea of politically influenced,
and yet they supported the charges,
prosecutions,
and yet they supported the charges by a slight majority. That's the
American, I feel like that's
how you phrase the question, and it's a way of saying the American people are willing to abide some political influence into the DOJ prosecutions, and even support certain prosecutions in light of that. Now, that said, I don't agree with political prosecutions, and I don't say that what I'm suggesting would amount to political prosecutions or political directives, and that's ultimately, I think, where the big disagreement is I view the kind of, hey, we're going to investigate the previous government's corruption as equivalent to,
but it's not
we're going to investigate the mafia. That's what it means.
Why is it we? Why is it we? We are going to investigate Donald Trump.
My administration, my Department of Justice.
But there goes the fucking independent DOJ then, right? So I guess that's just how people gone.
That's just how people talk. I'm sorry. Yeah, I agree. It's not his lawyers. I agree. It's not.
The language is important. The language is actually really important.
I know, but what I'm trying to say, the point I'm making is I'm not actually co-signing political prosecutions. I'm not actually co-signing political prosecutions. What I'm saying is, I think the president should make it clear that my attorney general will look into corruption of the previous administration. And I don't think that's like saying my attorney general is going to look into the mafia. To me, it's the same thing.
But it's not.
I've got a question for you, Hutch.
Not the same thing, though. Yeah, go ahead.
I've got a question for you, baby. Listen to this one. Okay. President Hutch appoints Attorney General Jack Smith. Jack Smith comes to President Hutch, the Oval Office, and says, "Sir, I've decided not to investigate the Trump administration for anything." Does President Hutch fire Jack Smith? He doesn't say, I have looked into this and I've decided that there's no case I can make beyond all reasonable doubt. He just makes the decision to not investigate at all.
I would fire him because that would be a politically motivated decision. Like if he went to, now this would be a different thing altogether.
Assume it's not.
No, if he says no, but that's what he said though. Josiah said he just made the choice to just not even look.
Assume it's not political. Make it harder for yourself.
I don't know why you would do, but I don't know why you would do that. Political then.
He says, well, the more important thing from a prosecutor perspective is to go after these drug importers. They just have he for whatever reason he gets obsessed with the drug importers.
Yeah,
he gets obsessed with whatever. He gets obsessed with fraud and stuff that's not related to the government. And so he's just like, listen, as a prosecutorial matter, the Department of Justice is not going to look into that. We are worried more about fentanyl deaths in America than that. And so that's what we're going to do. So just assume for the sake of the hypothetical, don't fight it. If that happened, would you fire him? I think the answer is yes, on policy grounds.
I think but again, on broad policy grounds, like if you're not taking actions that I think are sufficient to address government corruption at the highest level, then I think that there's like a policy justification there. But I want to flip it back around on you, because what happens if Gavin Newsom, for example, says, using your language, Pisco, my administration is going to investigate the previous administration? What if he says that, and then his attorney general comes back and says, look, we found a lot of evidence, but we don't think that we have enough to convict in a criminal trial? Yeah. What do you do at that point?
Yeah, I would think that firing after that basis would be corrupt. I would be against firing.
But that's why you don't use that language, because then you don't have to be in that spot. Like
I said, investigate. No, stop. I said investigate. Well, didn't I say? And if I didn't say this, I'm sorry. I thought in our language we said I'm not going to get involved into the individual charging or non-decisions, but I will appoint. We will fight this sort of corruption, and I will appoint someone who's going to look into it. I thought that I said that, and if I changed the language and said something like charge or something, I'm sorry. I take that back. I thought we made that clear initially, but let me know if I didn't.
But again, you can just. I keep circling back around. Like you can get all the things that you can get all the things that you're asking for, plus putting us on a path towards reestablishing public trust in these institutions by doing it my way. And by doing it your way, you're continuing to erode the trust of the American people. I think you guys are speaking to the desires of the Democratic voter base at the detriment of the Democratic Party's relationship with independent voters. Like there are a lot of Americans in this country that do care about this norm and want to see us return to this norm. And I want to be the party that commits to just doing that.
Yeah, I do too. That's why I don't think I'm violating the norm. I don't think I'm violating the norm.
That is going to take years to reestablish that trust. It's not going to happen overnight. And yeah, the double standards are insane. But Josiah, I brought it up in our conversation. When I look at the Trump administration now, that is not something that I want to emulate. I don't think that these political prosecutions. Well, I think that by, would Barack Obama have used this language? Would Bill Clinton? Would George W. Bush?
I don't understand how that's relevant to the.
Barack Obama was asked about like prosecuting previous administration officials, and he was that guy that was saying,
I just view that as
time to turn the page.
I just view that as not responsive. The question isn't whether Obama would have said it or whether another president would have said it. The question is, would it, if true, if said, be the same thing or the same type of thing as Trump? And I think the answer to that is a no.
Well, no, the question is like the question is what you guys are proposing a violation of norms that existed for decades in the post-Nixon era?
My answer is no.
I think it is. Like obviously, when you have the president saying that my administration will investigate like this specific group of people, the Trump administration,
the mafia,
what other presidents after Nixon did anything like this? Besides Trump?
Didn't the Kennedys say like we're gonna look into fraud and like organized labor? We're gonna like that's how I view it.
As Kennedy predates Nixon, though.
Yeah, well, he views it as a.
What are you talking about?
Oh, sorry. Post Nixon.
After Nixon, we established norms to insulate the Justice Department from political influence from the executive branch. That's what happened in the wake of Nixon in a slew of reforms that were passed through the Congress and at the executive level through policy. And that existed up until Trump came along. He's the first president in decades to directly, to give these kinds of directives to DOJ. The last person before him that did it.
I'm not
was
proposing
Nixon.
Directives. I understand a directive to be an order.
You say that, but you are.
So I understand. So I understand a directive to mean an order. Do you have a different understanding of what directive means?
You can, well, there's a directive, but then there's also I'm saying political influence. Like if you yourself, the president, is politically influencing, using your political power to influence DOJ to go after specific people, that, again, Trump is the only person post-Nixon who has done that. And what you're suggesting would be a continuation of this kind of new norm where now the president is publicly pressuring the DOJ to take specific actions against specific people. That would be the Democratic Party continuing.
That's exactly what I'm not doing, right? So I'm not doing that. First, it's not political because it's not on the basis of politics that we're doing this. We're not doing it because they're Trump supporters. We're doing it because crimes were committed. On the norm, specifically on interference in the president, I agree that's an important norm, regardless of whether it's political or not. I want to be clear, regardless of whether it's political or not, the president's interference directly into individual charging decisions or specific investigations, I think that is a very good norm to uphold. And I don't think it's a violation of that norm either, because I construe, investigate the previous administration for a crime and corruption. I construe that to be a policy directive, not one about individual prosecutions or interference, and it doesn't entail orders or directives. What I understand a directive to be is to be an order, an interference to be some sort of communication while the respective parties are in office to do a particular thing or to highly suggest to do a particular thing.
I've got a question for actually both of you. Peace, I want to start with you first, actually. Let's piggyback off Hutch's hypothetical, and let's say the Attorney General, the next Attorney General says, Mr. President, I did look into the allegations of corruption against Donald Trump, the Trump family, the Trump administration, and I don't believe in any of these instances we can secure a prosecution or a successful conviction beyond all reasonable doubt. But let's say the Deputy Attorney General, the Solicitor General disagree. So the number 2 and number 3 at the DOJ say, Mr. President, Mr. Attorney General, with all due respect, we disagree with the Attorney General on this. We do think that there are colorable cases that can be secured beyond all reasonable doubt. Would it still be corrupt to fire the Attorney General in those instances, or in that instance?
I think it would violate the norm I'm talking about, which is to insulate from political interference. And I think at best, maybe the president would say, listen, I'm not going to get involved in this decision, and I'm not going to make personnel decisions about it. This is a decision for you guys to resolve internally on the charging decision. If you feel like you need to appoint a special counsel, you can do that. But I'm not going to weigh in on that. I think that would be the appropriate.
And I understand, but I guess because to me, that was the more interesting thing. Like, what if you come with a situation where the number 2 and number 3 disagree with the judgment of number 1?
Yeah, then the norm there is
political. Still be corrupt?
Yeah, okay, so there's 2 norms here. And so don't get distracted, guys. And this is for the chat as well. Yeah. There's the norm of political interference and political investigatory steps or charging decisions, one or the other. That's one norm, and that's never okay, right? Never okay to have a political prosecution like that. Then there's a second norm of individual interference from the president, except in certain exceptions, into charging decisions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so there's 2 norms. So that in that situation, I think there's a tangible good argument that it's not politically motivated if he were to fire the Attorney General on the basis because you have 2 other opinions, right? And so there's at least a law enforcement rationale for a firing there. However, in that situation, the second norm is at play, which is the interference by directives and firing on the basis of one versus the other on a charging decision for which there is a basis to insulate from presidential review. So
less corrupt but still corrupt in your mind.
Yes,
would that be too reductive to say? Okay.
I would consider that corrupt in the norm.
Okay. And then Hutch, here's my question for you. Because I want to make sure I got this right. How important is it for the next Democrat or the President Newsom or the President Hutch administration to restore public trust in DOJ?
Very important.
Is that
very, very important?
Do you expect your attorney general to act in a way to do that?
Yeah, I would want to, like, my standard, if I was a president deciding who to nominate for AG, I would want somebody that I felt full confidence would follow the letter of the law, investigate the facts as they arise, and to make decisions that are free from any kind of political influence. So if that means prosecuting Cuellar in Texas and Menendez in Illinois, is that what, or Indiana, wherever state he served? Was he New York?
Menendez was New Jersey. New
Jersey, yeah.
Or Mayor Adams.
Then so be it. Yeah. Or, DOJ, we found out recently that had investigated Ilhan Omar for campaign spending and these kinds of things. So that's what I would, that's the standard that I would want for my attorney general. And that also includes Trump, right? If they discover crimes.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Okay, so there was reporting at the time that part of Merrick Garland's unease about investigating Trump is that it would be seen to look political and cause further distrust in the Justice Department. So here's my hypothetical. Attorney General Pisco comes to President Hutch and says, Mr. President, I know you didn't ask for this report, but I feel like I owe you an explanation. We did investigate the Trump administration, and we do believe that we do see evidence of crimes committed. But you appointed me, at least in part, with the mission of restoring public trust in the DOJ. And I believe that if we prosecute Donald Trump or the Trump administration, it will further erode trust in the Justice Department, which is already fragile. So I have made the choice to not prosecute or to not proceed with prosecutions.
I mean, in my view, that's corruption. So I would see a justification to fire the attorney general in that spot. But my motivation in that moment would not be because I'm pissed that Donald Trump is not going to go to prison. My motivation would be, I view that to be corrupt. I don't think that those kinds of political considerations should influence.
So in other words,
decision.
You would tell him, no, you need to follow the facts and leave the politics to me. And if the facts say Trump committed crimes and you can prove it, you fucking prosecute him. You don't choose not to prosecute him for political considerations. If it erodes the trust in the Justice Department, that's my problem. Not yours.
Yeah. I mean, just flip it, right? Like if your attorney general said, like I found, criminal behavior with Ilhan Omar, but I'm not going to choose to press charges. It's the same logic. I view those things to be equally corrupt, just facing different.
Yeah, no. Well, I think the logic of the Garland Justice Department was, and understandably so from just a realpolitik perspective, which is, I think that he was less hesitant to prosecute Democrats. As a matter of fact, Dan Abrams, who is like a News Nation legal analyst, and he was like the founder of Media, he did a breakdown of this. This has been the thing that he's been complaining about for the longest time, that the Biden Justice Department actually prosecuted more elected Democrats than elected Republicans, and did so quicker than elected Republicans. They launched investigations much more quickly into President Biden and Hunter Biden than they did Donald Trump. And the reporting was at the time that Garland was less uncomfortable about prosecuting his own people than the opposing team, because the thought process is, they're going to be just more distrustful if I go after a political opponent than if I go after somebody on my side. So, but that's why I was curious. Like, if you get into a situation where an attorney general says, yeah, we believe there's evidence of crimes committed, but prosecuting those crimes will further erode trust in the Justice Department, you said that that's a top priority, what would you want your attorney general to do? That's why I asked.
Yeah, I think I answered your question there. But
So.
I mean, I think maybe the issue here is, like, my issue with Pisco is that we just disagree about what qualifies as, political pressure or corrupt, kind of like political pressure.
Yeah.
And then Josiah, you seem to take a more kind of explicit view that they should just come out and say the thing in no uncertain terms. Maybe I'm misreading that, but that seems to be the source of the disagreement here.
I think we have a disagreement about whether what we're suggesting constitutes making the individualized decisions that is in violation of the. I view it more akin to, let's go after Al Qaeda for crimes, let's go after the mafia for crimes, and you view it more as lock him up, or something approaching that. I think that is going to.
Well, you can, but I think you can get at what you're wanting, just with more generalized language that is not as, in my view, problematic. Like, you can say, I want my attorney general to crack down on government corruption at the federal level. And if you appoint Jack Smith as AG and fucking like Ryan Kinzinger or whatever, as deputy AG or like FBI director, then you are sending a very clear signal to not only your base but the public that you're addressing like their concerns and anger about criminal corruption at the federal level, but you just don't get into specific.
I understand that I can say those things, but I think I've explained why I think it's preferable to say what I'm saying, and that includes not just because I want. I think all else equal, it will have a slight benefit to the electoral chances, because I think it unchains the candidate to speak openly and frankly and like a populist about giving back to the American people, because I think it's a more likelihood that he will actually follow through, and that the actions, if taken, will have democratic legitimacy. And you'll be able to say, well, look, he said he was going to do this, and the American people gave it its sign of approval. And yeah, so I understand that I could not do it, or I could not suggest it, but I do think it's preferable.
Yeah, but I view that kind of pressure as corrupt. Like, I view that as corrupt. I think that you don't know why. Like, I don't think these kinds of decisions should come from the president. That should just simply come from the attorney general. The president can make their preferences.
You agree it's policy decisions. Like, what kind of be. You agree policy can be.
But we totally disagree on how you seem to characterize this as like a policy decision, but it's a specific investigation, like pressure campaign to specifically investigate particular people. That's not a policy directive. That's just a directive. A policy directive
it's not a directive at all.
Organized crime.
It really is not a directive at all, because it's not an order, and a directive is an order. And you agree with that? I'm not suggesting that the president order the attorney general to do anything.
Right, but you don't need to get at corruption with only explicit.
You agree it's not an order?
Yes, that's what I do. Also, yes, I agree that it's not a specific order. But the reason, like the norms also dictate that the president use language to make sure that there's not even like a reasonable perception that that's what's going on. So that's why you use that language.
Because I don't think it's a reasonable perception.
If the public, do you guys disagree that if the public perceives that the president has influenced the decision to investigate the Trump administration, that's going to hurt the public confidence in those investigations?
I'm not sure about that. I'm not convinced. But again, the question is about reasonable perceptions, and I don't think that.
Not sure about that?
I do want to just finish my thought real quick. So I'm not sure whether or not a potential candidate saying that we want to look into the corruption of the previous administration will cause the confidence in the Department of Justice to go down. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that claim. So I did answer the question. I'm not sure about that claim, and you're going to have to provide evidence, I think, to say that, like, that's obviously stupid. I want to finish what I want to say now. Okay? Regardless of whether or not it causes confidence to go one way or the other, the question regarding the norm is about reasonable beliefs. And it did cause the investigations against Trump in term or post-term one, the confidence or the belief in those political prosecutions went up. However, that was not a reasonable belief. And because it was not a reasonable belief, it wasn't incumbent upon the administration to refrain from it or cancel the prosecutions once they were considered by the public to be political. So it's not about whether or not public opinion will shift. The norm relates to reasonable beliefs. And there's no reasonable belief in that circumstance that it was political. And
I've got to follow up on that to Hutch, if I may.
I want to pause on that though. Like the question was, if the public believes, like, very broadly, that a charging decision or a decision to investigate particular, if the public believes that was a top-down influenced situation coming from the president, my question was, do you think that that's going to hurt the public's trust in those investigations? To say I don't know I'm struggling with that one. Of course,
why
like,
that would
really, because it's obvious. It's obvious, like the perception that Biden influenced the criminal investigations into Donald Trump, founded or unfounded, the perception of that in the public was like one of the reasons why Trump was able to like leverage that moment to make himself a martyr and then like catapult to an easy primary victory. And it wasn't just Republicans who had that perception. So
it was the fact of the matter. So it was the fact of the matter that Trump was being prosecuted at all, right? That is what eroded.
Yeah, exactly.
That eroded public trust in the DOJ. The fact that he was being prosecuted.
but I'm talking about people that thought like that this was something like a top-down directive, like Biden directed Bragg and Fani Willis and Jack Smith to like do these things. That perception did damage the public's trust in the institution. That, of course, was ill-founded. It was totally unfounded. There was no basis whatsoever that Biden himself personally involved. But in the alternative universe where Biden just came out and said, you know, he wants these criminal investigations done and I think those numbers would have been even worse. And I think Donald Trump would have won that election by even larger margins.
Okay. I don't have a reason to believe that. And I don't have a reason to believe that. I'm just being honest with you. I don't have a reason to believe that. And it seems like
you don't have a reason to believe that the public reject political influence of that nature when it comes to criminal investigations. Like, of course they have a negative.
I don't have a reason to believe that in the context in which Biden says, I'm glad that my administration is looking into Jan 6 crimes, including those by the president, that would materially affect the polling with respect to whether it's political. I don't have a basis to believe. What is your basis to believe it? It's obvious. It's so obvious.
It's obvious to me that the public totally rejects like political directives from like a top-down kind of structural kind of thing, like a governor instructing the attorney general to investigate, you know, a member of the opposing party, or a president instructing the attorney general to go after members of the previous administration. These are just inherently corrupt things. I guess we disagree there.
Well,
Josiah,
I'm just not. I'm not proposing. I'm not proposing that any directive be taken, and I don't believe that anything I've done has violated the norm.
I'm speaking to Josiah there.
Okay.
Well, what I was going to say was, I'm curious what you think is the meaningful difference here. I mean, Trump has run 3 presidential campaigns and got elected twice, and in all of them, he was campaigning on jailing his political opponents.
How did that work out for him and the Republican Party?
He got elected twice.
But do you think that the Republican Party has been in an especially like healthy place over the last 10 years? Because he won in 2016 and 2020.
They're getting their policy goals.
The Democrats have had more winning election cycles than the Republicans during the Trump era. They had 2 winning election cycles. We had 3. We are cruising towards a blue fucking tsunami in November, and I think we're cruising towards a blowout.
Count your chickens before they hatch.
In 2028. I mean, like, listen, anything can happen, whatever. But the current trajectory that we're on right now, the Republican Party is the weakest in my lifetime by far right now. I was born in 1983. What was another time that do you think for the Republican Party was weaker than they are right now? Maybe your strongest case would be 2008. Maybe, because that was a pretty big election. We got 60 Senate seats. But apart from that, in the time that I've been alive, this is the weakest that they've ever been, with Donald Trump at the helm. So them winning 2 elections, to me, is not enough to say, well, they haven't like paid a price for Trump's corruption.
Josiah's point is that it wasn't a humongous issue that prevented Trump from being elected. There's no reason to believe that it's on top of people's agendas, and to the extent that it is, it's overdetermined. They're going to vote for Democrats. Like people for whom corruption is their number one issue, they're going to vote for Democrats.
I think there was perceived corruption with Hillary Clinton, first of all, and that severely damaged her in 2016. And so that was, I think 2016, ironically, 2016 was a populist wave where a lot of American voters, I think, made dumb decisions. But the perception there was that Hillary Clinton herself was corrupt and that she was above the law by not being prosecuted by the FBI. And in 2024, like, I think that we can very accurately and succinctly describe the 2024 election as being primarily driven about economics.
I don't think this will affect the disposition of the election. I really don't think it will affect the outcome in a material way. To the extent that it will, again, my intuition is that it opens up the candidate to be able, frankly and honestly. And for example, Hutch, you would say if asked the question, well, I don't actually know this. If asked the question, hey, will you direct your Department of Justice to investigate the previous administration? Your answer would be no. What if they asked you straight up, do you think Trump committed crimes? Do you think that the administration has committed crimes? Do you think it was murder when they killed those Venezuelans? Do you think that they're covering up a murder of Alex Preddy, et cetera? How would you answer?
I think candidate Newsom would have. I think candidate Newsom would have leeway to say, of course, I think that the administration has committed open crimes. As soon as he becomes president-elect or President Newsom, that's when you got to do the switch up and say, I'm not going to comment on DOJ matters.
This is the follow-up, right? So you're
that line.
Right. So imagine you're a candidate, and I'm not talking about a president. You're a candidate Newsom. You're like, I think they committed crimes. And then the follow-up is, so wouldn't your administration want to investigate crimes? And you would say,
well, that's why I plan to appoint an attorney general that will follow the facts and prosecute government corruption whenever they find it.
Yeah, but you're like signaling the same thing with the same signal that you the same signal that you say is like a violation of the norm. Put it aside the public perception of it.
No, I don't think that. I've been advocating for a policy of dog whistling the whole time. Like you can do subtle.
So then you don't have a problem. So you have no problem with a candidate intentionally sending the message that they want to investigate the prior administration, and therefore I hope you would grant that if you're convinced that that's their intent, it's not a norm violation. Is a norm violation just to say it, not to mean it?
The norm violation is like any kind of statement that would suggest that the DOJ is following the president's like directives or influence in terms of specific charging decisions. That's
what a dog whistle is. Wait, that's what a dog whistle is. You just said it was a dog whistle.
But you can, the language really matters.
What if the language?
And again, the candidate, like if Newsom is the candidate in that moment, then that is a different context. The dynamic completely flips once they become president-elect and then ultimately president. Mm-hmm. When that happens, you do have to say, I am not going to comment on specific like charging decisions by DOJ. They're gonna operate independently, and I'm not going to tell them how to run the DOJ.
What if the language is, and maybe we've covered this, I can't remember. I'm just trying to come up with permutations that of a commitment that you might find palatable. What about my attorney general? I will appoint an attorney general who is committed, among other things, to investigating and prosecuting public corruption, no matter where the facts lead. Republican Party, Democratic Party, senator, congressman, ex-president, any administration, including the previous Trump administration.
No one is above the law. About that. No one is above the law. Like I feel like Biden said this probably when he was campaigning in 2020.
But like the way I said it, where you do say Republican and you do say Trump administration, you're
kind of walking up to the line, but I still would probably consider that to be like acceptable. But again, I think any language that the president uses about specific like DOJ investigations should always be framed as I'm not going to involve myself in that kind of way. I'm not going to tell them who to train their sights on.
Right. But here's the issue with that, Hutch, and I this will be my last statement on it because I think we've covered the ground sufficiently. But there is a large possibility that because of additional corruption and abuse of power, that the members of the administration who would like to charge and hold accountable are beyond the reach of the current law as it is, and then the president will need to take a role in having accountability to propose either legislation, amendments, etc., policy solutions to accountability. So to the extent that DOJ criminal prosecution is not available and the investigation on that ground won't happen, he's going to need to stay apprised enough to offer structural forms to address that criminality. And that necessarily, I think, requires him, from a policy perspective, from a top-down perspective, keeping his ear to it and having an opinion on it. In this context, right, with the pardons that are almost certainly coming from members of the administration.
I don't think that would violate the norm that I'm talking about, though.
Okay.
Because he would be acting well within his, like there's nothing untoward about a president proposing like legislation to, I guess what you're saying, like reform, I guess, hypothetically political pardons, I guess, or or propose a constitutional amendment.
For example, propose legislation to adjust qualified immunity to the extent that the Supreme Court interprets absolute immunity from a statutory perspective or something. Propose legislation.
Yeah, you can do that.
Go for it.
You can do that, and then the ball's in the AG's court, right? Like you can do that without instructing AG. Okay, now that I've done this thing, you got to do this thing over here.
Propose section 3.
That would be a violation of the norm.
Propose section 3 enforcement. Propose implementing legislation to disqualify people on the basis of violations of Section 3, January 6th. Proposing like for example, an amendment to this is what I don't know if this would ever work. This is what I would support. I would support an amendment that undoes all of Trump's pardons. Supporting action, for example, to make the availability of trying to criminally prosecute people who have been pardoned under color of law from the previous administration when he doesn't currently occupy the office because he's not lawfully in office because of Section 3 having not been enforced properly in the previous administration. So there's a lot of ways in which I think the president, from a policy perspective, is allowed to weigh in without violating the norm. You've agreed with some of these things that I've said. I think one such thing is not to say, hey, I want to order investigations, because I don't think he should do that, but to say, I want to appoint someone who cares about holding the previous administration's corruption to justice. And I think that is an example of something that is not a norm violation.
I think once you use that language explicitly, you lose the confidence of, I would say, probably a lot of Americans who otherwise might be on board with accountability. But as soon as you say it like that, you're going to lose probably millions of Americans.
I don't know why. I mean,
but I would oppose that for different reasons. Okay, I would oppose that. I would oppose that for pragmatic reasons, because there's no way he's going to have the kind of mandate to pass a constitutional amendment to do that. So I would not advocate for.
Sure. I'm just talking about the things that would not be norm violations. I'm just advocating for things that like.
No, I don't think that would. I don't think that would be a violation of the norm. As long as the ball's just in the AG's court at that point, and you're not like calling up Jack Smith and saying, "Okay, I got that fucking amendment passed, so you got to pull through on your end." That would be the violation of the norm.
Yeah,
or some kind of like public pressure campaign against.
And I'm glad I'm not proposing that, and I don't think Josiah is either.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a good discussion. Yeah.
It is a good discussion. What if President Hutch sets the priority that he does not want the DOJ to make their priority federal marijuana violations? And Attorney General Pisco comes back and says, Mr. President, I understand that, but I actually do think that the priority or a priority should be enforcing federal marijuana law. So
the president can just direct the president can just direct the DOJ, do not prosecute like low-level marijuana offenses or something like that. That's policy. That's a broader policy.
I understand, but just to be clear, you would fire an AG who disobeyed you in that respect.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I'm just sussing out in real time where your lines are.
No, we know the line. The line is it a policy directive that's not interference to appoint someone who the president feels will go after corruption specifically of the previous administration? And I think that it's not. And I don't think it's a policy. I think it is a policy related action, especially to promise.
You guys can't imagine what the fucking commentary would look like if Newsom said, I expect my attorney general to look into the previous administration.
Yeah,
you guys can't just imagine what that would look like.
Look at the level.
Don't give a fuck.
Look at the level of criminality. Yes, you guys should. So I would be like, guys, look at what Newsom is saying. Newsom is promising justice. He's promising justice. He's going to appoint someone who's good to look into the corruption. That would be based.
But you guys pointed out that a slight majority of people supported the criminal investigations into Donald Trump. I think each one individually had popular support, just barely. It's like, I think you said it was like 50 to 55%. My recollection is correct or similar. And you guys also acknowledged that even larger number of Americans thought that those had like political influence, and so and they didn't like that.
Yeah, there's an unfortunate conclusion there, Hutch, and the unfortunate conclusion is they don't give that much of a shit about it.
Well, I think that I mean, I don't know. I'm not following your logic because
you
guys acknowledge that
they support
right?
the prosecutions, notwithstanding them believing that it's political. And
do you think that the Stephen A. Smiths and all that commentary about political influence?
I think they're two IQ losers.
Right, but there's no question that commentary impacted how the electorate felt about these investigations negatively, and impacted the way that they felt about those investigations. But you're also suggesting that if Biden himself would have come out and said that he wanted Merrick Garland to pursue the Trump administration, that wouldn't have been like considerably worse in terms of perception. And you're also making a separate argument that maybe that's true, maybe that's not, but the public frankly doesn't even care all that much. But I see all of these things as like death by 1,000 cuts. And I want to do what I can as a political party. Yeah, go ahead.
So this is shout out to, I disavowed Doobie, but I shout out to his question. It made me think about it. The next Democratic president is asked, will you continue to investigate those associated with the Epstein file? You say?
I am the president of the United States. I am not the attorney general of the Department of Justice. I have full confidence in my Justice Department that they will pursue crimes if they are discovered in the course of their investigations. But I do not investigate particular people for particular things. That is the job of the Justice Department.
I think we disagree on whether that answer would be favorably by people, whether it would constitute a violation of the norm to be like, we will appoint an AG who will care about this kind of corruption, including the Epstein stuff, and they will give more transparency than this administration gave. You can bet on that. I think that would be a good answer.
Presidents don't investigate people. We need to start conditioning people to get back in that kind of thinking. Like, I get so bummed when I hear these kinds of questions. I think it's like the question themselves shows us how far we've fallen here in these hallowed United States of America. That people are asking, like, will a president investigate this or that person?
Oh, I will appoint an AG. I will appoint an AG for whom it's a priority to get to the bottom of corruption, including anything related to the Epstein files that hasn't been disclosed. And you'll get more disclosure from this administration than you will get from a Vance administration, because they try to cover it up. What's wrong with that answer?
I don't know if I have like too much of an issue with that answer, but I think you're getting into like dangerous territory as soon as you start weighing in on particular investigations. That is the norm. I keep trying to say this to you guys. That is the norm that emerged from the post-Nixon consensus in America, is that presidents don't investigate this or that thing. The DOJ operates independently. That's what, and I thought you guys liked that norm.
Yeah, we don't think it
violates. Because you guys said
that
in the beginning of this conversation. Hold on, I'm just gonna give me literally 30 seconds. I'm gonna go get water.
Yeah, Josiah, we're trying, man. We're trying.
Listen, let's talk shit while he's gone. How are you, buddy?
I'm good,
what's new? Man. How are you? What's popping, as the kids say?
Everything's good. I think that these conversations, we're about to talk, I think, when you leave, about this like lefty thing.
Oh, so that's my cue to get the fuck out.
No.
Subtle.
I mean, you can
stay.
Pisco. You can stay for it if you want. You can if you want to moderate.
I blew off about an hour and a half's worth of obligations. This was supposed to be 30 minutes, and then I kept texting people. Give me another 30 minutes. Give me another 30 minutes.
You can stick around if you want to moderate it at some point. Cool. But I think that we've run the DOJ thing, and even on our disagreement there, I don't think it's like. It's whether you should dog whistle it or whether you should be a little bit more direct. I mean, that's ultimately the question, and whether we think either that difference bears on the public's perception or on the actual violation of a norm. And we have a disagreement.
I mean, White House has their own counsel that advise them on these kinds of things. Like the independent nature of the DOJ, for example, is the reason why the special counsel exists. To make sure that there's like no appearance of political influence. That's why Merrick Garland appointed Jack Smith in the first place. So, my question to you guys would be, using your language, what do you think like Barack Obama's White House counsel would advise if he was asked questions about particular people or investigations?
He would say things like the following.
Advise?
Yeah. They would say like, listen, I can't get into the specifics of particular investigations, but you should know that any attorney general that we're going to do is going to do X, Y, Z. And for us, this kind of shit is a big deal. And it includes this and that. Now, Obama wasn't presented with the fact pattern of Trump. And so if Obama was running this time, I think that there's no question that he would say, my attorney general will be looking into potential corruption from the...
I don't think he would say that, no. I think Obama is an institutionalist. I think he values that norm, principally values it. And I think that White House counsel would have told him to not weigh in on that particular thing.
And if he would say that as a surrogate, if he says that as a surrogate, that won't prove it, because that's just him speaking as Obama, not as...
as a surrogate, he can say whatever the fuck he wants. Okay. Like, I'm telling you, like...
Yeah, but he's talking about the candidate.
There's no way... I understand that, but I'm saying, like, if Obama were to come out now and be like, we need to hold these people accountable, including by criminal investigated, that wouldn't prove my point, or it wouldn't disprove you, because it wouldn't be him as candidate. Fair? I'm just looking at like
right. Yeah, no, he can say that now. That's fine. I would think it would be based if he said.
Okay, I think we've laid it out.
Yeah, I think we have. Yeah. Well, listen,
Yeah, you guys want to shatter liberal norms, and I'm, the last vanguard standing on the wall and defending liberalism.
You are the vanguard. But you know what? The comparisons between you and the vanguard. Yes. I'm glad you're the third member of the vanguard.
Yeah. Oh, but it's funny you say that though, because like I'm still on the hill of the Hunter Biden pardon was corrupt. I'm still defending Merrick Garland from baseless attacks, I think, from certain people. And so whatever your view of it is, you might disagree with the application of the norm. You can't say that I don't care about the norm. I understand it. Because I'm taking these.
I'm teasing. You obviously think that what you're proposing doesn't violate the norm. I do. That's the big disagreement.
Yeah. I think that's right. Josiah, you can stick around for the other part of the conversation if you want. I mean, that's up to you. Would you like to?
I refuse to accept your. Your thinly veiled.
He loves it.
Look at how much he loves. Get the fuck out of here.
No,
you're thinly veiled. Get the fuck out. You know what's funny? I remember visiting. I remember visiting Pisco in New York, and he said something similar as he held the door open to his palatial condo. He held the door. He's like, Josiah, you and your wife are free to continue to hang out with me as he's ushering us towards the door. I remember that.
Josiah.
That's cool.
I would prefer if you stay. I would love to have you because I know that you have a view on it. But I'm offering that to you. I don't know if you want the heat of
I appreciate that. No,
I actively prefer that as well.
Listen, I prefer sincere invitations. I might hang around.
I didn't know.
I might accept the pity invitation.
I didn't even know you were going to be here. So that's the only reason I'm saying that. And
so the only reason you showed up is because you knew you didn't think I was going to be here. Is this where we're? Fuck you, man!
Overjoyed. I was overjoyed. We love it. We love it. Just stay and chill.
You know the most offensive thing. You know the most offensive thing, Hutch, that Pisco did to me was again when he closed the door in the face of my wife and I to his palatial condo, and then for him to not only lock the door but to hear the bolt slide and everything. It's like Southerners, fucking locked in the mines of Moria.
Because I know you love your guns. Okay, should we start?
You give off a vibe. Wait,
right here.
Wait, hold on. Decide. What guns? Do you have a gun, Josiah?
No, I don't.
No, it's fine.
Oh, okay. I'm getting better. Better. It's fucking cool.
Dude,
right, go ahead. Yeah.
You got fucking your piece.
Have you been shooting?
I got
a new 9mm.
You got a second gun?
M&P, yeah. The first one is a gift from my dad. That one's just kind of a meme hand cannon, but I wanted a gun for self-defense, and I'm fucking getting better, and it's cool. But anyways, yeah, go ahead. It's fucking hard to shoot a bullet straight. It's fucking really hard, even just 5 feet in front of you. You do like when you pull the trigger, your hand kind of jerks, and just like a slightest movement makes you like 2 feet off your target. And so just like the smallest things, like pulling the trigger without moving the rest of your hand, is so much harder than you fucking would think it is. And
where you truly elevate to like a master marksman is, if you ever watched that documentary with James McAvoy and Angelina Jolie, it's called Wanted, and you can teach you how to curve the bullet. Yeah.
That's what
they wanted to do a sequel, but
that's what they think Alex Preddy was doing around getting.
Oh my God.
True. Yeah.
Are you sick and tired of debating that shit yet? Because I didn't get a chance to watch it. But I heard you had a fucking marathon last night.
You barely even debated it. I mean, the guys were so low IQ. I forget what they said. Oh, so at one point they were trying to argue that it was reasonable for the officers to think that Preddy had a second gun, and their argument, and I'm not even, people can fact check me if they want in the chats if you watched it, his argument was to Tom Foolery, who was like, wait, why do you think that it's likely that he would have a second gun? And the guy says the following: well, in order to have a second gun, you need to have a first gun. That was his argument about why it was likely that he had a second gun, is because logically, in order to have a second gun, you need to have a first gun. And he had a first gun. Therefore, it's likely that it's... So that was the caliber.
I'm telling you, that's been caliber.
Wait, while you guys are talking real quick, I'm just going to deafen for literally a minute and just get to some super chats and then come right back. 1 second.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk shit while he's gone.
Yeah, dude.
Fuck that guy.
What do you think of so what was the interviews that you wanted me to watch? It's the one with BTC.
It was Brian Tyler Cohen, and then I did one with Mike Nellis about a week ago.
Okay, we'll watch those. What do you what's your preliminary before Hutch goes back? I think I probably know it, but do you think like I do that this whole like who's in the coalition, who's not in the coalition is like a very like ill-defined, vague concept that the people who are like critiquing the more quote unquote proximate allies that you and I recognize seems vague, like what they want.
Like I mean, for me, it's just as long as you prefer Democrats to Republicans, then that's it. I mean, like, you know, I know Kyle Kalinske dropped the ball in 2016. I know he did in 2020, and I think he started to show promise
Near the
when
end,
pre Gaza. He had that viral debate he and Crystal did with Breonna Joy Gray, and then Gaza happened, and I guess it blackpilled him on Kamala and Biden. But it was, you know, recent commitments that he made and like recent coverage where he's like, you know, I'm in a different place now and I'll vote for fucking Joe Manchin over what, you know, as long as that's the case, then, you know, I can fuck with Kyle. It doesn't, you know, matter so much what you did in the past. Now, if Kyle reverts course, you know, and as the election gets closer, it's, you know, it better be President AOC as the Democratic nominee, or I'm not voting Democrat. Then that'd be a bridge breaking moment between Kyle and I. I wouldn't hate him personally, but that I could no longer in good conscience support him as a political commentator. It's the same thing with the Vanguard. I like the guys at the Vanguard. I don't co-sign everything they say, but for me, it's like I've got a pretty high threshold for who I'm willing to fuck with, and it's just based on, it's based on, do you prefer the Democrats to the Republicans? And quite frankly, like that's part of the reason why, I mean, I'll be totally honest, like I didn't know much about Hassan a year ago, but when the more I've gotten to understand about him, like that he didn't come out and endorse Kamala or even say that Kamala was preferable. And then I hear like Ogre Boy and other people defend his coverage. Like, and quite frankly, that's where I hear a lot of it is from his secondhand defenders about how, okay, sure, he never said that Kamala was better, but he hinted at it in so many ways by talking about how bad Trump was. Like, I couldn't fuck with Hassan. I think it was a mistake to invite Hassan to the Crooked Con, the big, you know, Pod Save America convention or whatever. I don't mind the. He was there. He was a guest. He did a really good panel with Tim Miller and Jessica Tarlov and some others as well. But to me, it's like I don't care if you're moderate or progressive or socialist or whatever. Like I'm at this point, policy is secondary to me to accountability and institutional reform, so we can set the stage for the sort of policy we prefer. My red line is, do you make it clear that the Democrats are better than the Republicans? And if you don't make that clear, if you don't state that preference, then I can't fuck with you.
Well, I'm surprised to hear you say that. So I thought you were going to say he shouldn't have been invited to the DNC in the context of 2024. But you think he shouldn't have been invited to the crooked media thing? Why?
Well, I can't remember where. I can't remember. I don't know what Hassan's position was when he was invited at the time of the DNC. I don't know what his stated position was where he was on Kamala versus Trump, because I think at the time of the DNC, correct me if I'm wrong, was that when she was still in her more populist rhetoric arc than
he was withholding an endorsement
at the time.
Yes.
Yeah. At the time. I don't know. I think that's a calculation. Yeah, I think at that point, I think that once the election came, let me put it like this. I think if they were trying to get him to the DNC to coax him into making an endorsement, that's fair. But after 2024, that he didn't make an endorsement, I would not invite him to the next DNC unless he is prepared to make an endorsement.
And what about
that's how I look at it. To me, the red line is, again, the preference for Democrats over Republicans. I don't care if you're the Vanguard, Kyle,
and that's because you don't consider him a journalist. Because you wouldn't say that about journalists and.
No, he's not a journalist. He's a political. I'm not a journalist. Like it pisses me off. I appreciate it when my commenters are like, "Oh, that's great journalism." I'm like, "Sir, I am not a journalist. I rely on journalists to give my political opinion." But
got it. And
like I don't mind that sort of outreach, but like the Crooked Con thing, like because he'd already had an interview. Well, it's just again like they never came out and explicitly said this. I at least not in so many words, but the whole point of Crooked Con was to boost, you know, the lib-left coalition, and as with Democrats being their political proxies, and I'm just not sure that applies to Hassan. Again, I'm not saying cut him out entirely. I'm not saying never make overtures, but when you reach out your hand so many times and it gets slapped away, at some point you just got to withdraw the hand and focus on other parts of the coalition.
Okay, we have Hutch back.
That's my stance.
Let's calibrate stuff. Hutch, what do you want to
talk about? You're cutting out a little bit sometimes.
Oh, can you hear me better now?
Me or Pisco?
Pisco, it's just every once in a while you kind of cut out.
Maybe because I'm not talking
closer to the mic.
Yeah, I'll get close to the mic right here. So I understand that we'll probably get into these sort of issues. But I want to give Hutch the floor to like structure the conversation the way you want, and what is it that you want to chat about?
I think it's pretty. It's pretty simple. Like just piggybacking off of the tail end of what I caught from Josiah there. I think my red line in terms of identifying who is a true coalition partner / ally to the cause would be that the person is committed to voting for Democrats in the general election or independents that caucus with Democrats, obviously. That's my red line in the general. So if somebody is using the Hassan strat, for example, of not endorsing in a general to try to extract concessions, I view that kind of electoral strategy as, I don't know if I can say this on YouTube without getting demonetized, but it's like a unaliving pact, a self-unaliving pact to use that kind of strategy. You can do that in the primary. You can do that in the primary. You can be fucking kind of ruthless in the primary up to, I think, reasonable standards. Like, for example, maybe don't like spread lies that Josh Shapiro covered up a fucking murder. I feel like that is like very destructive kind of primary. But you can be like pretty combative and adversarial in a primary. But this strategy that lefties a lot of lefties have of potentially signaling, you know what, I might help Republicans win this election if I don't get this concession. That person is not a coalition partner. They're not an ally to Hassan specifically. He was just interviewed by, I don't know, some guy. He was interviewing some guy like a couple days ago, and the guy asked him, like, are you going to tell your audience to vote for Democrats? And Hassan said, well, I have my people that I'm going to tell them to vote for. That's not a coalition partner. His only concern is transforming the Democratic Party to be more leftist, more socialisty, more kind of like moving in his direction. That is his like top of his Maslow's hierarchy of political needs. His is like transforming the Democratic Party into basically a socialist structure. Yeah, he puts that above beating Republicans. I put beating Republicans above everything else. And so to that extent, I don't think me and him are on the same team.
Yeah, I want to eventually get into like what it means to be on the same team and what it follows from it. But I'm just taking what I heard. I heard your test for who's a member of the coalition and who's a coalition partner. I heard it. And I want to ask you, therefore, on that test, Joe Manchin is not a coalition partner.
Sorry, explain. What do you mean?
Joe Manchin did not endorse Kamala Harris, refused to endorse Kamala Harris in 2024.
Is that true? Then yeah, he was not a coalition partner in 2024.
And why are you trying to say we need more Joe Manchins?
Joe Manchin, the senator, at the time that I talk about him, was probably the most valuable Democrat that we had in the entire Senate.
Yeah, but
I can't speak to Joe Manchin's attitude in 2024. When I say I want more Joe Manchins, I mean I want more Democrats that can win in ruby red districts and states. That's what I mean.
You're willing to work
just
with
to clarify,
who are not part of your coalition and even elect them.
Just to clarify, I just want to confirm because I'd forgotten about this, but he's right because she says she was willing to get rid of the filibuster, so he refused to endorse. So
yeah, he was not
in late September
partner. And
but
in that moment, he was not a coalition partner.
If not being a coalition partner isn't enough to get you to even pine for them to participate in elections and for Democrats to vote for them and to have more types of those people in certain situations where it makes it helpful, I just don't understand then what is meant. Like, why is it important that you're part of the coalition or not if you will even think that we should have more non-coalition members as part of the Democratic Party?
I guess I'm separating a coalition of like voters and a coalition like a coalition that includes both the voters and the politicians, because you guys, if it came out that Hunter Biden was caught on camera sacrificing children and sucking up their adrenochrome, we just knew that 1,000%. But he ran in Nebraska and was competitive, I would vote for him, and I would encourage my viewers to vote for him as well.
But it's not like, but it's not like that, Hutch, because, and I'm trying to be respectful. Like, it's not like, you know, hold my nose, I'll vote for Hassan versus Donald Trump and these like ridiculous hypotheticals that we construct. It's like part of your view is we need to have more types like Joe Manchin and actively encourage them to get involved in these different places. And so it's part of your view is to push for people who ostensibly would not be quote unquote coalition partners to be active members of the Democratic Party. And I'm sure if Manchin were running again, you would interview him, you would advocate strenuously that people vote for him, you wouldn't treat him the way that you treat Hassan.
I think I would push him on. You didn't endorse Kamala. What's that all about? I'm certain I would push him in that respect. But if Joe Manchin himself announced a candidacy in West Virginia and it looked like he could win in that race, I would endorse him even after this non-endorsement.
Even though he's not a coalition partner, you would say that people should vote for him. Yeah, and the same thing with Mamdani.
Mamdani in New York City didn't endorse Kamala Harris. I still encourage people to vote for him and said I would vote for him in New York City.
So coalition partner thing? Yeah, what's the teeth of the coalition partner?
I'm applying different standards to like the politicians themselves and the voters. Like I'm separating the two things. So because my highest order principle or my like guiding foundational kind of principle is the idea that we have to beat Republicans in elections by any means necessary.
And you're holding politicians to a lower standard.
Yeah, then I am. Okay. Yeah. If it means like expanding majorities and making it more difficult for Republicans to win future majorities, then yes, yeah.
But what if someone assesses that streaming with Hassan increases the chance of Democratic majorities because you're able to convince a more convincing part of like?
I would endorse that. I would endorse them going on Hassan's stream, even though he's a tanky.
And I should say as a point of clarification, because I guess I understand where there's seeming dissonance there, at least superficially. It's hard to imagine endorsing or supporting somebody who wouldn't endorse or support the Democratic candidate unless he was meaningfully better than the Republican alternative. So that's what you mean. Like your even now your support for Manchin depends on him still being an ally to the Democratic Party if he were running for office, right? If electing Joe Manchin, for example, if he was just going to caucus with the Republicans this time as an independent, then you probably wouldn't waste your time.
Correct.
Yeah, no, I understand all that. I'm not saying that it would be irrational for Hutch to behave that way or even to argue like, fuck, we're going to need more conservative Democrats in given places. I'm not saying that I even disagree with that. It's just like the test, therefore, of like whether you're a coalition partner, it just seems to mean very little, that there's no like necessary entailment from it. There's no like you should treat them bad necessarily. There's no you shouldn't work with them necessarily. There's no, and so I'm just like, well, then what is left of this whole are you a member of the coalition thing? I don't even understand that. Therefore, like, why does it matter that you are or not? Does it just mean like me, like I like you or you don't like them? Like I don't understand what's left of this coalition thing.
When I say coalition, I mean anti-MAGA, anti-Republican Party coalition, a coalition that is focused primarily on taking power from Republicans. And so if I'm confronted with a leftist or any other person who is only interested in boosting candidates that they personally like and will take actions and will take actions that materially help Republicans in some races because maybe the Democrat, they don't actually like them, then they are opposition, right? I don't understand how they're not political opposition.
If by definition you're defining opposition to mean someone who would
helps Republicans.
If that's the definition of opposition, then they're trivially opposition. You've just defined opposition in such a way.
Trivial.
But I mean, when I say trivial,
trivial? That's the whole game, right?
When I say trivial, I'm using it as a term of art to mean the definition you provided. You're just stating facts that conclude the definition with respect to these different actors. And so when you ask, wouldn't that obviously be oppositional? Well, yeah, if you define opposition that way, trivial in the sense that all you've done is you've looked at the language of the definition and you just set out those facts about a hypothetical person. And so I have to grant you on your terminology that they would be opposition. That's what I mean. It's not like... Go ahead, sir.
Well, I would consider them opposition because they are opposing my political goals.
Like Joe Manchin was.
There could be narrow instances or narrow examples of him opposing my goals. So he was, in my opinion, if that's true that he didn't endorse Kamala, then in 2024 I would consider him opposition.
Right. But then I'm like, well, then what is the significance of being labeled opposition? If you're labeled opposition and not part of the political coalition, but someone like you, who I think is very based in harm reduction, and you really do want to see the country better off, and not in the hands of like this fascist threat, you're willing to work with the opposition when it suits your interest, and when you think, and even think that like
they wouldn't be my opposition if they were on the same page as me, though. That's my point. You're not my opposition if you're like a Marxist Leninist who, maybe your ultimate goal is like a socialist revolution. But if you're on the same page about helping to elect Democrats because you think that that helps your goal, then sure, we can be on the same team for that election cycle. And I disagree that that's going to lead to a socialist revolution. So I'm not that concerned about it.
Sure. But then it just feels like the vanguard on that view, or at least Zach from the vanguard, would be part of the coalition and Joe Manchin would not in 2024. But that's not how you act.
No, I think they're opposition. And like, I think that we're touching on something a little bit different here. Like there's a couple things. So they say that they'll support whoever the nominee is in 2028. I just frankly don't believe them. So they could surprise me. That's fine. Or they could do the thing that like Emma Vigeland did. She's like a really good example of someone who, endorsed Kamala Harris, told her followers that they should vote for Kamala Harris. And at the same time, she was like undercutting Kamala rhetorically along the way in a way that I think like depresses turnout.
Well, I don't know if Manchin has as much. Are you suggesting that Vanguard has more influence than Manchin, and that Manchin wasn't also saying things that like she's not competent, she's not vote? It does feel like
no. I'm not saying that they had.
Oh, it feels like Manchin.
I'm not saying that they're.
I'm not trying to interrupt you. I think there's a delay. I really am not trying to interrupt you.
It seems like you're going for like a gotcha with Manchin, but if Manchin is opposed to helping every Democrat on the ticket in 2028, then he's my opposition, right?
No, we can just put Manchin to the side. I think the point I'm trying to illustrate is I don't actually even disagree with you saying, well, we have to work with Manchin in certain cases, or people like Manchin even when they are obstinate because of the realities of the situation. And so like not much fight with me on that. It just means that like the significance of being labeled opposition just simply seems to be, did you endorse or not? And there's no additional entailment from that of like how you should treat them. There's like way more facts that need to be known before any other kind of like entailment, by which I mean any kind of necessary response emerges. And in fact, it might even be smart sometimes to bring in people who maybe were opposition or who moonlight in opposition to your side and treat them very, very well. And so that's what I'm trying to say, is not that your responses to Manchin don't ever make sense, but that the Manchin example shows that this term, not part of the coalition, not part of our group, not part of, or part of the opposition, doesn't have a lot of weight other than to just be a synonym for didn't endorse. I hope that makes sense.
Well, I'm trying to use this. Yeah, go ahead, Josiah.
Just real quick. There's a chatter there, and he raises a good point, but I think it needs some clarity here. So he says, Manchin helps a coalition in a way a politician is supposed to by voting with Democrats. Hassan is a pundit. He did not help the way that a pundit is supposed to. And my only quibble there is the timeline that Pisco is referring to. Manchin was no longer in office.
Well, he was a sitting U.S. senator, I think.
That would be like a separate.
Was it? Oh, wait, when did his term expire? Was it January 2025?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go. So he was a lame duck senator, not seeking re-election, but he was technically in office. And he
was fucking up in office. He was like not voting. He was like not voting
Yeah.
for Democrats nominees either. He was fucking shit up in the Senate. He was doing a bunch of that
Wow.
shit too. So like, and also senators can wear different hats. Like, I don't think he was operating
Right.
as like a senator in that sense with respect to like the legislation when he goes on fucking shows to talk shit about Kamala, which he did.
Right. And so I understand, I take the point, but I think that I disagree. I guess ultimately I think that Manchin did have an obligation to endorse Kamala Harris. I think the expectation needs to be the same. I think it's possible, because I think Pisco himself would agree with this. You would rather have a Democratic-aligned Joe Manchin in West Virginia than a Republican. So there he has utility to the Democratic Party, but also as a thought leader in the anti-Trump coalition, he also had an obligation to endorse Kamala Harris and did not.
One quick thing. I think, unfortunately, there's something very uncomfortable about what we're discovering now with this Manchin example, which is it is an undeniable fact that Hassan signaled more that he was going to vote for Kamala than Manchin. And if that's the only thing that we're assessing on whether you're in opposition or not, then unfortunately, just based on the empirical evidence and the tests you provided, Manchin in 2024 was more opposition than Hassan Pike.
I mean, I could even grant you that, and I don't understand how it undercuts my thinking at all.
Well, I'm not saying that it necessarily does. I'm just saying it doesn't seem that there's much significance to this label opposition if it doesn't really reflect how we're going to view a person, what we're going to do with the person, and whether or not that person should be like welcomed back. There's other stuff. And so this just the opposition label, the coalition, it's a red herring. It's just being used as a synonym for did you endorse or not, but there's not any other necessary entailment or prescription that comes after that.
There's other things that come beyond just like an endorsement. Like the second order thing that I would focus on is like a good faith analysis. I mean good faith by like both in the sense that I know that this person is going to do what they can to just to not like lie and deceive, but also I know that this like commentator or pundit or whoever, this is someone that I can rely on to be rigorous in their fact checking and make sure that they're taking steps on their end to be like reliable sources of information. And that's where I think people like Vanguard and unfortunately Kyle Kalinske to a lesser degree are not rigorous in the stuff that they report on their channels. Yeah, they will see stuff that pops up on their. You were watching the Kyle Kalinske video and you saw that he was like amplifying like a CCP propagandist to make a point about the Democratic Party. I can't even remember what the specific point was. That to me, I think is extremely destructive because it
was more like it wasn't for its factual component. It was for like the analysis. And I saw the account. I'm like, this, they should probably like, before they put some, unless they're specific, like this is a viewer thing, or this is what people are saying on Twitter as like a segment or something. And again, unfortunately, the video didn't provide enough context for me to assess whether it was responsible or not. And that's one of the failures of the video, is to give a foundation for why any given instance of look at Twitter bros, that it was irresponsible, because there can be uses of Twitter as news. Desire, for example, will often, as part of his segments, look to the response on Twitter. It just is a fact that it is part of the commentary, because people who are important are talking on Twitter, or maybe even not important, just have an interesting view. And so I think there's more to show that specific usage was irresponsible. But on your substantive point, I'm fine. Like, there are definitely things that would distinguish Manchin, Hassan, Vanguard, all these people, all right, in many different ways that you would have to be a fool not to think about. And I understand that, but I think that we need to get over the simplistic opposition coalition language and say, well, the reason you shouldn't hang out with Hassan, the reason you shouldn't hang out with the Vanguard isn't because they refuse to endorse, they didn't endorse strenuously enough. It's because they're liars. It's because the balance of their coverage is this. It's because there's a way higher standard for a pundit than an elected politician. And like, let's get to the meat of the basis of the prescriptions and not just do the simplistic on-off switch of coalition.
Well, I feel like this has come up a lot, and maybe I'm not articulating myself well. I'm not even being insincere. Like, it's possible. My chat just introduced me to a Reddit thread where they were unpacking how I can be bad with my language sometimes or inarticulate. But I've never told you, and I've never told Josiah, and I've never told anyone else, like, do not talk to Vanguard, do not talk to Kyle, do not talk to Crystal or Emma. I don't even care. Like, it's not even my preference that you be just like outwardly hostile towards these people all the time. My only thing that I'm asking of people is to just push back in the particularly egregious cases and highlight the absurd claims that are thrown around very flippantly in those circles. Like the claim that Josh Shapiro covered up a murder.
I think it's ridiculous.
Absurd. I think it's
ridiculous. And I will talk to him about it. Yeah.
But the problem with that piece is that took me about fucking 2 minutes, 2 to 4 minutes of Google searching to get information about like, and all you need to know about why that's absurd is like, who is the one that gets to decide if a death is reclassified from a self-unaliving to a homicide? It's not the governor. It's like the coroner or whatever. It's like the local.
Well, he was AG.
One of the local.
He was AG at the time, but
no, but the AG doesn't have the power to.
I'm just saying. I'm just correcting on the fact that it was when he was AG is when they're alleging the malfeasance. But I agree with you on the disposition there.
Did I say governor? Yeah.
I didn't mean no worries. I just want to make sure people I think that you knew that. I wanted. That's why I'm not correcting you to be an asshole. I'm just saying it because I meant
he was AG at the time. I misspoke. But like that example is so bad. It implies a level of recklessness that, like, I think if you do what we do for a living, you should have some fucking pride in your work. Okay. Like, I think you have a responsibility to your audience who look to you as a reliable source of information to do everything in your power to make sure that the things that you're saying are accurate. And everyone's going to make mistakes. Everyone is going to get the facts wrong on this or that thing. I'm not demanding perfection. I am demanding, as a reasonable standard, that you do a cursory fucking Google search. When you hear a claim like Josh Shapiro covered up a murder,
here's the thing, Hutch.
Google it, bro.
I agree. I agree with that, but I want to push back on Timothy Douglas in the chat. He says, Pisco, no, not I will talk to them later. One of the reasons why I said I wanted to talk to them later is because I recall briefly looking into it in a cursory way during the conversations about VP, but I wasn't prepared in the moment to even know the name of the girl who was stabbed so many times and the facts of it. And one of the things that I don't want to do in any given situation is initiate a pushback when I'm not confident that I will be able to do so effectively. And so one of the reasons why I said we can talk about that later is because I was fairly convinced that, I'm actually quite convinced that it's not the case. And I remember doing a cursory look, but in the moment, I wasn't confident in my ability to recite them. And there's nothing wrong. You guys took it, and I think Timothy Douglas took it as like, oh, he's running away from disagreement in that moment. What I wanted to do was me do my due diligence and not to initiate a conversation where they could potentially run laps around me and I would fail in my duty. So what I did was, I think responsible, I don't think people should have an issue with it, is to say, hey, like, let's focus on this other part. We can talk about that later. And when I go and talk to them about it, I will sound way smarter and I will be able to be more convincing to them and their audience than in that moment if I just did it off the cuff and like, wait a second, this isn't even true to, and doing this on the fly, which can be very difficult sometimes and make you look bad. And so, but everyone was shouting at me like, how could you just let that stand? How could you just let that stand? Like, isn't that fucked up? For like, why is it wrong for me to like say, hey, we can talk about that later, especially when I'm thinking like, oh shit, what was the murder called? When was it? I don't have the timeline. Like, in order to do that and to do it effectively, you need to actually be prepared.
So I think that's reasonable. I mean, Josiah, you've been quiet for a little bit. I'm wondering if you have some thoughts here.
Well, I just saw a new Piers Morgan panel with Ethan Klein on it. That's the first time.
What?
Benny Johnson talking about Don Lemon. That's going to be Glenn Beck, Benny Johnson, Ethan Klein talking about Don Lemon, the Epstein files, and some that's going to be interesting. I mean, look, I guess I just don't have a particular dog in this. I didn't see Pisco's conversation with the Vanguard. My position is, as far as the coalition goes, and I go right back where I started. If you have a stated preference for the Democratic Party over the Republican Party, I consider you in my coalition, particularly if that manifests in a call to action to vote. The reason I would consider the Vanguard more coalition adjacent than Hassan is because, based on my understanding, Hassan never did anything. He doesn't say, not only did he not give a call to action to vote for Kamala Harris, as far as I'm aware, but in the clips that I've seen, like Hutch provide, like there was one where I guess he was in Minneapolis and he just gave the asinine comment that this would have happened under a Democratic administration. Like, that's just incredibly reductive and irresponsible. I don't think the Vanguard would say something like that. If they did, they would be objectively wrong. I know that Kyle, I use Kyle as the example while Hutch had us deafened. Kyle dropped the ball in 2016. He dropped the ball in 2020. He picked the ball back up in 2023 right before Gaza, then dropped it again. And I don't think he ever explicitly endorsed Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. But my grace for Kyle has come for what he has said since then, which is that the resistance libs were right, and he would vote for Joe Manchin over any Republican. He would go out and vote for Joe Manchin over any Republican. And so I'm willing to show him some grace there. Now, if Kyle Kalinske drops the ball again in 2028 and just says, you know what, both sides are the same, or I'm not endorsing or supporting, then that's the end of our bridge. I could still be friendly to him, but that'd be the end of our political coalition.
And I just want to say, like, I think that Josiah's summary there is fine. I totally agree that for me, the more relevant thing is like now, that's why I treat Richard Hanania differently than I treat someone like Rob Noor, who I treat very differently with someone like
or Liz Cheney
Liz
exactly. Cheney.
There's skills here, but I have no problem on specific issues like contradicting or calling out Kyle. Unfortunately, sometimes when I want to do that, it might be something that some libs don't like. So, for example, I just saw him today on the Epstein files make all sorts of, in my opinion, what I feel are wild extrapolations in terms of the certainty of knowledge. Even though he gives this kind of statement, we don't know that all these specific allegations are true about Trump on some things, he, without any qualification or equivocation, says that we know for sure that Trump is a rapist with respect to children. He knows for certain that,
that Alex Preddy was the victim of a targeted assassination. You know?
Oh yeah, he says that too. I think that, and he doesn't caveat the way he should. I don't think that's responsible. I don't think that's right. But and I would talk to him about that stuff. The thing is, like, I understand that, and I understand that there are good criticisms that can be made of him, of me, of Crystal, of all these, of Josiah, all that shit. At the end of the day, for me, they are disagreements. They are disagreements, and they might, in fact, be discrete. Maybe they're broader in the sense of like who this person is and their continuing coverage of events. But what I'm interested in is like, what is the so what? You know, English teachers ask, so what? So what to your essay? What is like the call to action? What is the thing that I'm not doing that I ought do? And where's the best example of that so that I can understand why so many people seem to raise this, like, you're bootlicking for tankies, come into tanky yourself. These people are not part of the coalition. Where is the thing that I'm not doing or that I am doing where I either should do it or should refrain from doing it?
My answer to that question is to be more confrontational. Just generally, just to be more confrontational when in the face of some of these, you said not responsible. I will say reckless. I think Kyle is just reckless. I think he's been reckless throughout his entire career. And I think he's just a reckless kind of person that does not seem to do. I mean, I feel like he was different because I'm told that he used to put sources in the description of his videos, and now that just doesn't happen anymore. And so I'm told, I didn't follow his career closely, but I'm told that he used to be better in that respect. But and in the particular case with Vanguard and the Shapiro thing, I think that's reasonable if you're not keyed in on the facts. Like, that happens all the time when you have conversations with like insane conspiracy theory people like Rob Noor, for example.
Yeah.
Like, he can go on a fucking 30-minute rant about like really.
Yeah, but I'm more familiar with those facts usually. And I saw a comment from Timothy Douglas again in the chat was like, well, you wouldn't do that for MAGA. Usually because I spend more time covering MAGA, I like know about the Burisma stuff. I know about it, the different allegations about Alvin Bragg and this and that. And so I'm able to, like, almost magically in front of the audience's eyes, I have the capability because I'm just more well-read. But it actually does take a lot of facts to contradict some of the conspiracies. And on the left, I just spend less time on that than I do on the right. And then maybe that's what I should do more, is spend more time on conspiracy on the left. But I just don't know in virtue of what should I. Like, I feel like I should spend most of my time on the MAGA stuff because that's like my primary enemy.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I'm not going to spend. I mean, I shouldn't say not spend, because there are times on Twitter and in my YouTube videos where I'll call out, people on the left or even Democrats as well. So I'm not going to say that it's just never going to be my primary focus. And again, for me, the line is, that's just me. Do you prefer the Democrats to the Republicans? Will you urge your people to vote for Democrats over the Republicans? So now let's say that you have a commentator who says, yes, I recognize that the Democrats on their worst day are better than the Republicans on their best day, but I'm not going to encourage my chat to vote for them. Then I would say I would probably leave myself open to engaging with them, but I don't think I would consider them part of the coalition. So let's say Zach and Gavin from the Vanguard come out and they say, Josiah, which I don't even know if I consider them part of the coalition anyway. I haven't really thought about this, but I like the guys, and they've been friendly with me. We've had some heated back and forth. Zach in particular, he and I have gone back and forth on when they've had me on their show 2 or 3 times. But let's say they come to me and they say, Josiah, listen, we recognize empirically the Democratic Party is better than the Republican Party, but we're not going to encourage our audience to vote for Democrats in 2028. And then I would probably say, well, listen, we can still be buddies or whatever. I'll test check your pulse from time to time, but we're not part of the same coalition. And so I'm going to spend less time, trying to do outreach or whatever. That's how I look at it. It's got to be a stated preference, and then it's got to be a call to action to vote for the Democrats when push come to shove. And that goes for Kyle too. If Kyle, reneges on it like he did in 2016, 2020, 2024, that would be the end of, you would see a lot less Kyle content on my channel, a lot less me covering Kyle in very flattering lights when he goes on Piers Morgan.
100%. And there's tons of proof of this, because like if Kyle was talking like Cenk Uygur, you don't think that we would be calling him out? I take whenever I see something like negative, like Cenk, you were doing a false equivalence. He did it the other day where he even said that Biden opened the border or something, like they weren't enforcing the border, and that was madness. And that's part of the uniparty shit. Like it was the most stupid fucking thing there's ever been. And if he was talking like that, making a false equivalence or in that kind of respect, I would be calling that out. And the final thing, I'll let you talk, Hutch. I'm sorry. Timothy Douglas says, treat a leftist saying Shapiro covered up murder the same way you treated MAGA saying it. And that's not like, we'll have a conversation about it later. G. Willikers, I guess I'll talk to you about it later. If I say something like, you guys are fucking liars, this is so wrong, whatever, and they call me on it in that moment, and I like don't have the best command of the facts in that moment, like, do you understand that if I write a check that I can't cash and they call me on it, it looks fucking horrible, and you look like an idiot saying that if I'm not confident in the moment to have that discussion, that I should anyway, or to have a strong position and be like, yeah, well, I know you're wrong, and I just don't remember. Like, this is so stupid. Obviously, the right thing in that context is to say, I don't agree with you. I think that's wrong. Let's talk about it later. And unfortunately, you're saying, no, I had to have known all of those facts. I had to have known to debate it in that moment. And even if I didn't, I should have like puffed up my chest and say, I know it, so that they can just call me on it and I can look like a fucking idiot. That's what you would do, Timothy, because you are an idiot. Sorry, Hutch, good.
Well, I also say, I'm sorry, real quick, because chat, and not to give one guide, I understand what they're saying. I just disagree with it. People are saying that Cenk and Kyle are the same. I don't think even Hutch would say that. I mean, Kyle's gone after Cenk nonstop since Cenk started his like MAGA diplomacy thing. I mean, one of the worst ass beatings we've seen in like alternative media was the conversation that Cenk had with Crystal on Breaking Points. Like I think right before Trump was inaugurated or shortly thereafter. Like I do think there's a meaningful difference between Kyle and Crystal's commentary and what Cenk is doing. I mean, Cenk is talking about breaking bread with MAGA, and he's you know, he has all the negatives associated with Crystal and Kyle, and I think very little by way of the positives. Like Hutch, would you agree that you see meaningful difference?
I mean, I would say Cenk is worse, but I would push back against the idea that Kyle doesn't do false equivalences with the Democrats and Republicans. I just watched a video just like a week and a half ago where he, in no uncertain terms, basically described the Democratic Party, while they're the minority, by the way, as Republican light. I mean, you can call that colorful language or hyperbole if you want, but I find that to be extremely destructive. And I know I brought it up in our conversation, Pisco, but I'll bring it up again here with Josiah, because I don't know if he saw that. It was a couple weeks ago. I just pulled up, I'll check in with Kyle's videos like once every couple weeks on stream. So I just pulled up the first video that I saw where he was talking about the Democratic Party. And in that video, he made a claim, speaking of the recklessness that we were talking about before, that Gavin Newsom vetoed a single-payer bill in California. That might not seem to be like a big deal on the surface, but I think there's more to that kind of rhetoric than meets the eye. Because I think Kyle is in that moment, he is basically telling his audience that Gavin Newsom committed a cardinal sin. When you look at the priorities of Kyle Kulinski's political wing of the last like 10, 15 years, it's been Medicare for all, single payer healthcare. That's been like the number one goal for their movement. And so to say that a bill to give everyone in California single payer healthcare landed on Biden's desk and he vetoed it, I think he's actually communicating something deeper with that. And I think he is signaling that like he would not vote for Newsom in 2028. And I think he is you guys surely would agree that
I will ask
Newsom,
him.
as it stands
I
now,
will
has
ask
a
him.
pretty
Yes.
decent chance of
Yes.
winning the nomination, right? So
I will ask
think
him
it's
this.
really bad for someone with a audience size that large to be telling people information like that is just simply not true.
I don't understand that, Hutch, because on the one hand, I'll ask him that. By the way, if he answers yes to that, people, half the audience, as they did with the Vanguard when I asked them the very same thing, they will say, I don't believe him. Do you believe him? Do you believe him? And like, so they can't win in that respect, because they'll just say, well, come on, he just says that as a self-serving statement, and you have to look at the balance of the coverage. He's doing material harm, whatever you want to say about that. But I will ask him the question, and the next time I talk to him. But number two, with respect to the other statements that Kyle has made, where he has said, I would like walk through nails to vote for Joe Manchin at this point. You don't think that would apply to Gavin Newsom, or you think that he was being insincere in that moment when he does regularly say stuff like that? And I understand, I saw in the video that you showed me that he referred to Republican light in the context, I think, of a Cory Booker statement on Israel or something. And so I don't know if it was the same, it's as broad as you're trying to make it, but regardless, he makes the statements that I would like do anything to vote for Joe Manchin, like given how different they are in this context. And so why don't you credit
I think we judge people by their actions, and I know how he's been for his whole career in terms of his political strategy. Just the fact that he's saying that it's going to be different now, that's not enough for me. Like, honestly, we have a good test coming up in the midterms, like will we see him suggest to his audience members that they support more moderate candidates, like that. If we see that, then great, I'll welcome that. And if he does do that, then, he will have like built goodwill for me, and I'll be inclined to believe that he'll do the same in the future. But that's not going to change the fact that I think that people like Kyle and people like Emma. Emma, I think, is like the worst example of like
Emma endorsed Kamala.
But Emma Vigland is just like, when we talk about the flowchart meme, it's like a literal meme with her. Like, I don't know if you've watched. I watch like a decent amount of Majority Report stuff, and it's like comical. We'll do like bets with the chat, like how long until she makes this thing that Trump did about the Democratic Party. And it's just a matter of time. It happens like basically every fucking time. And so for me, it's like, that's the basement of whether or not I would consider someone to be like on the same side is, are you willing to endorse a policy or electoral strategy of straight to
which Emma meets? Emma meets more than Joe Manchin. Joe Manchin talks a lot of shit about Democrats all the time too, and he did back when he was senator.
So listen,
my party's crazy. My party's insane. Everyone on my party's insane. I think they're totally out to sea on everything. Like, Manchin would constantly shit on Democrats every single second.
We're not talking about.
I'm trying to compare the standard.
Talking about pundits.
Okay, I know that there's a different standard. You're saying you're applying a higher standard for pundits.
Manchin was also instrumental in getting all of Joe Biden's.
I understand that. I'm not
clear,
I understand that. I'm not disagreeing with that. All I'm just trying to say is, on purely the metric of coalition or not coalition, I consider Emma Vigland way closer than Joe Manchin's conduct. And that's including, I understand that Joe Manchin was essential for Biden's policies in a way that Emma Vigland was not. But on the specific question of political alignment and the standards that you put forth, I don't even think it's close.
It's like the Soviet Union and the United States in World War II. I view it that way, where it's like after the election, we're in a kind of a Cold War situation with people like Emma Vigland. But I'll take the help. I'll take the help during elections, but I think it's extremely destructive. Here, I want to let you speak, Josiah, but I just want to give you like an assessment of like, here's where I view people like Emma, Kyle, Hassan, and Vanguard. I think all of them have a philosophy that can be summarized as, they represent a silent majority of people in this country that are actually super far lefty, but they just don't know it yet. And they think that the Democratic Party, one of the primary functions of the Democratic Party, is to prevent them from taking power. And so their main priority is changing like the Democratic Party fundamentally, which there's nothing wrong with that goal in itself. Like, everybody kind of has that goal when you're doing political engagement. Okay, that's fine. But they serve up this narrative, this constant narrative, that they're the victims of like the Democratic establishment boot. And if only the Democratic establishment would just get out of the way, then all of us would have healthcare, and, we would all like just be fucking super tight and get along, and it would be great. And that, I think, like, I totally disagree with them.
Yeah, but that's a substantive. That's a substantive like disagreement, though, right? Like, what about that?
I think they're wrong. I mean, I just think they're wrong about like their assessment of where the voters are at. I think they're wrong about the merits of like their political movement. I think like it's kind of destructive the way that they do it. It's like better than MAGA in terms of like the destruction done, but I think that they are selling a kind of vision of America that I don't think is
Can we walk
accurate.
through it, Hutch? Because like I am actually not sure that there's that much disagreement on policy between you and Majority Report. So number one, you're in favor of some version of
I'm gonna hit the road here real quick. So I just want to say, I just two quick questions just like popped into mind. I can't even remember the first one. Oh, the first one was again, I take your point about Joe Manchin, as long as he's serving, in a lawmaking capacity where he coalitions with the Democrats. Now that he's out of office, obviously he has no congressional utility. So to the extent that Joe Manchin doesn't endorse Democrats and shit talks Democrats, you agree that Joe Manchin in 2026 is not part of the coalition, but that he was in 2024 as a sitting member of Congress. Now Joe Manchin, because you mentioned he was instrumental when he was a member of Congress.
No.
Now
Hutch granted that he wasn't.
Hutch
granted that he wasn't part of the coalition, but he could distinguish how he treats them based on their instrumentality of his effectiveness.
No, but he said something earlier about, he goes, Joe Manchin was instrumental, and he was in a lot of Biden legislation, but that doesn't give him a pass. Right, but that doesn't give him a pass for forever, is what I'm saying, right?
Right, but he wasn't a part of the coalition then. Like, on the grounds of coalitionness, he was not in the coalition. He may have been more useful for other reasons, and maybe he would have treated him differently. But on the grounds of, is he part of my side or is he opposition? He was more opposition than Hassan Piker was. That's what Hutch said.
No. Here, but I think we can address this in a different way. If Emma Vigeland announced a run for a district and she was competitive in a red district, I would endorse her and tell my people to vote for her. And the same kind of thing applies to Manchin.
Even though she's in opposition.
I
actually don't think that she would qualify for opposition. Right. So then this opposition thing is like, she literally has a seat at the table. Like, the opposition literally has a seat at the table, on your view.
Well, the congressional majorities, I think, are like a separate kind of like higher order issue, though.
It seems whenever we're trying to get clarity on the rule, the rule changes and becomes like.
Well, that's why wait a minute. That's why I was asking, because I took his point to say whether or not Manchin was part of the coalition when he was a senator is irrelevant because he had instrumentality as a voting member of the Democratic coalition. Joe Manchin's not in office now, so now you would agree that he's less useful and is even less part of the coalition than Emma Vigeland, because now he's not voting for anything. And he's shit-talking Democrats.
Yeah. In the context of 2024, Emma was a stronger Kamala soldier than Joe Manchin.
Perfect. And then the second question is about Kyle, and the false equivalences and stuff like that. And to the extent that he's calling Cory Booker MAGA light. Now, maybe there's a discrete issue where Cory is not far away from a particular MAGA position. I'd need to know the context.
Israel,
but what do you make of? Like, I remember.
Wait, pause. Can we just say Schumer went out and said, part of my job as leader is to make sure Israel is funded. And do you think it's like a bad criticism of like some Democrats that they're basically shades of Republican when it comes to Israel policy? Is that like even wrong?
It's not inaccurate to say that there are a lot of Democrats and Republicans that agree that the United States should provide for Israel's security. It
doesn't even feel like that's an inaccurate statement if it was made of Cory Booker that he's Republican light on Israel. It feels like it's true.
I was talking in a more broad sense. I can't give you particulars, but in a more broad sense, I think he does regularly kind of conflate the entire Democratic Party with Republicans.
So my last question is, and again, getting back to Kyle about the false equivalence thing, what do you make of when Democrats do well, like electorally? Kyle cheerleads that. Kyle takes fucking victory laps and he hypes the Democrats up. Do you remember, because it went viral after the November 2025 election where there was a blue wave? He lit up that cigar, had his shades on, and was hyping up the Dems and shit talking the Republicans and stuff like that.
But if I were to go to his Twitter account and search for, Mikey Sherrill or Abigail Spanberger, I don't know what I'll find, but I would not be shocked if he was calling them I don't know, pro-Israel, pro-Zionist, or I don't know, whatever.
What if that's true?
What
if that's true, though?
Well, no, I mean, that's one particular issue, but I'm saying, it wouldn't shock me if I found a lot of tweets of him, cutting them down a size.
Well, I don't know. I don't have time to unpack this here because, again, my line isn't, does he criticize Democrats? I don't give a fuck. I'm fine if he criticizes Democrats as long as he criticizes
No, I'm okay with criticizing, but there's criticizing, and then there's saying that Gavin Newsom vetoed single payer. There's a big universe of difference between those things.
He said that, if he said that which is factually untrue, I totally agree. It's a separate thing. But you said cutting Abigail Spanberger down to size, and to me, I don't give a fuck. I don't need him to.
You cut down Plattner. You cut down Plattner, and if Plattner won, I bet you would be cheering against Susan Collins, and you wouldn't really. If someone came, oh come on, Hutch, you cut down Plattner to size, you would be like, oh, who cares? I can do that.
No, but he'll cut them down in the general. That's my point. There's a huge difference between attacking Democrats that are in the primaries still and the Democrats that are in the the general. And that's not even to say that you can't or shouldn't criticize Democrats that are in the general. But when the criticisms are based on things that are just like simply not true, and if it's a constant kind of push of a larger narrative of there being this big bad evil establishment that is, you know, seeking to squash like any and all like progressive movement in this country, which I find fucking ridiculous, then I think that it's a larger.
Well, it's not about the fact of
problem.
So it's not about the fact of criticism. It's about whether the criticism is factual
and not in service of some larger narrative that I think hurts the only the Democratic
that's going to be turtles
but,
all the way down. If it's about some larger narrative that you think hurts the Democratic Party, they just take a different view. They think it helps them.
This is all about.
I know, but they feel
but I think they're wrong. though. I think they're wrong.
Right,
let me just close the loop on this, and I'll peace out. I was not surprised when Kyle did that, because I guess, you know, not that I watch all of Kyle's videos, I just don't have the time for it. But I'm familiar enough with his content and Crystal's content and conversations I've had with them privately and when they've been on my channel. They celebrate. They actively celebrate. They just don't note it clinically and move on. I think they're more celebratory, for example, than the Majority Report, than either Sam or Emma. When the Democrats kick Republican asses, they are hyped about, especially Kyle. Kyle, much more so even Crystal, he treats it like team sport, lighting that cigar, shit talking the Republicans, hyping up the Democrats. As long as he does that, like, that guy's part of my coalition. So that's what I say. So listen, bro, appreciate it. This was supposed to only be 30 minutes. This is why I don't stream with you guys anymore.
You fucking love it, bro.
I do. I do. Yeah. I do. Like I said, I kept texting, like, give me another 30 minutes. Give me another 30 minutes. Give me 45 minutes and stuff like that. It's fun. It's fun. Even when we're circling the drain, it really is. I just don't know how you guys sit on your ass and do this for 8 to 10 hours a day. I don't know how you do it. Like, my back is sore, my head is sore. Like, it's a discipline. It really is. Like, drugs. You know how when Hassan, was it Hassan who said, talked about how hard streaming was or whatever, and he got a lot of shit for it? Was that Hassan?
Yeah, it was.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
I don't even think what he said on paper was like that bad, but it's the way that he framed it that I think. But
I agree.
His point about your social battery being drained is like not even controversial. I think that is for sure a thing.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know. Like, the way my channel works, like when I do like recording stuff, like it's very rarely even like, you know, 3 in a row. Like, it's usually 1, and then I'm doing research on another one. So there are like breaks and shit in between. Genuinely, I could not do it. You guys are superhuman.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it.
Yeah. Love of the game. Listen,
it was really good talking to you. Yeah, I had really. Yeah. I'm glad you came by. This is great. I think we should do it more often.
Yeah. We should start a podcast with like problem. Only liberals and then we can have guests and stuff every week. And
we should get a Conaboy back too and start like a Live and Learn knockoff, a Live and Learn cover band. So
we could do Live, Learn, Love, or whatever that one was. Live, Laugh, Love.
Remember, we did that. Live, Laugh, Love, because we need laughter. All right, listen, guys, it was fun. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Later,
Thank you.
I was going down a place, Hutch, but I'll give you. I've been talking a lot, so I'll let you.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I think that you're actually. I think you're closer to Emma than I think you. I think that your issues with them are with respect to their emphasis, with respect to their the slant of their reporting, with some of their like views from like or almost like bird's eye view about how the structure of power works, and certainly within the Democratic Party. But if you were to go policy by policy, like, I think you would be more aligned with Majority Report than you are with like a lot of centrist Democrats. I think that you would be in favor of.
I'm sure there would be policy disagreements because they really like rent control, for example. And my understanding is that basically every economist, left wing and right wing, thinks that rent control is bad. And so
that's what
I think I think they're more closed off to market solutions. I think both of them are probably anti-capitalist, probably Emily more than Sam. I think she is like anti-capitalist. I think she does envision a more kind of socialistic structure. But I'll give you a good example of like where I really depart from Emma, and like where there's like a wide cavern between us, which I watched their coverage on election night in November.
Was it sad? I thought Emma cried. Was like very upset.
She didn't cry, but like, so when I was covering the election, I was telling my chat going into it, I'm not going to be satisfied unless this is a really dominant victory. And then what ended up happening was that it was even more dominant than I thought it was going to be. Like,
are you talking about 2025 or 2024?
2025.
Got it.
Just this last November.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Maybe I didn't specify the year, but
fault.
So the vibes on my stream, bro, we were dancing. We were like, holy fucking shit. Like the Republicans are fucked. Like we were euphoric. The vibes were immaculate. And then I tuned over to the majority reports coverage, and that was like straight up depressing. Because what was happening was there were early reports coming in that Mikey Sherrill and Spanberger's margins were exceeding expectations. And she was legitimately pissed off that people were talking about that. And she was undercutting the idea that their victories were notable. Like they were watching the news, and the news was reporting on what was happening. And so there was this narrative kind of emerging that Mamdani was maybe underperforming a little bit relative to expectations. Obviously what he did was crazy impressive, and I've really liked what I've seen from him so far as governor or mayor. But the other part was that Spanberger and Sherrill were looking like they were, especially I think Sherrill in New Jersey. I think she especially really overperformed, because I think that race was projected to be a little bit closer.
That was very impressive. Yeah.
And so when they were watching the news coverage of it live on their stream, and she was saying stuff like, the newscaster would say that it sure looks like they're overperforming, and then she would say stuff like, no, they're not. Like she was so invested in that moment in minimizing the wins of the so-called moderates and trying to inflate the win of the progressive. So that to me is like the big difference between me and her, is because I think she's invested in the Democratic Party in a way that is like exclusively focused on reshaping the party into a more progressive like structure. I think that is like her number one priority. Or
here's my commitment to you. I will watch that election coverage, and I'll examine it, and I'll do a vibe analysis, and I will be honest about it. I will see if the vibes are off, because I think that there's a point to be made there. If you're kind of poo-pooing Democratic victories, places you don't want, it could be a little bit of a vibe terrorist action. I don't know, even if that's true, what do I make of that? Like what do I make of that?
The narrative. The establishment, the big bad establishment, they serve capital, and they want to prevent progress. That's their narrative.
Oh, but I grant that that's their narrative then.
Yeah. And so anytime establishment candidates come, or quote unquote establishment candidate, I mean, it's a very nebulous term, but come along, she will kind of nip at their heels.
Okay.
That to me is like where there's a big disconnect between me and her, because I think, obviously money has an influence in politics, and obviously big donors generally don't prefer like more leftist type candidates. So it's not that there's no merit to that, but I think that the reason why the progressive movement hasn't caught more steam in this country is because of their own failings, largely because of their own failings, their own sort of misperception about where the public is at. And they blame the establishment for their electoral mediocrity in the previous.
Yeah, I've heard you say this before, and I'm not saying that there isn't an element of like the onus is on the candidate to appeal. I don't understand how you reconcile that with your position for people who want to focus on the failures of Kamala, so their particular failure, but like where the response to you, and I actually find this sometimes often slimy, when you're like, was it a mistake not to vote for endorse Kamala? Was it a mistake for this? Or like, I actually find it very annoying when they won't answer that question and they try to deflect. So I'm with you there. But why, if that's your view on the failures of the progressive movement, or is there a double standard? I'll just ask you, why do you treat it differently? If someone says, they didn't treat us fairly, we had all these disadvantages. If your response is just, well, your candidate failed, but that doesn't really address whether or not what they're saying is true, and it's not something you would tolerate if they try to change the subject on you in the context of Kamala, and they say, well, Kamala was a bad candidate, the onus is on her to appeal to the population. You can't blame the entire world for your troubles and on influencers. I actually do resent it when they do that pivot. Why is it not the same kind of thing?
I actually think that this is like a make-believe thing that's just simply not true, because when Hillary Clinton lost, for example, there was endless intra-party commentary / debate about all the granular reasons for her loss, including her campaign failures. Chief among them being ignoring the Rust Belt states. That was like the big one that people were talking about at the time. When Kamala Harris lost, there was nonstop discussions within liberal spaces about all the ways that she could have run a better campaign. And there's like a few top line issues that we've talked about a lot. We don't need to get into those. So I actually see like robust post-mortem analyses of prominent liberal, of elections for like prominent liberal candidates that fail. And I do see a willingness to dive into the crosstabs and really try to unpack like all the ways that the campaign could have connected with voters a little bit better. And you just don't see that with progressives, like basically ever. Can you think of a single high profile progressive loss where that happened with progressives? Like there was an intra-progressive kind of conversation about how could we have met the voters more, or how could we have connected with them more? You never hear that. All you hear is AIPAC, donors, establishment, rigged. And it sounds a lot like MAGA to me. And I think that people like Emma and that whole space, like they constantly play into that. So I just philosophically, like really profoundly disagree with them, just prescriptively about like what are the problems, like, and so there, that motivates like a lot of my thinking about viewing them as like allies or not. Like I think if you're only interested in helping to elect progressives, I don't think you're really an ally. Like I think you should be willing to tell your audience, obviously, Joe Manchin, if you live in West Virginia, obviously you should vote for it. I think they're unwilling to do that for the most part, to like fully commit.
Well, I'm not sure how many opportunities have arisen, except in the primary context, for them to discuss the shortcomings of their candidate, because their candidate hasn't been selected in the last 3 cycles. You had Clinton wasn't their preferred candidate, Biden wasn't their preferred candidate, probably wasn't your preferred candidate either. I think wasn't my preferred candidate.
No, but what did they say about like Bernie's loss
in the
both
primary?
of those elections?
Right, what I'm trying to say is there is a willingness on behalf of the left to look at the crosstabs when it comes to the general election. In the primary contest for the national candidates, I agree. They have these narratives about Bernie that he was cheated in 2016 and he was cheated in 2020. In 2024, you have this odd situation where Biden drops out. So we basically just have these two. The sample size is of 2. Sample size is what happened in 2016, where there was the DNC putting thumb on the scale, but it wasn't what I consider to be, quote unquote, rigging the primary. I want to grant that, though. You also have the structural component there of super delegates that gave Hillary Clinton almost like a fait accompli feeling. That might not be, quote unquote, rigging it. Yeah, but it is an element of a perceived unfairness. Okay, and so I think that 2016 is like an area where, yeah, you don't have to grant the rigging, but you can understand why it's like it's not. Let's look at all the crosstabs, because like there's a lot of shit that was happening there in 2016 that makes a kind of like unwillingness to check the crosstabs. It doesn't strike me quite as much, but I'll let you respond to that and then go to 2020.
Yeah, I mean the very existence of super delegates is fucking crazy, and I know they made big changes after 2016, and they have way less influence now. First of all, wait a second, is Ryan Getty in the chat?
Well, I don't
you
see
guys,
him.
Is he here?
He's not in mine.
Somebody was saying you got to let Ryan Getty in the call. I would love to have him come in.
Yeah, sure.
I think he probably takes more your view on this, but
Maybe.
Like the super delegates, all that, like that's valid, and that is like unfair and undemocratic in my opinion. I'm glad they made changes. I would just as soon get rid of super delegates. I think it's kind of crazy and just technocratic in a way that turns people off. It makes people think like, oh, you think the voters are so stupid that you need this failsafe, which may or may not even be true. Like I'm not even taking a position on that, but it just looks like bad. And then obviously There were other issues in 2016 as well. Obviously the DNC had a preference for Hillary, but the nuance there, Pisco, my brother, who I love,
my enemy. Did you see the title of my stream? My enemy.
No, I did not. The nuance there is that the emails that were hacked by Russia and then laundered to WikiLeaks, who then were parroted by Donald Trump like over 100 times when he was stumping in the final like 30 days of that election, were all dated from April and beyond. And at that point, the media was very invested in playing up a horse race kind of narrative because it drove ratings. But at that point, every credible pollster understood full well that Bernie had no path to victory.
In the general?
And so I think in the primary against Hillary, because he decided he was going to stay until the convention. I think he dropped out shortly before the convention, but his thinking was he was going to do that to pressure her to move on policy, which
I'm just going to grant you. We need to go into this. Like, I grant you, Hillary Clinton was the favorite of the voting Democratic.
And it wasn't because of the DNC.
And I did not
win because of the DNC.
Now,
that's not why.
I think sometimes it's hard to disentangle. Like, is the effect of inevitability causing people because they want to vote for someone who is more well known or someone who they perceive to be a winner? Is that playing on it? But like, I feel like that is just baked into every election that it's very hard to disentangle. And so, I'm not going to count that. I'm not saying that it shows that they're correct.
Bernie struggled with black voters a lot in 2016 and in 2020. And you cannot win a Democratic primary without the support of black voters or where the support that he had. He also struggled with older voters. That's a really important block because they vote in larger numbers than the younger people. Those two things are the most crucial points of analysis when it comes to his losses in both 2016 and 2020. And you never heard any of these like progressive populist left-wing social media pundits ever address that. Like, it never came up. It was only the DNC rat fucked Bernie in 2016 and then Amy and Pete rat fucked Bernie in 2020. They never talked about like the concrete reasons why he actually lost.
I hear, and I think that's a failing. And I do find it annoying that there's constant like victim attitude among certain people on the left. I totally agree with that. And I think it's of certain libs as well, where there are people who are like, the FBI rat fucked Hillary when they did, right? Comey rat fucked Hillary Clinton. But Hillary had other problems in her campaign and a myopic focus on, well, the FBI screwed her. And when they did, right? Like, that can cause you not to realize certain things. So I'm not denying that in the recent primaries, 2016, 2020, 2024, you cannot at all, like, that is just you cannot extrapolate from that from 2024. But the recent ones, there has been a failure among some people on the left to look at their Bernie's own problems related to messaging. Bernie, who else?
It's all of them. All of the progressive candidates, Katie Porter, Cori Bush, Jamal Bowman, all of them. They all always explain their losses because
of money, AIPAC, and money.
The establishment, so they frame the Democratic Party as an evil institution trying to suppress the true will of the people. That's their grand narrative that they spin.
I think they have the view that money has a corrupting influence on elections. And in certain of these situations, for example, in the Jamal Bowman primary, that the introduction of AIPAC money, which they view as illegitimate and illegal and shouldn't be done, or at least at a very bare minimum immoral, that they view that as having a corrupting influence and as a kind of an external factor, an exogenous factor coming into the election that somehow taints it. But so does the Democratic Party.
So does the Democratic Party that's been in their platform for the last 3 presidential cycles to pass a constitutional amendment to end Citizens United. So it's not that they have a view that it's not that they're wrong that they have a view that money has a corrupt influence in politics. That's not the issue. The problem is they entirely blame external forces for their losses, and they frame it as the Democratic Party itself corruptly rigging elections against them to block them from actually delivering for the American people. It's this grievance-based victimhood kind of framing that I think is not only wrong, but really destructive. I think the 2016 primaries with the Democratic Party is one of the most destructive things things that's happened to our politics. It's probably the second most destructive thing behind Trump.
Listen,
in terms of the culture that it fostered.
I didn't support Jamal Bowman in the primary. I don't really like Jamal Bowman that much at all. But I want you to deal with the strongest version of the argument. And the strongest version of the argument, for example, in that one is the following. They didn't like Jamal Bowman's stance on Israel, and they flooded all of this money from AIPAC. AIPAC money is illegitimate. It shouldn't exist. It's wrong. And because they had this money in, they were able to manipulate voters. They were able to have a huge leg up in a race, and it was fundamentally unfair because of that. Now,
if that's to
rebut that, you have to be like, well, either your argument is, well, legally they're allowed to do it, in which case you're not addressing what they're saying, right? Because they're not saying it's illegal. Okay. Or you have to say, well, no, it's not unfair for some people to have more money than you. It's not unfair for outside. Okay, go first, sir.
That wouldn't be my argument either. The argument that I would make was that Jamal Bowman was down like 16 points before AIPAC spent a dime in that race. And that when you actually talk to the voters of his district, the number one reason that they didn't like him, well, there were two reasons. Number one, he voted against the infrastructure bill. And number two, he did the fucking alarm shenanigans in Congress. Shit, yeah. And he behaved like a clown and got caught
that's true.
And then lied about it afterwards.
If that's true, that's a pretty good argument. Yeah. I'm not even saying, I'm just telling you, like, they might not know that, right? They might just be stupid on that.
Well, that's a different problem then.
That's what I mean. But that's what I mean. Like, but people can be like stupid with respect to a given topic. Like, they didn't know that, right? Or now, if you introduce them and like, I still don't care. I still think that this is a determining factor. Or they can say something like this. Well, notwithstanding the lead, I still think the AIPAC money was dispositive. We would have been able to turn things around if X, Y, Z. That I think is a little bit more whatever. But you can making the argument that, well, you would have lost anyway, is maybe something to say that the election was legitimate, but it doesn't get to the heart of what they're talking about with the AIPAC money, which is that this kind of shit makes it impossible for us to know at the end of the day. Now, I don't actually even agree with that. I think AIPAC should be, and organizations like AIPAC should be protected, under the First Amendment for certain kinds of their speech and shit. And I don't even think that you call those elections illegitimate. Biden had a lot of money from different places, so I think that calling something illegitimate invokes other things. But all I'm trying to say is, you are construing this as like this malicious attitude among people on Majority Report and among people in these different leftist spaces to refuse to acknowledge their own shortcomings. And maybe sometimes it is, but they also, on some of it, I'm not saying all of it, on some of it, there just is a different view about the legitimacy of certain institutions, certain practices, super delegates, AIPAC money, this kind of shit, that I think that we need to contend with. And I think that what you said right there, that's a good response. Like, it didn't really have an effect there.
We could apply that logic to MAGA though, right?
Sure. Yeah.
It's the same logic. I mean, they just have a different view, right? You could phrase it that way. I mean, I would phrase MAGA as being partisan to the point of like cult status. Their partisanship.
Oh, I see what you're getting
to
at.
The point where
this is what I mean, right? Like, no, I understand. Your point is basically like, you can't just claim ignorance, because you treat some people who could plausibly claim ignorance or plausibly claim different values poorly.
I'm saying their cup is full. Like they're not open to this information because in service of the grand narrative, I keep referring to this grand narrative, but I think it's really important in understanding how they operate. Like that is the thing that is above everything else. Is like they're this oppressed, suppressed, corruptly suppressed political movement in this country that would set the country free and unburden us from the stress of poverty or no healthcare and blah, 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 blah. If only, these evil institutions would just take their boots off of our neck. And you can't pierce that. In my experience, it's very difficult to pierce that and to get through to that. They will violently reject any other information because it's so reinforced with social media echo chambers, which is another part of this conversation that I think is making hyperpolarization, hyperpartisanship like way worse in this country.
Is the kind of groupthink and association.
And if I felt And I've had conversations where I felt like in that moment, my determination was like, I think maybe there's an opening here that I can be persuasive. And in those moments, I take a kind of different tone. But for the people whose cup is like really full and you're just never going to move them away from this, I think what I want is more people visibly attacking that premise, because I think that premise has bled into the mainstream.
Okay, but
that springs from all that and it bleeds into the mainstream, which I find to be very destructive to our like body politic.
I want to address both things. The first is like the MAGA comparison one, because I think it's a decent point. I do in fact treat certain MAGA people who I think are more volitional and knowing with respect to their distortions, like for example Trump, who I think oftentimes is knowing, Miller, all these people, as way worse than the people who are just like put the wool over the eyes. That's one of the bases I have to distinguish between like the MAGA Colin who says, I think they stole it. I think they stole it, versus the people who I know should know better. So I do treat them differently in that respect. But the kind of point that I'm driving at is, a lot of this could be described as this kind of like malicious failure to recognize or just like conscious disregard of like facts in front of them in a way that I would feel is like very bad. Part of it is just a values question. On Israel Gaza, for example, their whole outlook on that is just so informed by their moral position on Israel Gaza that in light of that view, right, a lot of what they say still like makes sense on that view. Like if you take the view that they do, that for example, Biden with just a phone call simply but immediately set things in Israel and Gaza the way he wanted to, and if you take the view that Gaza is undergoing a heinous Holocaust, right? If you take that view, their conduct in response to Biden makes sense, right? That makes sense.
I don't think it does, though.
Why?
I don't because I don't think that moral framework is coherent or consistent. It's utterly incoherent to me. We're getting new reports. It seems like by the month, there's a new independent organization coming along and giving their own estimate of how many people are going to die because of the USAID cuts. And all of them consistently place the number between 10 and 15 million people. 1/3 of those people are kids. So if this is about like, I can't support Kamala Harris because she supported
that's not, no, that's not what I'm talking about. I don't think that makes sense on that view. And I agree with that. Mm-hmm. That not voting for Kamala doesn't make sense on that view. I totally agree with that. What I'm saying is the kind of coverage, the Democrats supported this shit. Democrats are partially responsible for this. Biden is responsible. He's Genocide Joe. Like, I agree that the voting there, that there should be a principle of harm reduction that cuts across the specific views there. But the coverage issue, why are you making it such a focus of your coverage? That kind of stuff is explained by that worldview. And it's not necessarily attributed to just hate Democrats, just hate Democrats, just hate Democrats. That might be a part of the associations. And yeah, that's all I'm saying there. Now, some people, I think, are like that. And they are just America bad, Democrats bad, we hate power, and we just always want to be like, I don't know, on the outs, commenting and being Walter and whatever the other Muppet guy is and throwing peanuts. There are some people who cherish that role and for whom obtaining power, it's almost like Heath Ledger's Joker, right? I'm just a dog chasing cars. I wouldn't know what to do with it if I caught it. Like they're immune to power and they don't really want it because they don't want the awesome responsibility it takes. They'd prefer to be on the sidelines. So it runs the gamut. But yeah.
I don't think it's so much that is, I think they view political power within our liberal framework as inherently corrupt. And so why would they want their preferred candidates to be in a position of power? Because that would mean that they were necessarily corrupt. So you see them, like, I'm not saying all of them are doing it, but you can see a lot of like decently large lefty accounts are fully distancing themselves from and criticize and condemning Mamdani because he's actually like ascending to power in a way that is really quite impressive.
Those people are people where I'm like, now I'm seeing more indicia of that kind of like black pilly, eternally on the outs, fringe people who just, there's almost a fetishization of being on the margin, of being a dissident. And in some cases, some of those, and I will grant you, some of these people have been the best artists, the best thinkers, have given useful insights before in the past, who have that kind of a view. So I don't think that if you have that fetish, that you're necessarily, everything you say is useless. But I do recognize that there are such kinds of people, those dead enders. I don't think that necessarily should affect how we conduct our conduct in that, like, if we're convinced that these people are marginal, because as Mamdani goes up, they get more angry at Mamdani.
Yeah.
I don't think that it should be a basis for us to disengage with lefties or to treat them horribly who are not part of that.
I don't want you. Wait. Hold on. We're getting hung
okay,
up
so
on
what?
So
what is the entailment? Yeah, what is the prescription? What do you want?
You can be so nice to these people. Just like Josiah, I think is, or I think Econoboy might be a better example of this. Like Econoboy is like dispositionally very nice, and like usually I've only seen him like really kind of go demon mode a couple of times. But apart from that, he seems like a very courteous person who will avoid falling into the trappings of like ad hominems and just going full ham. Like then I would put like Josiah a little bit above him, and then I would put you and me a little bit above Josiah because we're more willing to kind of just like go fucking for the jugular. But if you don't have to be mean to people. You don't have to go out of your way to try to like humiliate them or embarrass them or mock them. You can be so nice and so civil and still like confront some of these structural problems that I think exist in the progressive left right now. Like, I think we need to start getting at identifying what those problems are and like really like calling it out, because I think those problems, as I said a moment ago, have bled into the mainstream. Like we can say small beans, lefties, you know, whatever, but I do think that collectively all of their audiences really do influence the way that normies like view politics. And I think a lot of normies have bought into their narrative of this, and that's what feeds like the current wave of populism, which, you know, I think that's a bad sign.
This might be more controversial then, because and I don't know. Tell me why I'm so much more frustrated with Chuck Schumer than Kyle Kulinski. Tell me why. Why is that? I genuinely feel it, and I hope you think about
more frustrated. Like, are you though? Because he fucking
am.
He hates Chuck Schumer with the fire of 1,000 suns.
No. I'm saying as between there's people on the left that you can be frustrated with, right? You can be frustrated because the lefties are bleeding in with their whatever the thing that you just said was. Yeah. I am just so much more angry and frustrated with people like Chuck Schumer, Fetterman, people who voted for the some of these measures, some of the people who voted for the Lake and Riley Act. I'm so much infinitely more angry at them than people like Kyle Kulinski. Tell me why. Is it because I'm a socialist now? I'm not. Is it like, what is it?
It's because they have power. And what they're doing with that power is not meeting your standard of what is called for in this moment. But I think the way that we engage and talk about politicians is going to be a totally different framework than how we talk about like the broad discourse in this country. So like, you know, I'm more frustrated with like obviously like Donald Trump and our politics.
Sure, yeah, no, obviously like
politics more broadly than like left wingers or whatever. But
yeah, no, grant that.
You and me can directly engage in the online punditry space in ways that we don't have ready access to a lot of these politicians. So we've talked to some politicians, but I mean, you and me, we can just like directly, literally just like, True. In the case of you know, have a direct conversation with Kyle or engage with them on social media or whatever. And so there's just much more access there. So I think there's more room for us to make a difference in this way. And I think that is in service of a larger goal of like being more productive in the way that we exert influence on the Democratic Party. Like, I want to eliminate this idea of it shouldn't even come into anyone's thought process of like, well, you know, like you should not be leveraging your vote in the general for concessions. That's fucking insane. It is a suicide pact. It's insane. And like, take a look at Biden. Like, he was able to be pressured from the left flank while he was in office. Like, you have so much more opportunity to pressure politicians to adopt this or that policy position once they're in office. But this idea of like, if you don't adopt my particular policies on this, and this issue, I'm going to help Republicans win. That is so destructive.
No, I
think we need to be like really aggressive.
No, I definitely, but that's why like, I think that I'm not hearing that from the specific people that I'm interacting with. Because the specific people I'm interacting with, like when I interacted with Prime, I did hear it. And I think people saw how mad I got when Ogre Boy and this other person were in my chat talking about how actually it makes logical sense to withhold your vote in a swing state versus in a safe state versus in a swing state, people see how fucking upset it makes me. It's just not the thing that I'm hearing from those people. Now, maybe if I were to ever speak with Hassan, I would hear that, and people will be able to judge how I will react to that for sure. So I hear you that the part of your analysis here is, well, we're more likely to have an influence on the influencer circle. This might be controversial as well. We're not going to end them. We have no power to, and they're going to have an audience, and we will not be able to diminish them. And the only thing we'll be able to do is make our own content and try to appeal to them. Like, I don't know how we can destroy them, like, or make them irrelevant. How do we do that?
I don't think that's a realistic goal. Like, okay, I've never said we need to make sure that people like, Hassan don't have a platform. Okay, so I don't think that's this is the goal.
This is the issue. I think that your goal could be accomplished by convincing people in their audience, perhaps.
But that's what I feel like I'm doing. In my own way. That's what I feel like I am doing. That is my goal, is to peel away. I mean, I have people in my chat that say that they used to watch a lot of Hassan. And
here's my question for you. Who do you think is more likely to peel away people from Hassan Vanguard community? You or me?
I truthfully can't answer that question. I really don't know.
And what basis do you have to say that your strategy is better than mine?
I don't know if I am making that argument, like in terms of like the specific, like how you attack those arguments, that matters less to me. But I also want to, this kind of reminds me of the conversation that I had when I was in Wick's panel last week, where I reject the idea that there's like a universal standard for how to like pull people away from certain communities. Like it might be the case that your method is more effective for like 75% of the people that we might pull away, and my method is more productive for like that 25%. But you and me we're going for the same thing, but we just have different tactics. And maybe these people that are convinced by me are not going to be convinced by you.
Then the thing is, you need me then. And it's not a case of,
I don't want to get rid of you.
That's what I mean. But then there's not a basis of criticism for what I do then. Then it's like we're different strategies.
The only criticism that I have is that we need to be attacking that grand narrative more. Like, I think like if our goal is to beat Republicans and to get out of this like fascistic slide that we're in, and to make the Democratic Party better and empower them to do like better things and go further with legislation, then I think we should be talking about their grand narrative more and pushing back against it. We're not going to like kill their careers, but we can, I think, make a difference on the margins. And who knows how paradigms change all the time, and maybe people will no longer find their stuff appealing in like 3 years because they're just sick of the bullshit. But yeah,
and
I have an appointment in a little bit, just so you know.
So before we end,
can we do some final thoughts? Go for it. Yeah.
Can we spend like last couple minutes? I can explain why I thought the conduit video wasn't good. And or do you want to save that for later and just give final thoughts?
I'm tempted to save that because I do want to spend some time unpacking that with you. I mean, I have like broad strokes that I want to say, but
we'll save it.
Do you have time tomorrow to have a conversation?
Yes, we can talk about that, and I'll watch the majority report thing. Let me give you my final thoughts. I'll let you have the last word. I think that there are definite like disagreements between you and I on certain things. I think the first DOJ conversation showed that a little bit, and I think that is okay. But I largely think we have the same goal, right? We want to get Democrats elected. To the extent that we're engaging with these lefty audiences, we have this sort of innate human desire, as all humans do. We want to make more of ourselves, right? We want to spread ourselves. That's like the most, biological trait, to make replicas of our ideas in the context of this of going on. And so obviously you and I both want to convince people of certain of our ideas. I'm convinced that spending a lot of time, for example, on Collargate, where I think Hassan probably lied, spending a lot of time on, attacking them for every little thing, even when it's like not my, it doesn't interest me to do so, or where it's something like sort of tangential. That those kinds of interactions, in a general policy of like resentment and anger, is less likely to attract that audience, to the extent that we want to do that. And I think, go for it.
Collargate, number one, it was just funny. And so I was happy to get three weeks of content from
I'm not calling you bad. I'm not calling you bad for focusing on that. I'm not saying that was a wrong thing to do from that perspective. I'm just making what I think is a strategic assessment that I think the way I approach it is more likely to convince people on that side. And if that's the goal, then I think that's where we disagree on the strategy. But I'm not trying to say that there's this massive gulf between us in terms of the end goal. I don't want people to read into that. But I do think that a lot of this is a strategic conversation, and I'm not convinced that what I'm doing is strategically unsound on the sort of empirical front, or indeed on like sort of the direction of the party, because I certainly don't want to create a socialist state without any property, whatever. And I don't think that that's fair to say, and I don't think you're saying it. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I think a lot of our disagreements are strategic or tactical, but not necessarily end goals. And on that, I'll give you the last word.
Nope. I mean, I would just echo what you said at the end there. I do think that the disagreement that we find ourselves in more often than not is about tactics. And, you know, there's some broader strategy stuff, but yeah, I actually don't have time to unpack this more. I do have to read out super chats before I go to this appointment. So I'll hit you up tomorrow and we can talk more about the conduit stuff.
All right. Much love. Talk soon.
All right. Yeah. Take it easy, buddy.
Well, that was a nice conversation. What did you guys think? Any thoughts? Thank you for the super chats, by the way. I don't have the window lets me look at all the old ones. I think I put them up. They came up. I tried. Yeah, so to give you my idea of like where the centerpieces of that conversation are, is in like the kind of lack of entailment, lack of prescription when it comes to the coalition, right? Because if the coalition includes people who we want to like promote for office and literally give a seat at the table and actively like almost a track in court to join these races and stuff, it doesn't seem like being in opposition is like that bad. It's not like a death sentence in terms of even elections. We will support people who are part of the opposition. Oof, yikes, right? So that's what the Manchin example is trying to draw out. And the concession that Hassan was less opposition than Manchin, like that's, and really the term opposition or not part of the coalition, I hope you understand the point there, is just operating as a synonym for didn't endorse. And so then it just becomes kind of like question begging / trivial, right? They didn't endorse, therefore they're opposition, because what it is to be opposition is to endorse or to not endorse, you know? And so like, so what's the so what of it, right? What does it matter that you're part of the opposition if you can treat members of the conceitedly part of the opposition like very, very well? And then that last point about strategy, I think is core, because to justify criticizing what I do or what people who are maybe more congenial, like Josiah, to justify that, surely that is grounded not just in like it emotionally feels good. Surely it's grounded in we think it will actually result in good outcomes. And if it is, there needs to be some sort of like assessment that the strategy that I deploy is like unlikely or counterproductive to that end. And if that's the case, there needs to be some sort of like intuition of that or some sort of like explanation or justification for that, you know? Conversation was productive, but there's clearly a shifting morphine nondescript revulsion to leftism that hasn't been isolated. Yeah, it feels a little bit sometimes like a moving target. Oh yes, treat politicians with the lower standards than pundits because politicians are needed. The pundits are super important. So like that's the thing, right? It's this kind of Schrodinger's punditry. Like they're very, very important, these pundits, because they influence so many people. But politicians are so necessary. So which is it? And then it's like what I described the other day, where the rule starts to follow the dispositions of the given actors. In which case, it just feels like the rule is being developed ex post to map with the positions, as opposed to the positions from like a foundational perspective causing the results. Dispositions, right? The dispositions are forming the rule as opposed to the rule forming the dispositions. That makes sense. The Graham Plattner example, I think, is another good one. In that, I'm sure Hutch has been vocally critical of Plattner. And I'm sure if Plattner said some dumb shit during the general, you think Hutch would like pull back from criticism? Maybe he would. But I wouldn't want him to, right? I don't take the view that just because we're in a general, we don't criticize. Especially because, like, I need to think about in the future, like, my credibility, something I care about. I have to balance that with, like, the electoral consequences. And there's nothing inconsistent with saying, hey, this was stupid for them to say. This was wrong to say. This is a dumb position. I don't support it, but I support them in the general, and you all should vote for them. You can actually take that position. No? Both Hassan and Manchin opted out of being part of the coalition. That's what not endorsing means. I don't understand how that. Sure, they either opted out or weren't part of it. I don't understand, right? Like, isn't it the same thing? Is Schumer not in Hutch's coalition because he didn't endorse Mamdani? That's another like great point too, right? Is this coalition stuff just for national candidates, right? Because then I think there's a separate rule that Hutch would say, if I think he even said this, right? Like, that doesn't apply to local candidates and local elections. You don't have an expectation of that. Then the rule of coalition is just for the national candidate. So now we're not going to be able to draw more broadly from the experiences of other times where like the progressives pouted and didn't endorse for a given election, right? Because you have to be consistent. It can't be, well, we don't think about, but then maybe there's like another pundit rule, which is like Schumer as majority leader doesn't have an obligation to endorse, but like regular pundits do, or progressives. And then I'm just like, wait. So now like the rule is becoming this fucking multi-armed hydra that changes based on the nature of the race, who's saying it, when it is, right? And so like we will use the local races that where the progressives didn't endorse against the pundit, but not against the politician. The politician is a lower standard, and the extrapolations about Manchin only apply to the president. Like, it just starts to become, I think, it would be easier to have the full rule laid out before we start doing this. And I also feel this way about many of the other, like, I don't know, recent controversies that I've like talked about. I'm sorry to bring it up again, but like the Ethan Klein lawsuit, where I provide a rule ex ante to analyze lawsuits. No one else does that, right? No one who criticizes me provides a rule that where we can like see if it's consistent and apply the principle. It just, whenever there's a comparison made or a hypothetical, it's like, well, that's different. Don't you know it's different? It's different. But it's different. Why is the difference significant? And we would only know it's significant if there was some sort of premised rule. And so at this point, I almost feel like we need to start with laying out the foundational principles in any of these kinds of conversations. Same thing with like the doxing, right? Doxing is justified if and only if A, B, C, or D. Viewpoint discrimination, like what we saw, global entry stuff. If the following conditions are met, we don't care about it. A, B, C, D, E. So that's where I feel like I get a lot of trouble is I start to bring up hypotheticals examples, and then they're like, what, you really think it's the same thing? It's the same exact thing when Manchin doesn't endorse? Manchin who voted for this? Manchin who was vital to the fuck? You think that they're the same person? You think Manchin is the same exact person? As like, I know that Hutch didn't do that. I'm just sitting there. But that's how like I'm interpreting. Some people will probably like understand the comparisons and like totally miss the point of the comparison, right? But yeah, thoughts. I don't think Israel would have as many issues as any people like Hassan report talked about Israel-Palestine. Oh, so you think that there's like an effect of their coverage that actually stays Israel's hand a little bit? But yeah. Yeah, I think the coalition stuff is it's just amorphous to me. I can't find its utility other than as a synonym for did you endorse? Okay, folks. I think we're good. Is there anything else I needed to cover? Oh, some housekeeping. Tomorrow, we're gonna interview a politician. I'll announce the times on my Twitter. But at 10 a.m., I will be talking to another lawyer. He's, I think, like probably a centrist right wing, like a true centrist type. I think he's like a Utah, like Mormon Republican type. I think that's right. But at 10 a.m., we are going to discuss really awesome subjects. So birthright citizenship, immigration stuff, and he actually practiced a lot of immigration, right? I've done some pro bono immigration. I think his entire practice is immigration. So, and he's aware of the discourse, and so he's not like just someone who doesn't understand online stuff. So he understands online stuff. He's actually been on panels and stuff. You might recognize him too. We'll be talking about some of the warrant stuff, some of the birthright citizenship, immigration. It should be really cool. 10 a.m. tomorrow. Nice and early. That's tonight. Oh shit. What time is that? Oh no. Oh wait, is it right now? Oh shit. Yeah. It's right now. I'm sorry, I'm not ending. There's a whole ass fucking panel right now. I just need to pee. Give me a second. So this is not ending. We're going right into the irrelevant debate that's right now. Holy crap. Thank you for reminding me. So stick around. Yes. And Wick had just messaged me. Give me a second. This entire thing is continuing and I'm stuck. One sec. Yes, please. Thank you.
Have a good one. Good luck.
Okay, we got Pisco. Great. Everyone.
everybody doing?
Okay, we got audio connections, we got visual connections. I think it's time to actually get this shit show started. Thank you all for being here. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both cultural and political, from the silly to the serious. Today, we're going to be talking about Don Lemon. For those of you who don't know, Don Lemon went with a group of protesters to a church in Minnesota. The protesters disrupted the service and have been charged with violating the FACE Act. Don Lemon recorded them and documented it. The government has decided, however, to charge Don Lemon also with violations of the FACE Act. And again, the question becomes, was he exercising his First Amendment right recording the protest? Or was he an active part of the protest, as the government alleges, and so doing violated the FACE Act? We got some great people to discuss it today, and we're going to get into it. Let's give the mic first to Mr. Gen Z, and we'll just kind of go around. Go ahead, Gen Z.
Thank you, Wick, as always, for having me, and good to see everybody. Pisco for the second time, our relevant Lactoid for the first time. Looking forward to getting a great discussion tonight. I'm a Gen Z attorney. I'm a solo practitioner in North Carolina. I do a little bit of everything litigation-wise, civil, criminal, family. Yeah, haven't been putting much content up as of late because I've been busy getting this law firm up and running, which has been a lot of fun, but still do debates here and there, and looking forward to talk tonight. I am of the opinion that the charges were appropriate. I think we've got the 3 charges here, and of course we'll get into all the details with it. But yeah, no, I think there was an agreement to go into the church. I think plenty of overt acts were taken to go in. I think I'll probably argue a lot about his intent, and of course whether or not, even if everything he did was criminal, is it protected underneath a First Amendment right to the freedom of the press and whatnot. So yeah, it's really unfortunate. There's a lot more to get into. I could go on for a lot longer, but I'll probably just keep it simple there and say I agree with the charges, and yeah, I think it's the defenses are a little, I don't know, I'll call them interesting. I'll leave it at that and make of that what you will. But thank you for having me, and looking forward to getting into it.
Thanks for being here. Lactoid.
Yeah, give me 1 second. So I just want to start off with just a little bit of a hedge here. So this is a unresolved case. So nothing that anybody says here is going to be definitive. Speaking for myself, my opinions may change as this case evolved. And everything I say here is specifically regarding my belief as to the strength of the allegations and whether the evidence thus far justifies the allegations and the arrest, not whether Don Lemon or any of the protesters are actually guilty of any of the charged offenses. My opinions are as follows. The case against the other protesters besides Don Lemon, I think, are particularly strong. The case against Lemon for misdemeanor charges under the FACE Act is moderate. I think any kind of trespass would be much stronger. But I do believe that there is a moderate argument under the FACE Act. The case against Lemon for conspiracy charges under the KKK Act, I think, is weaker. I do think that's weaker, on the weak side. I think a jury could find it, though. Even though we do have, we could get protesters under these specific laws, Don Lemon and the rest. Any kind of penalty that is for years and years, I think, is excessive. The KKK Act, I think, allows up to 10 years. I think anything close to that would be wildly excessive. I would want the punishment here to be much, much lower than that. So I'm very moderate on what the actual punishment should be. And then I have some, and then I also have some problems with really the KKK Act and the FACE Act as they stand. I have some problems with those acts as well. But I do think that Don Lemon, for his actions, did deserve to get, the evidence appears to show that he deserved to get arrested at the very least for the trespassing he did. But I think that the argument of the FACE Act is also, there's something there. There's some meat in the bone.
Okay, we'll get to it. And thanks for being here. Pisco, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think a bunch of the caveats that Lactoid may make sense, though not all of them, that I think we're assessing whether or not there's a legal basis for these charges, and not necessarily the ultimate disposition of the case, because of course there could be some evidence that we're unaware of that they didn't include in the indictment. And so with that caveat underway, I think that almost certainly Don Lemon committed a trespass. I think that that's kind of trivial once he was asked to leave, and you stick around for a little bit. Yeah, and trespass by itself is not like First Amendment speech. There's not a journalist immunity to trespass laws or to criminal laws in general. And the FACE Act by itself has been sustained facially against First Amendment challenges, primarily because it targets the use of force, threats, or physical obstruction for a given set of purposes. And so I don't necessarily think that the Lemon case by itself and the elements of the case necessarily raise a First Amendment issue. What I think the First Amendment issue is relates to the actual evidence in this case and whether or not we think the FACE Act violation happened, which I think so far, I don't think probable cause has been established at all. I don't think that there's any good evidence that he had some sort of conspiracy with these individuals, that he was trying to bring about the outcome of the physical obstruction, threats / force that was used. I'm assuming they're going to argue that it was physical obstruction, and that if it were the case that Don Lemon's actions, as far as we know them from his stream and from the indictment, were sufficient to make out a conspiracy against rights under the FACE Act as a substantive offense, I think that the First Amendment concern is that that would chill a great deal of investigatory journalism that a lot of conservatives and certainly a lot of liberals and lefties think is socially useful. And so I do think that the case is relatively strong against the protesters as such. I think there's definitely probably probable cause for them. But I don't think the case is particularly strong against Don Lemon, either on the conspiracy front or on the substantive FACE Act violations. And you don't just have to take my view on it. Multiple magistrate judges refused to grant the criminal complaint in this case, and they went to an alternative method to impanel a grand jury through that process where it's ex parte and there's no other judge. And so I don't think that I would be stepping out of bounds to say that me and other judges, and even someone I quoted yesterday in a different debate, Robert Barnes, who is a lawyer, like a pure MAGA type lawyer who wants Trump to do well, who wants Trump to weed out corruption. I think his estimation after reading the indictment was like less than 10% chance of conviction, and he doesn't think that it's a particularly good case. So I'm not just doing this and saying this because I'm liberal and biased. I think that it's a thin case against Don Lemon, and for that reason, it's bad for the First Amendment.
Okay. Thank you for being here. We'll get into it, I'm sure. And last, but certainly not least, Irrelevant, please.
Howdy. So I'm Irrelevant. I'm not in any way, shape, or form like practicing lawyer. I've never even, been to law school, not really studied any of that stuff at all. My primary and chief concern here in this conversation is to talk about the kind of logical extent of the arguments made as to, the consequences in the material world for whatever precedent we're setting. That's kind of the position that I'm going to be taking. So if you're somebody watching who's like, hey, listen, I don't know a lot of this lawyer mumbo jumbo and stuff like this, I'm with you. And I'm going to be trying to make the best case for where, I feel like the mumbo jumbo might be going and how it might affect the average ordinary person and your day-to-day life. So happy to be here.
Okay, sounds very good. I guess the simple question to start the panel is, regardless of whether or not you think that the protesters violated the FACE Act or not, Don Lemon himself, do you think he should have been charged by the government? Why or why not? Go ahead.
No, because I don't think that there's probable cause to charge him. And because I don't think that there's probable cause to charge him, I don't think that he should have been charged.
Do you think he should have been charged with trespass at the very least?
Yes.
Okay.
But that's I don't think that the federal government has or should have a say on normal trespass. But I do think he should have been charged with trespass. I think that this was bad enough in terms of the disruption there, and it's part of the example of civil disobedience in the past. It has been part of that movement to accept those kinds of punishments, and they're legal to do. They're applying, and that's part of the risk you take is those kinds of trespass activities. And so I don't think it would be inconsistent for me to say that I'm against the FACE Act, and I don't think you're alleging this, just to be clear, but that I do think that in this particular case, should be charged with trespass. I do think he should be. And I think I would prefer it if they had been outside the church the entire time.
I want to.
Your question, Gen Z?
Yeah. Do you guys, when we talk about probable cause for the FACE Act, right? Because that's what we're talking about.
So
What would you
just to
consider your probable cause? Go ahead.
Yeah, so to lay the groundwork for all of for Mr. All Relevant and then any viewers watching, the legal standard for probable cause is totality of the circumstances. So you're looking at the entire situation, the entire big picture. You're taking the pros, taking the cons, weighing them all against each other, and then deciding on the totality of the circumstances. Basically, is there enough meat there for a case to move forward? That's why, and these are tested through grand juries, these are tested through magistrates. It is a much lower bar than conviction, and everyone here agrees with that. And so
Yes.
I think and so I think, though, to do the analysis properly, well, first, I guess, so my question would be for Pisco, do you think there's any evidence at all that indicates Don Lemon might have shared in the intent or shared the goal of the other protesters?
It depends what you mean by any evidence in that context. So if you mean is something that someone could argue is shows his intent one way or the other, I think the answer is yes. But I think that that evidence is equivocal, by which I mean it's open to another, I think, more plausible interpretation, which is not that he shared the specific goal of creating the object of the conspiracy, but the journalistic goal. And I think that that's true of him in that moment. And also, just to be clear, I want to be nuanced on it, because you're right that probable cause is the standard for this arrest and even indeed the indictment. And that is what I said just there, and I'm going to stick to it. I do think that there's no probable cause. But even if it were the case that I thought there was probable cause, the DOJ guidelines tell you that you shouldn't charge, or at least their practice is not to charge unless they think they can get beyond a reasonable doubt. And so even if you convince me in this moment that there's probable cause, I would fall back on, but I don't think that they could get enough evidence, and none has been presented to get to beyond a reasonable doubt. And even if they do technically have the ability to charge them under probable cause, I don't think they should unless they can get that higher standard.
Yeah, and I mean, I agree with you as well, as far as, I mean, everything you just said, I'm largely in agreement with there. And I think there certainly was a misstep. I don't think the DOJ had to issue an arrest warrant. I think they could have issued a summons and proceeded from that point. So certainly there's the undeniable political angle to it. But I think the main question that I have, well, I kind of already asked it, of like what evidence there is, and we can go through some of the examples.
I can give you like the best evidence of the case that they have. I can try to steelman it if you'd like. The steelman
is the interview.
Yeah, well, it's the interview.
Can you tell me what you mean, the interview?
So the question is, does the interview that Don Lemon did with the pastor, does that with interfering, right? Are you interfering with the expression of, are you interfering with the process of the church, the expression of faith? Are you meeting that prong of the FACE Act when it comes to what Don Lemon did to the pastor? And when I watch that video, when I see the pastor basically surrounded, right? He's got one guy on his left, he's got another guy, and then Don Lemon is right up on him, asking a bunch of questions, and he seems to be trying to make some space for himself, like using his hand to try to make some space for himself, which by kind of easing Don off of him. And then Don is like, don't, just, I'm trying to keep this respectful, don't push me. And when I'm looking at the totality of circumstances there, it certainly seems to me that a case can be made that Don is interfering at that point, that it's not just that he's like hiding in some corner of the church that he walked in and just videotaping it, but that he is participating in the interference that's occurring to the functions of that church.
Can I ask a question about that?
Sure.
Okay. So is the argument then that, let's say that Don Lemon was full-blown MAGA. We knew that he was not there to in any way to support anything that was going there, and he was just asking questions to the pastor. Would that change how you feel about it at all? Because what you described has nothing to do with. Okay, well, so then what?
Actually, I
don't think so.
I think it does.
There's a dual.
It should, right? It sounded like intent, right?
Not necessarily. There's a dual intent question, but so my interpretation of this, and I think this is the case in the Eighth Circuit, is that you don't have to, like, the underlying like grand purpose, I don't think is dispositive here. I think if you are intentionally doing the act that is causing the disruption, if you're intentionally doing the act knowing that it's causing some kind of impediment and you're doing it, that this would be sufficient. And
Yeah,
that's
I'm unsure
again,
about that as well. To give Lactoid some credit, like there's two parts of the intent, which is like, do you intend to do the physical act, and do you and to like actually obstruct / use force / threats, and then there's at some level of generality this improper motive. There is a motive analysis that is part of the FACE Act, and just for the people who are watching enough on long, the FACE Act requires one of three conducts: physical, force, threat, or physical obstruction. Yeah, so those are the three kinds of things you can do with a motive, and the motive splits off in this way, in this kind of dual intent. And so the question is, at what level of generality does the ultimate motive have to be? Like, if for example, this example I always use, a bunch of people did the same exact thing, but they're like, this guy, he is abusing the altar boys. He's abusing the altar boys. In that context, they don't really want to stop the exercise of the First Amendment, but they know it's going to be like a necessary consequence of the actions they do. And the question is, what level of generality do we see the motive? They care that in the example I provided more about the like corruption that they're outing and that this pastor is wrong. That's why they're doing the disruption. Is that the motive that we're looking at? I'm not sure if the Eighth Circuit has resolved that.
But I think to answer your question, relevant, I think the intent actually does matter as far as, and this is probably one of my biggest arguments here is when I look at the totality of circumstances, it appears to me that Don Lemon, yes, he's saying at different times, oh, I'm just a journalist, I'm just chronicling, but it appears to me, based on his comments both during the whole ordeal and his comments after the fact, that he actually did share in the intent, share in the goal, ideologically with the group that was going in. And I think that matters as far as if you're going into further a conspiracy and you're participating in that and you're going to, oh, I'm just interviewing, I'm just asking questions. But if your questions are very clearly like angled one direction towards the pastor, of like it's a very hostile interview to the pastor, very friendly interview to the organizer. So to answer the question directly, if this was Alex Jones that went in there and was interviewing the pastor talking about, isn't this just so terrible how these people are coming in here and disrupting stuff, I think that is a material fact as far as you can easily say, okay, he's not sharing in the intent of the conspirators, and therefore you can't find him guilty underneath a conspiracy statute.
No, I think that's a go ahead, sorry.
Just for my edification, my audience's edification, you keep mentioning statements or acts that he made. Can you give us the strongest examples you have of Don Lemon's either before or during that you think show his intent to be disruptive?
Before is the best.
I think.
I don't know why you guys are focusing on during and after. Before, the best argument they have is the statements that he made before, where it's like, don't reveal where you're going. He said that to his producer, I think, and also to one of the protesters. But I can tell you why I don't think it meets probable cause. But once he's there, I think the statements are, again, equivocal, and there's another purpose behind them, which is journalistic. And he asks questions. He points out that people are scared. So I don't think that it's so one-sided as you say. I do think he's sympathetic, and I think that is a point against him. But I just don't think it rises to the level of probable cause. And but yeah, no, that go ahead for the Gen Z attorney for the pre-statements if you want to talk about them. I think it's the best case.
I mean, you did a good job summarizing some of them. I would add on in there when he's using phrases like we are about to go do something, or we are gathering here to go do something, and then when he talks to the organizer and basically says to her directly like, I appreciate what you're doing, or like, you're doing a good thing. He said something to that effect when he was interviewing her beforehand. And then on top of that, the fact that he is taking steps to avoid. And here's the thing, I'm actually curious to hear my fellow lawyers' takes on how significant it is, the fact that he's live streaming. He's not just recording for posterity to then make something after the fact and put it out there, like we see with some of these ride-alongs with like a terrorist group or something, or a gang. But like the fact that he's actually live streaming, such that by doing that, if he does it in the wrong way, if he shows the wrong thing, information can get out and it can actually jeopardize the operation.
Yeah, no, that I think is helpful evidence for Don. Right, the fact that it's a live stream. Now you could make the argument, I don't buy it, with like, well, that's part of their conspiracy is they didn't just want to do this. They wanted to document it. And so that's part of their whole agreement. And the live stream of it, but the live stream of it, right? That makes it so it's more likely that police will be alerted, that people will know what's going on. You can't plan everything. You can't curate everything. And so I think the live streaming aspect of it, I think will lead one to think less, I think will read less into the whole notion that he's hiding the location, right?
I would agree with you if the live streaming was being done in a way that was disclosing some of these details ahead of time. It creates that risk. But the fact that he was taking steps, and maybe this will come into a discussion if we talk about the overt acts later. But the fact that he's taking active steps to, hey, let's move away from the crowd, let's turn the camera away, let's take the microphone away beforehand, and with making explicit statements like, oh, we're not saying what's going on, we don't want to disclose, we need an element of surprise, stuff like that. The fact that all that is being live streamed, I think that cuts against him as far as he's taking steps to make sure this operation does go off without jeopardy.
Yeah, I like, think to me, that. So I think that is consistent. The reason why I say it's equivocal, I think that's like really consistent with a journalist who makes a commitment to like a subject, just like you might have with respect to who's this BBC guy who goes to the Westboro Baptist Church? He goes to meet with the settlers
Louis
or whatever.
Theroux.
Yeah, Louis Theroux. Where you can, part of these like embedded journalists, people who do these things, they make agreements with the people that they're documenting. Listen, I'm not going to show this. I'll show this. It's part of the journalistic. It's a give and take kind of thing. And so it doesn't surprise me, right, that Don Lemon would make those kinds of things if he, like, for example, agreed, hey, I'm going to cover this. I want to cover you. And they were like, well, I don't want you to reveal what we're doing before we do it. And he says, don't worry, we won't do that. And he's making good on his commitment. The point is, I think the government has the burden to show that plausible or purpose or motive in there is not there, because I see that situation and the way he says we in that context, and that to me that's all consistent with the journalistic purpose. I don't think it's as true if, for example, you had an agreement with that you can show which said this would be a good idea. Let's say that Don is making suggestions about which place to target, or Don is making other kinds of statements to say this was like really, really good that it happened. Then I would, even after the fact, I would say that's better evidence. And I do think he's sympathetic, but I don't think that evidence gets you to probable cause that he wanted the outcome and that there was a criminal agreement. And that's what I think is missing.
Well, a couple of things, if I could. I've not been able to find verification on this. So again, take this with a huge grain of salt. But somebody made the argument to me that Don Lemon did at one point either like give one of the protesters a ride or help one of the protesters who like got stuck or something along those lines to the place. And my question is, if that did happen, let's say, would that be sufficient for you at that point? That
so if you're helping people get to a given place, I think that's
to do the thing.
That's stronger evidence. That's stronger evidence. I will not say that is as subject to, but the thing is, unfortunately, you still have that, like, the lack of the foundation for an agreement. I think it's stronger evidence that you're bringing more people there, presumably to have an effect, maybe, I guess, if it's like a very important person or something. But it's also possible that he had a car and that it was always arranged and he might bring some protest. I don't know. In other words, I think the circumstances of how the ride was provided, what things were stated, that's going to be relevant. But I didn't see that in the indictment. And so I'm not assessing that for purposes of probable cause. Yeah.
Right. I agree. I think it'd be evidence. I think it'd be pretty strong evidence personally. But like I said, it's unverified. I haven't been able to find a verification of that. So it was just more of a, I guess, hypothetical question, really. And this is maybe why I have a little bit of disagreement, maybe with the rest of the panel here. This is what I think is missing here with the KKK Act, and why I said that one I think is kind of particularly weaker, is because I am a big fan of journalists like Louis Theroux. Michael K. Williams did a lot of this stuff where he would, gonzo journalism is a thing where you embed yourself into the lifestyle of the people that you're documenting. And some of the best journalism, I think, happens by people doing this. And oftentimes, like when I'm, Louis Theroux, he's not furthering, whatever bad thing is happening, or Michael Williams, he's not furthering anything bad that's happening. They really are, documenting it. However, I do think that for me, that could be an argument alleged to maybe why there was a lack of the conspiracy requirement for the KKK Act. I think a jury could find that based on what Jen Z attorney was talking about with, the statements that were being made, and everything leading up to the event. But for me, I think the reason why the FACE Act is stronger is I'm just not convinced that under a circuit precedent that a dual intent is required, that the ultimate purpose here needs to be that he had the purpose to disrupt the religious ceremonies for disrupting the religious ceremonies.
Then that would get to irrelevant, where I'm sure he would have a lot to say about that, and concerns. Like, if that's the case, if one, you've mentioned the issues on physical obstruction, and to just step back a little bit, guys, so you're aware, the conspiracy against rights, that's what Lactoid is referring to as the KKK Act. There's circuit precedent in some places where you can use as part of the conspiracy the right that's being deprived is a violation of the FACE Act. So they're all kind of like pointing towards the FACE Act. That's kind of the theory here. But what Lactoid is saying is you wouldn't need to actually show that Don Lemon wanted to oppress their rights, the enjoyment of their rights. You would just need to show that he physically obstructed. But then I'm like, hang on a second. Then any single person who is like in the middle of any parishioner who's there, anybody who is like there, who's arguably a victim of what's going on, who's like in some way impeding access or just sticking too long in a given place, they can't be liable, man. I mean, that can't be the reading of the FACE Act. And that would get to, I think, a relevance point. That would be so fucking broad.
Yeah, that's kind of why I brought up the MAGA person. Like, what if, like, is it just literally you cannot document this if there is at all any possibility that you could be like physically
really, not even that, not even just that, not even just the documenting thing. It would mean if you're physically obstructing at all, which has been found sometimes in very limited cases where you're just like offering a pamphlet in front of someone in front of the door and shit. It can be like quite trivial, this physical obstruction. That would like arguably apply to some of the victims themselves, because the victims, to the extent that they're like occupying
I would disagree with that.
Why?
Well, I just don't think that's sufficient enough for like interference. I think that there's obviously some kind of bar for interference. You can't just be like, well, you're here taking up my oxygen, therefore you're interfering.
No, but
there needs to be some kind of like the conduct needs to rise to a certain level. Right, in my opinion.
But it can be something as simple as, and it's been found in certain cases, as like a protester at an abortion clinic gets in front of someone who's seeking an abortion and like presents a pamphlet to them. And if that is
that's why they have to like hand it off to the side.
Yeah. So in those contexts, I'm like, that is way too broad. That can't be true. And if that's true, then we have to be against this kind. We should be against it as a policy matter if that's the application. Because how do you distinguish in that case Don Lemon, without reference to intent, Don Lemon from like random parishioner who maybe is lingering near the entrance?
Well, so, I think
real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead,
just to respond to the question. I think that where the too far happened was when the people who were handing out pamphlets, like that was deemed to be interference because they happened to be standing there for 2 seconds in front of the person, as opposed to like handing out to the side. I do think there needs to be, I guess, a certain threshold to that. And I agree with you that, what the threshold is for interference is, a tough question. But based on, so I was able to find an Eighth Circuit case that I think is relevant. I mean, it's the Hart matter, the Hart case. That was an appellate decision by for the Eighth Circuit, in which somebody parked a Ryder truck out in front of a abortion clinic, and this was deemed to be a threat because a Ryder truck had been used in a car bombing at another abortion facility previously. And so this was deemed simply by the fact that the brand name of the truck was a Ryder truck, and he pulled out and over to the abortion clinic and parked there. That this was that he knew this was a threat. Like obviously, you still have to show intent. Like it can't be like, oh, I just own a Ryder truck and I was just parking here for some food. But that like he parked there knowing it was a threat, and he made the threat anyway. In that case, there really wasn't any kind of discussion as to like that his ultimate purpose needed to be some kind of like broader pro-life agenda or disrupting the ability to get abortions. It was that he knew it was a threat, he should have known it was a threat, and he did it anyway. And there was some evidence that he did know it was a threat. Now, if we read it kind of, I think with the way that you guys are saying, or I guess maybe the whole panel at this point is saying that it should be read, which again is not, my understanding has not been found in the Eighth Circuit. This would mean, I think, some equally kind of crazy hypotheticals you could run through. Like, so does this mean that if he parked his Ryder truck with the specific intention of threatening one of the doctors, knowing that it would disrupt abortion services, does that no longer count because he just had a personal animus against this doctor as opposed to some kind of broader
I want to be clear about how I would read it. Yes, that's how I would read it, because the spirit of this law was not meant to like protect abortion centers from attacks of like idiot ex-boyfriends or something. It was specifically to deal with threats of people who, on the basis of trying to interfere with their rights to get these reproductive services, or in the case of religious, like that's what I mean. Like, it wasn't meant to apply to any obstruction in these different places or any kind of physical thing. It was those that are motivated by a specific intent to get at your rights, right? To infringe on your rights specifically, to prevent you from exercising these reproductive health services on those bases. But like, if it's not that, then it would seem to suggest that, like, okay, if I'm preventing, let's say that we're having a domestic dispute between like a reproductive doctor or something and their husband, he's like, hang on, you're not going in there right now. Like, we have to settle this right now. And it's like a domestic dispute, like, okay, now it's a federal case in violation of the FACE Act. Like, that's what they intended to do. And I'm going to apply a rule of lenity there too. That, like, it seems like the purpose of the criminal statute here was for people with the motivation to prevent them from exercising their rights.
No, I understand, but I think that there is like a level of latitude here that only again makes sense if you view it, in my opinion, the way the Eighth Circuit viewed it in this Hart case. Because, the example of parking the Ryder truck because you had a problem with a specific doctor, but what if, in fact, you could prove that your purpose was something that is technically not fitting, but basically is? So what if, for example, you didn't actually like have any purpose to like disrupt the abortions, but you just wanted the abortion doctors to feel scared because you thought they were possessed by the devil? Or maybe what else? What if you were paid to go?
Yeah, there's some line drawing.
Well,
no. I understand.
Your motivation is money at that point. It's not you're just doing it for the
money. I understand. There's a line drawing issue here about like what level of generality the purpose is, and I think that we need to draw lines somewhere. But I don't think it should be drawn at the level of like almost approaching strict liability, where the obstruction itself is enough. I will note that I'm reading the Hart Act decision. That's like a case interpreting the threat of force prong, but there's no good argument here that do you think that Don Lemon threatened force? Right?
No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that in the analysis of that prong, they don't go into like whether or not like what was the grander purpose of the threat. At least on my reading.
Oh no, but that's the action. That's
I'm
the
assuming
conduct.
that'd be if the other two prongs.
That's so one the interpretation.
The conduct is a threat.
Yeah. It's interpreting whether or not the parking of the car can be a quote threat of force, but that's not interpreting the intent prong. It's saying yes, in this case, right? He even though all he did was park a car. The Ryder trucks are commonplace vehicles. That's what he argued. But in this context, the jury could have, this is them, reasonably believed that parking the Ryder trucks in the clinic driveways in light of the surrounding circumstances constituted, quote, a true threat of force. Given the context and manner in which Hart placed the Ryder trucks and the reaction of the clinic staff and patients and others, we conclude that it was reasonable for the jury to find the Hart's conduct constituted a true threat of force. And they give a bunch of reasons for why that is based on the past history. But that's different than the purpose of it. And I think that in this case,
but they don't go into that.
Want to do it.
Just to
he did. Just to be clear, he probably did. Just to be clear, but that's not elaborated on by the Eighth Circuit here as being a requirement, right?
Okay, just to interject, because I think I want to get back, and I understand why we're going down this line. But how does that? To my audience, perhaps, Lactoid, and to the rest, how are we applying the standard to Lemon's case? So Don Lemon, what overt act that you say that he's doing that we should apply this standard to, and how does that fit?
Yeah, I think when you look at the totality of the circumstances, I think he was interfering with the overall procession. That he was, when he was interviewing the pastor specifically, the pastor was surrounded. Given the overall environment, there was people who were screaming. There were some people who were making some pretty horrific comments. There were definitely some people that were scared. There were people that were blocking the aisles. There were some people that were blocking.
Was it force, threat, or force, or physical obstruction? Which one?
Physical.
He wasn't using force, right?
No.
Okay, and it wasn't a threat of force.
I mean, I'm not going to say yes to that, but it just is more framed up as a question. When the dude puts his hand on Lemon and Lemon like kind of pushes his hand away, I don't think that necessarily fits force, but like in the most like autistic way, maybe it does. But I'm not going to hang my hat on that.
Well, there's
I would say interference. I would say interference is the one.
That's not one of the
Don
elements. The element is physical obstruction. So you're saying that he did physical obstruction.
I'm pretty sure it's interference.
No, it's two different parts. The first element is force, threat of force, or physical obstruction. That's element one of those three. Intentionally, Third element, injures, intimidates, or interferes with, or attempts to. And then fourth
Yeah,
is
or
any person.
interfere.
But you
Yeah,
need
by
one of
force or
the
threat of
first
force
three.
or by physical.
Yeah,
Sure. So yeah, physical obstruction would be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, have you guys seen, I know there's the pastor interview. I think that's relevant, but there's a different interview where he's just interviewing a parishioner. It's like, it's near the door, still inside the church. The guy's like walking out, and I think it'd be good. I'll try and find it so we can watch together.
If anyone wants to show a specific clip, give me a timestamp. Give me the video.
Yeah, I'll try and find it. But just the broad strokes of it while I look for it. It's basically a guy who's on his way out. Don Lemon stops him for an interview. He says, "Hey, I want let's talk," and they start talking. But then as the guy starts to move towards the door again, Don Lemon kind of moves himself into his path because he doesn't want to give up the interview yet. So I'll pull it up and we can watch it. But like, to me, that's the example, probably the best example I could point to, of physical obstruction of someone who is now inside the church still, so have not left yet, trying to leave, and now it's slight, it's not huge, but he is moving with him and kind of physically blocking him, impeding his ability to get out. But I'm gonna look for it. Like,
Irrelevant's been trying to get in, so I'm gonna get
yeah. Oh, so I wanted to ask kind of a question off of what Lactoid was saying, because I just want to kind of get to the root of this. Is it not possible, let's say in the environment that Don Lemon was, is it not possible to ask the pastor questions? You just believe that, do you believe that necessarily to ask them questions in like an interview format, close range with a mic or anything like that? Do you believe that's just not possible because you're committing obstruction? Because you're in a crowded, because just last thing, the words okay, so the words you're using is he's surrounded and stuff like that. But like Don Lemon isn't controlling these people. So it's like the argument that if somebody's surrounded, you're not allowed to ask them questions.
Yeah, I think you're part of the surrounding at that point. I think that the context matters. So if the person has no way of like escape, or like no reasonable way of like escaping without coming in contact with somebody, or if they reasonably feel like they're obstructed, which I mean, as Pisco brought up, like specifically with the FACE Act, this can be a wide range of things, and historically has been found to be a wide range of things, including standing in front of somebody to hand them a flyer. I think that when you look at this, I think that's too far, just to be clear, because you can just easily walk around them. It's only for a few seconds, right? Yeah. But in this case, where behind them is, my understanding is behind the pastor is like the lectern, and then this other guy is really fucking close, and then Don is like kind of standing in front of him a little bit with the mic, and from what I'm watching, he's like trying to ease the guy up.
I feel like there's an open path.
I am seeing enough there for this to be much greater than standing in front of somebody with a pamphlet.
Well, the thing with the pamphlet is you take an active step. You're taking like an active step to like get in the middle of their path, as opposed to someone standing like to the side of them, not showing that intent to try to like to slow them down or whatever. And here where you have alternative methods where it's just trivially easy for you to leave. I don't know.
It's trivially easy to walk around somebody with a pamphlet.
I guess that's true. Listen, if I had to go to bat on like one of the elements, I think how physical obstruction has been interpreted has sometimes been so trivial as to like, okay, fine, like maybe it's enough to do what Don Lemon did. But I just think like there has to be some teeth of the intent portion of it. Otherwise, any single type situation like this would like be a FACE Act violation, and that can't be right, even for people who have who are like aligned with with the people who are praying or the abortion doctors. Like imagine a doctor who's like standing at the door, technically obstructing, but like angry, like, what are you guys doing here? You guys need to get out of here. Like he would be guilty of the FACE Act violation because he was like, I guess, trivially blocking egress. That can't be right, man.
I think you could. I think it depends on the context, but I think in a situation you could have somebody who's like very angry, who's like blocking the facility to the point that people can't come in, and to get an abortion or to consult for an abortion, because to me, I think I believe that's like ultimately what the intent here is, to facilitate access to these places, and if you have somebody who is actively through these methods hampering that. Remember, it's just a misdemeanor. We're not talking about a felony, right? The felony with the KKK Act, that's why I think that's quite a bit more serious. But in this case, we're just talking about a misdemeanor. And I think that you can have scenarios in which there's plenty of scenarios. Again, if you're intentionally doing an action, which in this, if the doctor's like screaming and getting in the doorway and causing a commotion, I think that, yeah, he could.
Yeah, but what if he wants to,
in my opinion.
but what if he wants to get the people out, right? Like, what if he's blocking egress because he's using force or threat in the hypothetical that I know is not the real case. He's using threat or force, or whatever, or blocking egress with the intention of convincing them to leave. Like, you're stuck in here with me. If you don't leave in the next 30 seconds, I'm gonna continue to block this door. You have 30 fucking seconds, and in like that time window, he technically is physically obstructing, but he just has the opposite intent. He wants to stop whatever is preventing entrance into the place. If there's no bite to the intent prong, it just seems like it will get in a bunch of innocent actors, even heroes, even potentially like the police, right?
We have a couple clips that people have sent me that they want to watch. Gen Z, is this a TikTok thing you want us to watch right quick?
Yeah, it's the guy. It's the clip I'm looking for. There's a guy who has some extra commentary. I can't vouch for what he's saying, but he doesn't talk much, but it shows the interview that I'm referencing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's give it a watch. Once everyone's click the watch stream button, we can check it out. Okay, let's go.
So you have a video that I think is going to nail Don Lemon on.
All right, I'm watching.
Charges. Okay, so my last video, I admitted I was wrong about not going after Don.
Gay.
And one of the big things with the FACE Act is you're not allowed to obstruct. And he's claiming he's just a journalist. He says that many times in the video. I went and re-looked at the whole thing.
I know, right?
He's not participating.
You don't like sassy gay guys?
But this interview with this parishioner,
yeah, that's the problem.
All of the activists have left, and Don Lemon
homophobia.
decides to interview him.
What's going on?
What is that? The anti-gaydar?
We love the gays.
You know, while I agree with everybody's freedom to protest, these people have come into our house and they've interrupted our worship. This is a house of peace, and we try to proclaim that. And this stirs division and rancor. And in the end, it's not helpful. Ultimately, I believe they've lost. They've emptied the house of worship.
So,
voluntary
just to kind of
interview.
set this. Well, yeah, but just to kind of set the scene of where we are right now. This looks like it's kind of a foyer. But still inside the church property, but and you can't see it on this frame, unfortunately. But he's not like directly standing between this guy and the door, but he's kind of like halfway. He's almost at a diagonal angle. Where certainly, if the guy wanted to walk straight ahead out the door, he would walk into Don Lemon's shoulder. Just to kind of set the stage as far as where we are right now. I agree, it's a voluntary interview, but it's the next part. You could probably skip ahead a little bit. Just to the guy tries to get out of the interview and walk out, and
The Americans have been reporting on a lot. They're not targeted. There are no warrants signed by a judge. Let me finish. And they're American citizens, many of them. Most of the people that they detain don't have criminal convictions or criminal records. I'm not going to get into the weeds. But you should know that, though. Don't you think that's part of it? Yes, and I could also show you many opposing sides where we're also picking up the very criminals that have put Americans in danger.
He is very common sense.
And I'm not saying it's pretty. I'm not saying it's not messy. I'm not saying it couldn't be better.
Could be better.
I'm saying this is a part of a much larger dialogue in which one administration caused a great deal of chaos and havoc and danger for American citizens, and another is trying to correct that.
Do you believe that? Why honestly, let me talk to you just on the facts.
Just saying,
I want to give you the facts.
No.
Did you know that undocumented people and immigrants commit far less crime than American citizens? We're done here. We're done here.
I doubt it.
Is this what you're talking about? This what you wanted us to see, Gen Z?
Yeah. I think. I mean, if you want to look at it, just from the exit of the interview to the door, you can see. I don't know if the other door was locked shut or
undocumented people and immigrants commit far less crime than American citizens.
We're done.
Yeah, I can't quite tell if the left door is locked or not, but it's like Don Lemon is like inserting himself into the doorway as he's walking with him. And such that he kind of even hits the left door as he's hitting Don Lemon with his right shoulder as they're walking out the door. I agree. It's not going to be your like, aha, the silver bullet slam dunk. But I think if we're looking for obstruction, this is probably going to be the best example.
I think it's better than the interview. I mean, I would agree with you. I think it's better than the interview with the guy in there for sure. Because of the literal case law we have on some people like standing in front of the doors and stuff. It's closer to the doors. It's closer to the exit. So, I mean, I will grant you that it's better than I think the interview part. But even if I granted that it was a physical obstruction by under the statute, do you think that what we just saw there was, quote, to injure, intimidate, or interfere with a person lawfully exercising or seeking to exercise the First Amendment right of religious freedom at a place of worship? I don't think that you can make that case. I don't think
I would
that's
argue
fair.
it's the opposite, but that's from like a normal person's perspective.
Well, I want to hear that because it's going to be a jury ultimately. That's gonna, if this goes to a jury.
Yeah, give us your perspective, Normie. Irrelevant. Go ahead.
I mean, yeah, my perspective is literally just that he seems to be interviewing this guy. You could argue he's a little bit combative, but he's trying to get his word out there. The reason why we have a lot of this footage or whatever is because he made it publicly accessible, right, through a live stream. So I would argue it's the exact opposite, that he's not trying to stifle the speech or anything like that of these people. At least that's what I'm seeing. That's what I feel like people would see here is just a dude who has his own opinions, which he's allowed to have, but also is trying to interview other people with different opinions. And it seems like one of the most consensual interviews I've almost ever seen. And then somebody just walks away and he lets him walk away.
So I think the reason I'm bringing it up, because where we are is like, and granted, I don't think there's a specific prompt of like whether we're arguing he'll be guilty or not, or versus just whether there's a basis for PC for arrest. But this is one of those things that is going to be looked at again, totality of the circumstances. Can we look at a situation like that and think at the very bare minimum, this is a factual question that a jury can decide. I think at the bare minimum you've got that.
Well, I think they can decide it, but the question is it in your mind, does it reach probable cause threshold, or do you think that based on what you've seen so far, beyond a reasonable doubt, that his intent was to obstruct their exercise of rights at any level of generality? I'm not sure.
I mean, yeah, I'm just looking back at it again. It's like, yeah, he beats him to the doorway and is like standing in the doorway while the guy kind of has to push through him. And he doesn't put his hands up or anything, but like has to physically move through Don Lemon, and get Don Lemon to open his body up to let him out. I mean, I know you're saying it's thin, which is better than saying, I guess, oh, this is ridiculous, this is nothing. Which, by the way, I know it's only our second time talking, but Chill Pisco is kind of nice. It's fun to talk with you like this. No, but yeah, I think
because I understand the words you're using instead of like the natural rights, like American moral proposition. It doesn't mean anything. Okay, I know. But I just want to say, like, I think that he should be charged with trespass. I think that's fine. Charge him with trespass. But I just like this statute has a hook which requires intent, and maybe I would like for some hitman or something, or some bounty hunter who doesn't really care about the person, he just cares about the money. Maybe we could say that, okay, that's ridiculous, but there should be some level of evidence that he wants to interfere with their right to religious worship. And I would grant that it's a strong case for the other individuals in this place. I'm not unreasonable. I just don't think it's here. There's an alternative explanation that is predominating, which is he has a journalistic interest. That doesn't mean he didn't commit a crime. But I don't think it's strong that he had the intent of First Amendment, even if you grant low bar physical obstruction.
So if we apply basically same situation, FACE Act, of course, applies to churches as well as abortion clinics.
Mm-hmm.
The best way I've kind of been trying to think through this whole issue, and every step of it is like, okay, if this were an
what
abortion
if this was an abortion clinic?
Yeah, let's do it.
This is Alex Jones that is in there trying to interview the doctors and interview the patients there. And now you've got a patient who's trying to leave, and Alex Jones stops her. And hey, she agrees to the interview. Very, very cool. But then she's like, okay, I'm done. I'm not comfortable anymore. I'm trying to leave. And he physically moves. Like, right, he's a bigger guy, so that's one distinguishing fact. But he moves with her and then partially blocks the doorway such that she has to actually physically push and brush past him to get out. Are we saying that's not obstruction?
I would not. I think it's the case law on physical obstruction is way too light. I mean, that's my personal interpretation on what you just showed.
Sorry, real quick.
Yeah,
real quick. Light meaning there's just not enough there, so we don't really know.
No. That people are they're allowing physical obstruction to be like trivial. I mean, the definition of physical obstruction in the statute is the term physical obstruction means, quote, rendering impassable ingress or egress from a facility that provides reproductive health services, or to or from a place of religious worship, or rendering passage or from such a facility or a place of religious worship, quote, unreasonably difficult or hazardous. And I don't think that what we just saw was rendering passage to or from such a facility unreasonably difficult or hazardous. And I don't think that of the Alex Jones example either. And I probably would be sympathetic to some of these abortion cases about physical obstruction. I'm not a hack in that respect. So the first thing I'm giving you is my perspective is like, we have allowed physical obstruction to mean like regular pamphleting stuff or whatever is absurd. I think that's crazy. And I don't think that is what renders religious worship unreasonably difficult or hazardous in the term physical obstruction. I will continue on to
we might have
adopting the case law. Yeah.
we might have some agreement then, just in terms of like a policy preference on the existence of the FACE Act.
Yeah. So now let's assume the law that as it is. Okay. So
right.
So as it is, I think that the intent, I will apply the same standard for Alex Jones. If I really thought he was just sympathetically anti-abortion and doing the interview, and he had no designs that I could prove to specifically stop people from getting abortions, then the answer would be yes, I'd apply the same standard, not FACE Act violations, charge him with trespass.
As like a normal person just thinking of the hypothetical, like if you swap to the actors in there and you put Alex Jones in there, I would just say, yeah, I would just disagree with Alex Jones's opinions. I literally think in my mind, I would never think that he's doing anything that should be illegal. I would just be like, oh, he's just kind of dumb for saying like anti-abortion stuff because I'm pro-abortion, but that's it. It would never go through my mind. That's against the law.
For me, this law is like about people like barricading doors or doing like a chain link hand to like prevent people from getting into the place, or going to a place where they know like some shit's going to go down for the purpose of preventing it from operating. Like that's kind of what I'm thinking this is all about.
Yeah. I think that sorry, go ahead, Lecter. Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, like, I think the tough part here is, like I said in my intro, I do have some problems with the FACE Act and the KKK Act as they exist. But I guess the way I was thinking about this is going off of just what the Eighth Circuit is thinking, or I guess the precedent of the Eighth Circuit, but then also how this has been applied in abortion cases. And so when we look at the sort of standard set up of like this is how the FACE Act is applied, of a bunch of people are in an abortion clinic and they all start singing against abortion or whatever, this is sufficient because they're
the hell. How did it get me?
He's back. We didn't kick him, gang. It wasn't me. Okay.
What happened?
You disconnected.
Wick kicked you.
You kicked me?
I didn't. Fair enough.
Wait. Can Lactoid repeat?
This is too boring.
Can Lactoid repeat what he said?
Yeah. Lactoid, go ahead.
I guess what I was saying is when you look at the way the FACE Act has been applied in abortion cases,
for the singing,
such that the people singing, like you said, people handing out pamphlets if they're standing in front of you for a few seconds, maybe.
But there the intent is clear, right? Like, yes, I understand on physical obstruction, but there the intent is clear. Like they want to stop these people from getting abortions.
No, but what I'm saying is, okay. But again, in my opinion, that's not a critical element here. So I'm just looking at it in terms of, I understand we disagree about that.
Yeah.
But when you're saying, when you guys are saying, well, yeah, I think it is the standard here for, I'm specifically talking about the standard for physical obstruction, where you guys think it's far too light when applied to all these cases, and even threat a little bit in terms of this Ryder truck case. I think that.
No, because that could be a true threat. That could be a true threat. Nothing that Don Lemon did is a true threat. No reasonable person would take any of the statements that Don Lemon made. I mean, identify the true threat. You can't do it.
I'm not saying that. No, again, I'm not saying that Don Lemon did a true threat.
Okay.
No, fair enough. I'm just saying that when it comes to specifically this Ryder case, we have, because either a true threat or physical obstruction is sufficient to satisfy the FACE Act.
I'm just saying let's get out of true threat. I don't think that maybe you can make that argument for some of the protesters who were there and allegedly yelled at children or something or whatever that shit was. Maybe you could make that argument. Just like Don Lemon, I haven't seen anything that would constitute either force or threat of force. And no, I don't think they're kind of swatting away or whatever. But even granted, okay, if we have this kind of trivial physical obstruction case law, and that's what we're going with, then, and we don't worry about intent in any respect, then maybe there would be probable cause in that circumstance to do this. I would maybe grant that because probable cause is a low bar. But because I think that the intent prong has teeth, right? It's different in the abortion cases because what other reason are you fucking putting that pamphlet there? You know what you're doing there is because you want them to not do abortions, right? So putting aside the physical obstruction part, there is trivial. In the Alex Jones case, hypothetical, or in this situation, there is a plausible other alternative that we could actually believe, which is I'm here to document. I'm here to be a journalist, and I don't actually care whether or not they stop the service or not. What I care about is the journalistic endeavor.
So
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
One last question on that, if I could. If somebody was standing in front of an abortion clinic doors, and let's say they were like blocking the door, right? And they knew for a fact that this was going to prevent people from being able to get in, and they were handing out pamphlets, but they weren't like pro-life pamphlets. They were like discounts to the local car wash. Like it was purely like a market endeavor.
Yeah, I would buy that bullet. I'd bite that bullet. Yes, not FACE Act violation.
No, you don't think so? Okay, interesting.
I mean, that would be like a fire hazard thing or something at that point, right? Like if you're just straight up wholly blocking, if you're wholly blocking the exit of a building, that just sounds like that's just
what if you're like
a safety concern.
Imagine that you're I agree with that, and there'd be other violations of law there, no doubt, right? But like, let's say that you're a hobo, and you're just like you're so tired, and this is just like the best spot from the rain, and there's like just no other place that has cover from the rain besides the entrance to an abortion clinic, and so you go there being like, yeah, I don't give a shit if people aren't whatever, but I'm sleeping here because I'm just so fucking tired. You're like FACE Act violation because he quote
if you intentionally obstruct.
Go for it.
But yeah, no. If it's you intentionally obstruct, like if you have, if you know or should know that you being there is going to make it like difficult, and I agree with you that it's way too light in terms of what that actually, according to case law, a lot of the case law, maybe not specifically in a circuit, but it's a lot of the case law that's way too light in terms of how they're reading that. But I do think that if you have, because the way I'm imagining this, and I understand we see this differently, but the way I'm imagining this is, the FACE Act was thought up of. Really, because in the states, this was during where Roe versus Wade was in effect, and or really Casey, but regardless, and you had states where abortion was legal, but you had a lot of people wanting to basically prevent people from going in, and the states there weren't really particularly apt, perhaps, to make it a priority to guarantee access to these people because. As a state, they disagreed with abortion, and so the feds were thinking, okay, well, we're going to make it, we're going to make it so that everybody in this country has access to abortion clinics, regardless of what the state, what kind of the political alignment of the state is, and how that might prevent people from being able to go into an abortion clinic. And then the Republicans were saying, well, okay, if you're going to get that, then we got to get something too, and so then they added the kind of religious places of worship aspect of that as well. And what I'm thinking of is, well, that to me, the intention here is to guarantee access, right? And it's to put federal teeth behind making sure that these places have guaranteed access. And so if you have somebody who knows that they're going to cut off access, even if they don't have like a pro-life intent or like an anti-religious
intent. Well, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, is it your conscious object? That's what I understand intent to be, like a purpose. Is it your conscious object to prevent them from having access to them? That can be pro-life. That could be pro-choice, right? And that actually has happened. People have been charged with respect to going to like the other reproductive health services that are like Christian related. They've been charged under the FACE Act, and they've been found. It's a viewpoint neutral law, and it applies to pro-life or pro-choice. But I think
right, but I'm expanding it beyond that, not just pro-life, pro-choice. I'm saying like again the salesman example, the person handing out the pamphlets. If I don't think the feds, when they were coming up with this law, I don't think that they would, when they're trying to guarantee access to these places, that they would be okay, because these are very specifically designated places, right? Places of worship and abortion clinics. Apparently, for some reason, these places are above others, like in terms of this protection.
Let's talk about the Commerce Clause for a second, because
this is ultimately my problem with the FACE Act, right? You're gonna but they want to protect these specific places and guarantee access to these specific places. To me, it's perfectly rational to assume that they would apply this to people who have commercial interests in blocking access, or other potential interests in blocking access, like all the examples you were giving. And again, from what I read on the limited circuit precedent there is, which I totally understand can be argued, and it's not super dispositive, but from what I see, they're not really hyper fixated on the fact that this guy, that Hart was that he was super pro-life, that like this was the intent of what it, like that was the purpose of what he was doing. They were really focusing on the fact that that he knew he was making a threat, he should have known that he was making a threat, and that he was doing it, right? And so to me, if we simply apply that to physical obstruction, that would fit as well.
Okay,
so
I do want Irrelevant to go in, but then I have another clip that was sent me showing apparently Don Lemon helping one of the protesters' cars that got snowed in. He helps out of the snow.
That's what I was hearing about.
And we have a clip of this, and when they were going to the protest, he helps clear out a car. But we'll show it after Irrelevant goes. Go ahead.
Okay, so you were talking about it like, well, that they're going to reasonably know that they're causing an obstruction, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where is it like that are you using the obstruction there in the loosest sense? Like, again, like kind of what we referenced before? Or are you trying to say that like it was reasonable to know that, okay, so then
No, it was reasonable to know that what he was doing, just to be clear. Like if you are like standing in something that you don't know is in like blocking somebody, or that you don't know is an egress, or that you don't know it's a church, like if none of this is like known to you, then I don't think that there's sufficient evidence to prove that you had intent to like actually.
Do you think it was known to Don Lemon that he was obstructing anybody from leaving?
I think with that pastor, I think so.
The pastor?
To the pastor. Watch too.
And I think that I know you guys think it's stronger, and obviously reasonable minds can disagree. I personally think it's a little bit weaker, but I also think that video that Gen Z attorney brought up is also evidence that.
So just to be clear, we're using the like rather because when I look at that, I don't see there's any of his actions being reasonably interpreted as the consequence being that he's in any way impeding the person's ability to leave. But I guess I'll take what you guys say, that obstruction has a very, very light legal precedent.
Before you play that clip, I just want to read real quick from this is from the Second Circuit. Quote, the statutes referring to a New York penal law which follows the FACE Act also incorporate a dual intent requirement. Defendants must have both an intent to injure, intimidate, or interfere, and a motivation to do so, quote, because the interfered with person was seeking, obtaining, or provided, or had obtained, or provided, or might obtain, or provide reproductive health services. The legislative history of the FACE Act notes that the requirement that defendants intentionally injure, intimidate, or interfere means that the defendant intends to perform the act and is aware of the natural and probable consequences. That's on that first part of the intent. Thus, as our circuit has recognized, even when a protester's goal is simply to share their beliefs through counseling or literature, the protester might still be liable for a FACE violation if they intentionally engage in acts which naturally and probably will injure, intimidate, or interfere with someone seeking or providing reproductive health services. So that's how I would interpret it. I would interpret it as needing to show the motivation because the person was seeking, obtaining, or providing, or had obtained, or provided, or might obtain, or provide reproductive health services. If it's not that, I don't know what the dual is about it, because then it's they're the same thing. It's just one intent, with the intent to injure, intimidate, or interfere. And this case law, and I grant it, it's a Second Circuit. It's not necessarily the Eighth Circuit. Yeah. So I would look for something that applies to the Eighth Circuit, but this is how I would want to interpret it, and how I want the Supreme Court to interpret it. I don't understand how you could have a dual intent with your reading of it. It seems like it would just be the one intent to interfere.
No, just to be clear, I disagree with the Second Circuit there. And the reason why I specifically said the Eighth Circuit, when I was referring to the Eighth Circuit, is I'm not aware of the Eighth Circuit having any kind of similar analysis. I know that some courts have, and I didn't know it was the Second Circuit. I knew that there was some circuit that did have a case on something similar to that. So Second Circuit, fair enough. I just
lib. That's what that was. Lib Second Circuit, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Okay. Let me show this clip to you guys, and we'll see what people have to say. Give me a second. You'll watch the little screen here. And to be clear, this is about 13 minutes into his live stream, so they hadn't even reached. They are yet to reach the church. They do so in about 30 minutes from this timestamp here.
Are they in heaven? What the fuck is it? Pure white.
No, man. I don't know where you're from, man, but that's what it looks like.
The sky is white.
You're clearly not from the Midwest. You don't know what it's like. The struggle.
Okay.
This is crazy.
Let's watch this shit.
There we go. Oh, back up.
Oh, it's like exposure.
She's got a rocket. Yeah. Oh, it's stuck. She's stuck on that mound right there. Yeah, she's stuck on that mound. That's not gonna come off. That's not coming off.
Yeah, you gotta take that out.
Yeah, she's stuck on the mound. This is what happens. So we're showing all of it.
Don, I love your work.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You're on right now, just so you know. But so don't give anything away. No. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Thanks for being here. Yeah, it's stuck on this mound. You got to rock it. Watch your hands. Watch your hand. Look out. Look out. Look out. Look out. Look out. Get out of the way. Get out of the way.
You have to go backwards. It's already on the top of the floor right here. You have to go backwards.
Go backwards?
Yeah.
I've been stuff like this before.
Go backwards.
I've been told this.
This means Don wants to interfere with religious liberties. I find this so equivocal, so consistent with other motivations that don't mean that he's part of a criminal fucking conspiracy, such as making sure no one gets hurt, making sure that the individuals who are there are able to get out of the snow, because he doesn't want them to be stuck in the snow, not necessarily because he wants them to oppress the civil liberties of the individuals in the church. I just think it's equivocal. It's not. It's open to multiple interpretations.
Not only that, but there was something that Pisco said earlier when talking about Alex Jones that I wanted to compound off of, where it was like, if Alex Jones was doing the identical thing, do I think that he would be trying to obstruct an abortion clinic? I would literally think it would be the opposite if you had to ask me. And the reason why is because I would expect that Alex Jones would be rather careful about trying to do anything that could be like obstructing somebody's ability to undergo their way, because this dude just makes a lot more money and gains a lot more clout by just recording people and then editing it. Opinion about Alex Jones, he not fair reporting, but he makes more money doing that. So my first assumption would be the exact opposite. He's trying to just get clips. He's trying to farm this person. And that's what I would assume Don Lemon would be doing. Is his first priority would be get clips.
Here's the question. Here's the key question. Okay. Here's the key question. All right, and you guys can answer. If Don Lemon were vetted with this group, and this group went to not a church, but went into the person's house to occupy his house a little. Do you think that Don Lemon, in that context, would still have the motivation to interfere with religious rights? In other words, he would have gone wherever these guys were going to go, right? He was following this group because they were protesting. He wasn't following this group because they were going to go to a particular place that we know of based on evidence. He wasn't following them because he knew for certain. Maybe he knew where they were going, in the course of it. But that's not why he was following them. He was following them because they were protesters about to do a thing. And if they had done this at a shopping mall, if the guy had worked at a Foot Locker and they were doing the same kind of stuff, Don Lemon would have been there.
I gotta be real with you guys. I thought the case was going to be stronger than this against Don Lemon. Can you guys give me like the strongest evidence you have?
So yeah, to answer Pisco's question real quick, I don't think that applies because it's not face act, because we're no longer talking about house of religious.
I agree with that. I'm just trying to say, like, his purpose, he wasn't following these people because they were planning to do the religious thing. Now, the people, I think, were trying to disrupt and arguably, the religious freedoms in that sense. So I think it's a much stronger case against them, against the protesters themselves. But I don't think that was driving Don Lemon's motivation. I think the protesters were trying to make a statement that was actually filled with religious significance to it, and they knew where they were going, and they picked it they picked it purposefully. I don't think that's true of Don Lemon.
I think. Real quick. I think unfortunately, I think he's got too many statements and comments indicating he does know where they're going.
I know he knows where they're going. Yes,
hypothetically.
Okay. I say he knows where they're going, but like if they were going to some other place, it's not like for Don it really mattered that it was a church or something else. Where the protesters, it really did matter that it was a church, right? What Don was documenting was the nature of a protest that was about to happen. And if they had at the last minute like changed it or whatever, his purpose would still be consistent. Now I think the protesters themselves, they picked this place purposefully, and they picked it because they knew it would make a big stink, and probably because they wanted to interfere with their exercise of religious freedoms. Now, is it because of their exercise of religious freedoms? I think there's a pretty good argument for that, right? They're making these kind of religious appeals. He's the devil. He's like, why are you worshiping here, right? So things like that, right? That I don't really hear Don say as much, and certainly that there's evidence prior that he wanted that outcome to occur. That's kind of what I'm saying.
I see. Yeah, and the thing about that is there's enough clips of him still of actually making actual Christian religious references as well, because almost everyone he interviews talks about like, man, we're here to love Jesus, we're here to worship Jesus, and he'll respond back, I'm a Christian too, and I think what's going on is just completely horrible and terrible and unchristian. And so, and I think too, I was watching today, the Warren Smith Secret Scholars guy, he had a guy on his show who says he had a phone call with Don Lemon before all of this happened, where he was told basically ahead of time where they were going to go, what they were going to do.
I don't doubt that. So I think he knew about it.
Yeah. So specifically that it was a church. Whether or not Don Lemon was on board specifically because it was a church, I don't know that we'll ever know the answer to that. I could see kind of to the point you're making. I could see him saying, "Oh, we're going to a church. Oh, I'm a Christian. I can make some statements and comments to the parishioners about my own Christian faith and whatnot."
Here's the example.
Couldn't you say that same thing about the other protesters, though?
Go ahead, Lactoid. I'm going to let you finish, but then I've been given other timestamps that show stronger evidence, so we're going to
sure. Well, I guess
I'll answer that.
To push back, wouldn't because in my mind, my understanding is the protesters chose this place not necessarily because of their hatred of the Christian faith or because they had like a problem with the purpose of the church itself. This specific church itself, even they had a problem with the fact that one of the pastor was apparently affiliated with ICE.
Right.
So whether this pastor was at a church or whether he was a clerk at a supermarket, it would seem as though they'd be doing the same thing either way. And so my question is, why?
It might extend.
Why do you think the case?
Yeah.
The protesters are stronger?
So first of all, that argument might extend to them in their favor, because I think that I would interpret it the stronger way, which is to say that you need this specific because motivation. But that said, the reason I think it's stronger is whatever level of tailoring there is to Don Lemon's specific motivation, it's stronger for the protesters who did seem to have some decision of wanting to make an impact, of wanting to cause a stir, and that stir I think is related to the churchiness of where they're going, in a way that I think is easier to isolate and to extract from Don Lemon than it is for the protesters who presumably selected this location for that purpose. Now, ultimately, I don't know how the Eighth Circuit. I want to do some more specific research in the Eighth Circuit specifically, but no, yeah, I think that an example of this might be the following, and I would like to see what your take is on it. Suppose that we knew for a certainty that the reason why, who's this guy from Project Veritas? O'Keefe embeds himself into a group or whatever, and he knows that these priests are like these horrible Pizzagate type people, and he goes to expose them and to show the video of like them doing the Pizzagate stuff in front of the parishioners or whatever, these kinds of people. Is it really? Do you really think that those kinds of acts would constitute a motivation to interfere with the people seeking, obtaining, or providing religious services? I'm not so sure. I think that in that case, we would say that's not why he did it. He's doing it because they're abusing children and he wants to expose them. He wants to get their reaction. And that's when he decided to go do it. In other words, I think the intent component is a bigger deal than you do. And I would put a lot more teeth in it than you do. And I think that's why I think the case against.
I'll let you respond to that. Then we gotta watch one of these clips. So
I think that the way you're looking at this is kind of as you read kind of how the Second Circuit is looking more at it, where the second prong here of the dual intent is really important in your analysis. For me, I mean, I would just answer, I guess, that your specific hypothetical. I think that could, depending on what O'Keefe's actions are, that could potentially fit under the FACE Act. It could, and yeah, you can sometimes do illegal actions for noble goals, right? You can hack somebody's computer they have CSAM on it. That doesn't necessarily mean that the hacking is legal. You uncover something much more illegal, right? But that doesn't just because. Just because you discover something more illegal.
But it would mean that any physical obstruction with the intent to intentionally interfere would be a FACE Act violation. And so the intent is just to interfere. You're basically suggesting that it's not a dual intent; it's a single intent to interfere, and that I think that's a reading. And if that were the case, maybe there would be probable cause. I might grant that. I still don't think you should have charged.
And I think real quick, just a final thought on that, and what I would bring up as well, even if something can technically fulfill every element of the crime, I don't think we can completely discount prosecutorial discretion just as to look at a situation and be like, all right, yes, maybe you've look, as a prosecutor, I did this myself. There were cases that fulfilled every element of the crime, but I decided to drop the case for any number of reasons. And so I think I agree, Pisco, you're raising a lot of correct technical observations about how the law can be applied in different cases. I just don't see it getting applied into an actual criminal prosecution.
No, I know, but maybe that's the case. Maybe that's the case. But then let's deal with that, because Aurelia will have something to say with this as well. This is absurd. It's insane, because Pam Bondi is directly ordering this prosecution, even though the Minnesota U.S. Attorney's Office is being hollowed out because they don't think this is a strong case. And it's obviously being motivated because they see all the Twitter fucking shit and they're responding to it in real time. And so this has all the fucking makings of the same political motivation that drive the Comey indictment, the same kind of motivation that drive all these other efforts, which a lot of them, the sandwich thrower, for example, you can make an argument that was forcible or whatever, but it was a stupid case to bring, and it was being incentivized by the worst kind of actors on Twitter. And so just from a discretion perspective, this is a stupid waste of resources to go after Don Lemon. Maybe not the other protesters, but it's bound to be wrapped up in issues of journalism, and it's bound to be motivated by political concerns. And that's why you have Pam Bondi going in to sign off on this specific case against Don Lemon and hollowing out the U.S. Attorney's Office.
I want to get to just in a moment, but just to be clear, after the clip, that's the line I want to go down, is like how much of a threat to journalism, regardless of whether Don Lemon's guilty or innocent or whatever, the way that this is being handled. Is this a threat to journalism? Is the Trump administration threatening the First Amendment, et cetera? So just keep that in mind. Do you want to respond now? You can, but otherwise I would ask that you keep it in your pocket.
Yeah.
So,
no. Okay. Well, I mean, before I lose it.
Yeah, before you lose it, go ahead.
Thank you. My understanding is that this was a grand jury approved this. I know that's super low bar. But I just want to point that out. It wasn't just Pam Bondi.
She's like the one making the decision, is what I'm saying, to proceed with the case.
Okay, fair enough. And I think what makes me feel better about that aspect of it, in terms of because you're right. There's a level of discretion that we want prosecutors to have. Like, technically speaking, if like the worst example I can think of is, like, technically speaking, if like a minor was to rape an adult woman, she would be guilty of statutory rape. And like technically she could be charged and she'd meet the elements, but that'd be fucking crazy. So like, please, prosecutors, don't do that.
What is it with libertarians and age of consent? What is it with libertarians and age of consent?
It's like 18 is good anyway. So that's
crazy. That's a crazy soundbite.
18 is good. 18 is good. That's a pretty reasonable soundbite, I think. But what I'm just saying is there's obviously scenarios that we want people to exercise discretion in. In this case, though, because like what makes me feel better about it is I think all of us already agree that Don Lemon should have been arrested for trespass at the very least anyway, like a different misdemeanor. So he should have been arrested for a misdemeanor that he's probably not going to get arrested for. So he's getting arrested for like a different.
Yeah, you should be like angry at Minnesota. Probably fits. You should be angry at Minnesota. You should be angry at like Keith Ellison and like. And I'm angry at Keith Ellison for other shit too. But like, also, can we just be honest here? Like this whole shit, they don't actually give a fuck. And I want to get to Wick's thing, but like, they pardoned all the Jan fucking Sixers. Like, it is insane that we live in this environment that we have to pretend that our conservative people like have this principled stance against obstruction and technical violations of the law all the time. And like, so I have had it with like all of the pearl clutching and stuff. Did they commit trespass? Yes. Did they probably commit the FACE Act violation? But turning this into like a broader, oh my God, Antifa conspiracy, KKK Act, I think that's a bit absurd.
Okay, let me pull up what we got.
I have a response to that as well, but we're going to wait.
I know.
So.
Yeah, I was told to go to this timestamp, 050. We're 7 seconds behind it, but I think that'll be fine. And this was shown very strong evidence, I've been told, of conspiracy. So we'll see.
He's just going to say the same thing.
These are resistance protesters. They're planning an operation that we're going to follow them on. I can't tell you exactly what they're doing, but it's called Operation Pull Up. And it's Sakima Armstrong, and she has been doing this since George Floyd, Dante Wright, and others, where they surprise people, catch them off guard, and hold them to account. And so that's what we're doing here. And then after we do this operation, you'll see it live. And these operations are surprise operations. Again, can't tell you where they're going and where we're gathered right now. However, and then we're going to head over to Whipple. And we're just going to show you what's happening on the ground, not just all the chaos that you see at Whipple, but just how people are fighting back, how they're organizing, how they're strategizing, and they're doing this in large part without support from officials, right?
Okay.
Yeah, so I think that's helpful evidence in favor of Dawn. I'll tell you why.
Go ahead.
The fact that she's a known person, that he has known her for a while with respect to like these other different protests and activities that she did, it I think indicates that she's newsworthy. She's like has a track record of doing this kind of stuff. And so it would make sense for him to have a journalistic purpose and embedding himself. It's not like it's just a random group that he's like organizing or whatever. And again, the whole let's not reveal, as I think Lacto and I agree, that is very much, again, a plausible explanation is the give and take of embedded journalists. That they don't, in order to have this access, they agree to the access with conditions, right? They get to information with conditions, with just like fucking Louis Theroux would. And so, yeah, I don't think that any of that is inconsistent with the rationale that I'm pushing here.
I think I'd point out what's interesting, just hearing that clip in particular. It's because I really listen for the pronouns. Maybe they're not pronouns. I don't know. Either way, the theys versus the we's, and how there's kind of a mix. And I try and listen real closely to say, is he ever referring to this group as a they group for the events of that day? And best I can tell just from that clip, I was listening specifically for that. Yes, he used they a couple times, but every time he used they, he was referring to past things that they'd done. Every time he was referring to the day of, it was a we. We are going to this. We can't tell you what it is, but we are going to go up and pull up somewhere and disrupt something. So I think that's notable. Once again, I'm not saying anything is open, shut, slam bang, slam dunk. But if we're arguing about totality of circumstances, taking every piece in, that's something that I would point out. And maybe it's the classic Freudian slip, but him using the we the way that he does, I think it's a point showing his involvement with the conspiracy.
Okay, I wanted to just get to, because I feel like I've heard. I was very curious where Wick, his line of questioning of like, what is your strongest piece of evidence? And I feel like I've gotten a decent amount of it, maybe not all of it. I want to hear very specifically, okay, is it possible to do this ethically, to embed yourself in a group like this ethically from your perspective? Is it possible to do it ethically, legally? And if it is possible to do it ethically, legally, what very specifically did Don Lemon do that crossed the line into illegal?
Yeah, great question. I think it is a good question. And what I brought up earlier is the live streaming component of it, and we haven't really talked in detail about what makes that different versus an embedded journalist who's there, who's taking footage, and then after the fact, they're able to edit it and put it together and then choose what the world gets to see. The fact that this is a live stream, I think, is a material fact here, because now we don't have that editorial control over what's going to get shown. It's just, here's what it is, here's what we're showing. And the fact that he had to take steps against that. Now, granted, I cannot point you to any sort of precedent where someone was with a terrorist group and live streamed it, other than maybe the Houthi kid, Monkey D. Houthi.
Well, I think that's a great example. No, I think that is a great. That's the Hassan interview, right?
Yeah.
So I was talking about this with Relly yesterday, and I'm like, those are the kinds of things where I'm concerned with, for example, applying the material support statute of against foreign designated terrorist organizations, even assuming the Houthis were designated at the time, which they were not, in this kind of manner, when there's a purported journalistic purpose. I almost think that the case against Hassan, assuming that they were FTO at the time, would almost be stronger than the case against Don Lemon in this case, given that like they have specifically said you're not allowed to give legal services to like foreign terrorist organizations. You're not allowed to like give food and stuff necessarily to FTOs in this kind of a situation because of the effect on displacement of funds and all that stuff. So this is precisely, I think, the problem is we ought not interpret these statutes as happening in socially useful journalistic activity. And that's why Relly's question is so good. And the only difference or if one of the key differences is, well, this was a live stream, and so if he hadn't live streamed, I would count that in his favor. It just feels like kind of arbitrary. Like live stream is how a lot of journalists now communicate these days. There's been breaking live coverage of these kinds of events for years and years, and you go, sorry.
Oh
yeah, like what if it was like a CNN reporter, like doing it like live on TV?
He was
like,
at one point.
Okay. Yeah, which literally was like, would it be like, okay, well, yeah, it's illegal. Like, I just want to make sure we create, because, you know, with the law, I would hope that we, and especially over something like this where it has First Amendment implications, that we try to be very specific to avoid the issue. Because I think we all agree that there is a possible issue of like preventing people from feeling like they can cover very like controversial things.
Issue, yeah.
So yeah, a chill issue. So is live streaming the issue? Like, so you can't do it on TV, you can't do it on like YouTube streaming or anything like that?
Yeah, what if, and I'm not saying this is what happened here. We may learn this is something that happened here, but what if there was an agreement between them specifically to say, we want you along because we want your stream, we want the eyes on our movement and on our cause, and he agrees to come along as part of like, yes, I will provide that for you and for your movement. Is that not sharing intent to basically follow through on this criminal act?
Yeah, so you're saying in exchange, sorry, go ahead.
So I don't know, but I don't know. Obviously, I'm not going to know in regards to case law or anything like that. But isn't this the case with like certain like terrorist groups? There will be like reporters who are embedded in, and they'll be like, "Hey, we want to show some of our exploits or whatever," and they'll like document it, but they'll also like try and document it within like their journalistic ethical practices. I think this happens.
And I think we can judge that through journalistic standards as far as like, okay, what are they actually doing? Are they just riding along to show how great and awesome Hezbollah or the Houthis are? And that's the only condition that they're going to allow a journalist to come along, is because they want to launder them into the public view as a more favorable group versus a journalist who's actually going to be fair and do a both sides fair reporting. Because I think that's one of my points I'm arguing here that I think is a relevant fact, is that Don Lemon in his interviews is showing that he has a clear bias here, and also in his
sympathetic, no doubt.
Yeah, and after the fact, when he's saying that the church was a congregation of white supremacists, it's like I think those are highly relevant facts as to his state of mind, his intent for why he was there and why he was doing what he was doing.
I think that
go for it, Riley.
I think that tailors back into with the clip that kind of we just saw, just that he knew the person running it. She had merit according to him, and that he thought that like highly of some of their previous exploits. But I just want to hear specifically I just want to hear a little precisely from both of you, what exactly did he do wrong that can be done in an ethical fashion if you're doing this right along?
Yeah, what would he have had to have done?
So so live streaming is a no.
Not been sympathetic.
Can he? Yeah.
If we're talking about, because my thing is what does he have to do? Because now you're talking about a question of journalistic standards, right? So it's so what would he have to do to comply with journalistic standards? Yeah, I would argue a big part of that is showing both sides in as fair a light as possible to maybe ask the organizer, like, hey, do you have any concerns that this might be against the law or criminal, that what we're doing here? No, it's hey, I love what you're doing. Let's go do it. Like, I think I can't, maybe we just disagree on how significant that is, but like.
Well, I got a problem with that though, for the same reason that I have a bit of a problem with the interpretation of like really focusing on the purpose. Because to me, that raises more First Amendment issues than otherwise.
Of defining what is journalistic integrity, what is
you only cover an event that you dislike, right?
Right. Yeah. Journalists, I like, in my opinion, I think the First Amendment protects journalists. They can be hacks. They can be partisan. I also think there's a question, a problem with the First Amendment if somebody does the exact same act, but like their greater purpose is different than somebody else's, but it's the same act. So that is, for the same reason that I said before, that I'm not buying, this kind of the dual intent purpose aspect. This is one of my biggest problems with the conspiracy aspect, which is, there's a lot there that he says that agrees with the protesters. I think he does. I think he agrees with the protesters. I think he agrees with their message. But to me, that's not sufficient for conspiracy.
I just want to say, for Lacto's point, is very, very salient. When you put a question about like whether this is criminal turns on whether he was applying best practices journalistically. You're going to have an issue because now the court is going to have to get into what is good standards for journalists. That's almost like a policy question that the profession needs to decide for itself. And I think that Lactoid's uncomfortable with putting a court in a determining role there. That's why I think the object of the inquiry of the court or the fact finder needs to be simple. Did Don Lemon have as his conscious object the desire to, with respect to the conspiracy, to bring about a deprivation of rights under the FACE Act? And that's the inquiry. And I think that you need to provide enough evidence to suggest that that was what he wanted to do. Not whether he adhered to journalistic standards, but whether or not he had that intent. And maybe that will turn on, I think it's relevant if he's biased. I think it's relevant to his intent. I'm not saying it's irrelevant, but I'm just trying to say that the focus of the inquiry should be, what did he want to occur? What did he want? Did he want this to occur?
Oh, I think he probably did.
Oh, well, let me. Can you prove it? Can you prove it? That's the question, I guess.
Maybe you guys can help. I mean, look.
What if? Hold on. Can I ask a question? What if he wanted this to happen? Like, say he really wanted this protest to go down. Okay.
And he agreed to. He agreed to do it because because the question that was asked by Gen Z attorney was like, well, what if he had this agreement? Yes, you'll help us with our object and our aim. And Raleigh brought up an example. Well, what about the journalists who embed themselves with Al-Qaeda? And Al-Qaeda, they know that Al-Qaeda is using this for their purpose, but there's still the journalistic purpose behind it. And so, yes, but you would need to show the agreement part. But we would judge differently a journalist who goes to Al-Qaeda to interview bin Laden if they share the object of bin Laden, which is to give material support to Al-Qaeda versus to tell the world what Al-Qaeda is saying for the purpose of journalism. We would view that differently.
Well, it's not a proof. The inverse is a disproof,
I don't think we would. I don't.
Well, that's
think
my
we
point
would
exactly.
Stop. Like, if you had someone who was pro Al Qaeda or whatever, and they were a journalist and they wanted to cover bin Laden, would that be illegal?
Not necessarily.
No.
But what we're saying is like, we know that he's vehemently anti bin Laden. Then like the kind of gray decisions or gray actions that like the jury's being asked to interpret what the intent is, they might interpret that because like how could we interpret him as helping bin Laden if we know for a fact that he hates bin Laden?
It's relevant.
I guess what I'm struggling with, I'm let you go, Jins.
It's not dispositive, but it is relevant.
Yeah, I just what I'm struggling with, like, is even if he wanted the protest to occur, he's like, yeah, it's a good idea that you go and protest. I don't know if that's.
But think about it with Trump. With Trump, it'll be so easy because think about with Trump. Trump was also charged with a conspiracy against rights and KKK Act. Part of the evidence of Trump's intent is clearly protected speech, right? Clearly that he thought the election was stolen. He said so, and he's allowed to say so. And Jack Smith made it clear he's allowed to say so. So notwithstanding the fact that part of his speech is protected, we can still consider that in trying to interpret the liable actions that constitute the criminal conspiracy. So all that's being said, and I concede it, that it's relevant to look at the sympathies, but I just don't think it's dispositive. And in this case, if you were to show me like, yeah, this is great, awesome, amazing, wonderful, like beforehand, and him like being critical to the plan, we need 3 cars, then I'm like, okay, this is all conspiracy stuff, and the journalistic stuff goes away.
But I think so. Okay, 2 points. I think the point you just made about bin Laden and how like it is important, the distinguishing factor if you've got someone who is embedding themselves, who is there to just report what's going on behind the scenes, versus someone who's clearly pro bin Laden and is there to basically cut together propaganda reels. At that point, I'd say the person who's there and supportive, would we not count them as part of this terrorist group at this point?
I think that would be a situation of material support. Yes. But it turns on. It turns on.
Wait,
what is
propaganda
conscious?
reels to be material support?
Yes. Yes.
So before,
how does that not just like brazenly run afoul of the First Amendment at that point? Like if I support Al Qaeda, like I'm allowed.
The case is called Holder versus Humanitarian Law Project, I think is the case, and it's a material support provision is constitutional under the First Amendment. I'm just applying.
I don't want to go.
And that includes propaganda, like speaking your mind if it happens to agree with them.
No, there needs to be some element of coordination. There needs to be some element. So independent statements that have no connection to being an agent or selling of services. Holder versus Humanitarian Law Project does not reflect independent statements. It doesn't at all. So that's why Hassan can say all he wants about the Houthis. If you can't show that there's some sort of connection between his conduct and what the Houthis do in the causality there, you're not going to hit the material support provision. But I'm accepting as good law holder for purposes of analyzing this.
And I don't want to go all the way down the analysis on that point. My point for bringing it up is maybe you can see the analogy I'm drawing here is if we're having someone who claims to be a journalist but is embedding themselves with a terrorist group and is there for the purpose of furthering the goal of the terrorist group by cutting together these propaganda reels versus someone who's there to just fairly report and kind of give you the behind the scenes sneak peeks. If you've got the former there, that's the analogy I'm drawing to Don Lemon, who, yes, he's making the claim that he's just there to report the story and be objective and be neutral. But I think we've all agreed here, no, he's at the very least sympathetic, if not, I mean, my point is that I think he is outright furthering or assisting this whole thing in happening. So that's the
he even said holding accountable. He said they go and help hold people accountable is his specific verbiage.
That's what they do.
We just heard on the video.
That doesn't
That's what they do.
But the reason though that I think this analysis of journalistic standards comes into play, and this is where maybe you guys can educate me a little bit as far as so prosecution proceeds. He makes defense. He claims the defense for this is my free speech, freedom of the press, First Amendment right. Is that being raised as an affirmative defense? How exactly is that getting raised? You guys can help me out with that.
I think it's as applied, and I don't think it's that strong. And the reason I say that is because he's not. If he's charged by this, it's not because of what he said. That might play into the analysis of what his intent was, but they're not regulating his speech as such, and they're regulating whether or not he came to a conspiracy. So it's similar to Trump, right? Trump's speech, this is the argument that Lib said, no, they're not just going after Trump because of his First Amendment. It's because he entered into a criminal fucking conspiracy, which had an unlawful objective, and the speech is evidence that tends to show the existence of a criminal fucking conspiracy. And so I think that the First Amendment concerns are all kind of ancillary, which are if this were enough evidence to show it, it would chill valuable speech, because then the standard would be too low of a bar. But I don't think that there's a really strong First Amendment. They're probably going to raise it, and I'm open to other arguments, but yeah.
I'm gonna let you respond, Gen Z. Then I do want to get to my last kind of line of questioning.
Right. Yeah, can I also answer a relevance question from earlier when we get a chance? Because I don't think I ever answered that.
Right after Gen Z, we can do that.
And just to summarize where I think you're saying, Pisco, correct me if I'm wrong on anything. You're saying that your view is that simply put, there's no prima facie case. The elements have not been met. But even if they were, then that gets us into the First Amendment analysis. What you're saying is not the strongest, but at least can be brought up as because it's not necessarily
speech as applied challenge.
As applied for basically he gets to say, even if the elements were there, it doesn't apply to me because the First Amendment gives me freedom of the press. I have these.
It's just going to be tough though, because there's no First Amendment right. The FACE Act is constitutional by every court that's examined it, and if that's constitutional, then how can to criminalize that? How can a conspiracy to do a lawful crime? How can that be against the First Amendment? It just seems to be a natural sort of follow on that if the FACE Act itself is facially constitutional, if you make a violation of the FACE Act, I don't know why a conspiracy to do the crime that's constitutional to criminalize would be the same kind of First Amendment issue. So the
question is, what's conspiracy, right? That's the
right. But that's just going to get into yes, statements can be conspiracy, right? If I agree with that, could be evidence of the agreement. The agreement is almost it's a thought crime, right? The crime is that you had a thought, a meeting of the minds, and that you agreed. But the evidence of that crime is speech, is overt acts, and shit like that. So yeah, it's I don't think it's a particularly strong First Amendment case. The First Amendment interests are on why he's being charged, which I think is political, and on if this is found with the amount of evidence we have as a violation, how it will chill other kinds of speech that we find valuable. That's where I think the First Amendment fight should be.
And we will get into that, but I do want to give Lactoid a chance to answer a relevance question before we get into that.
Yeah. So very briefly, because I'm not really defending, I suppose, the conspiracy aspect of this right now. I'm talking more about just how the FACE Act as applied. I believe in the Eighth Circuit. I think that if you're going to go, first of all, you're going to go protest and disrupt on somebody's private property, I would immediately say don't do that. It's trespassing, right away. So don't do that. But if you're going to do it to an abortion clinic or a place of worship, you got to be really fucking, definitely don't do it. You got to be really fucking careful. And if you're probably going to have to eat some kind of trespassing potentially. But if you want to be, if you choose to do this anyway, you're going to have to be, I think, hyper vigilant. You're going to have to be very vigilant and understanding that, okay, I'm going to be very careful not to block people's way, because how this is applied is, if I'm standing in front of somebody handing pamphlets, that could be enough. So okay, I have to not do that, right? And pro-life organizations, they internally, they're already, they talk about this, right? They'll issue newsletters and updates like, here's what not to do, because they're going to get us with the FACE Act. So make sure you're handing it off to the side. Make sure you're not standing in front of any pathways. Make sure that you're giving people room to leave and walk, and you're not making people feel trapped, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, make sure you're doing all these things. I mean, that's would be my advice, right? If you want to try to avoid, I guess, doing the further crime of violating the FACE Act here, just you got to be hyper vigilant. Don't stand in front of people's way.
So the problem that I'm having is like just kind of the specifics. So I wanted kind of specific examples. So like in the case that in the video that we watched where Don Lemon is like, off to the side of somebody, and I understand that there's debate as to whether or not he was like kind of blocking him or not while he was walking out. Are those the margins that we're going to work with as to whether or not somebody, and you believe that that's like good? That is, we ought to do this.
I don't know. I have a problem with
that 5-degree tilt of your body is like with the margins we should be working with.
Well, let me be very, because there's kind of two conversations happening. So let me just try to make this very clear. In terms of the FACE Act, you're going to have to give a lot of space to people and be hyper vigilant. If you were to ask me, Lactoid, if you had the opportunity, would you get rid of the FACE Act and the KKK Act and a whole bunch of shit under the Commerce Clause tomorrow? I would. All right. I mean, I would be wiping out a lot of this stuff. Probably a lot more than anyone here in the panel.
Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Sure, right? There's, so if you're asking me, do I think that it's a little bit the FACE Act as a law, as it's been applied, as it works? Do I think that even the intent to some degree, actually, do I think that all this is a bit ridiculous? Sure, fair enough. But when you're looking at the way when you're looking at the act, when you're looking at how it's been applied, and Pisco's right, every court that's looked at this says it's not running afoul of the First Amendment. So yeah, I mean, be hyper vigilant when you're entering into these extra protected spaces, right? In American law, we do have, we have protected classes, right? You can be bigoted. You just can't be bigoted based on these specific things.
Yeah, Lactoid wants to get rid of the Civil Rights Act and Title VII. But we'll leave that for another day.
But you can't disrupt these specific institutions.
All right, yeah, that's all.
So
that's a whole other debate. We can get into it.
No, but Lactoid raises a good point that there's a tension here, because for years conservatives have been railing against the FACE Act, and this is one area, both from the perspective of the abortion aspect, but also from the perspective of Commerce Clause expansion. And so I do understand the frustration to libs like me being like, "Hey, this is whatever about Don Lemon," but I can understand the frustration from the conservative. That's one area where I can understand the frustration. But I will just say, I think that you should be principled. I understand that Lactoid is offering a legal analysis. I know that Gen Z is doing that as well. But I don't think that the elements are met out for Don Lemon. The other case is strong, but I would also be against it for prudential reasons. But yeah, that's me.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, and one more thing. Like,
one
I
more
would
thing,
feel,
but we got limited time.
I know.
This might
I'm
be
horrible.
a bigger convo. So go ahead.
Okay. I would feel less comfortable about this discretion being used if it wasn't for the fact that he should be charged with trespassing anyway, a different misdemeanor, that he was asked to leave and he didn't, right? Like on the moral basis, that's, I'm okay with discretion being used. Like, yeah, he factually violated the law potentially, I think. And do I want there to be discretion used when it comes to enforcing this? Yes. But when the discretion is being used in favor of him the other way on a different misdemeanor, I mean, it's hard, right? It's hard to really be complaining all that much.
So just to kind of go to the First Amendment possible issues here, as has been mentioned earlier in the panel, and I think that we've seen conversations about this in other areas, there is, I guess, how serious is the concern that charging Don Lemon with violations of the FACE Act for his actions his actions during the church service that was disrupted, is that a threat to the First Amendment? Is that a threat to journalism, as some have described it? And if so, why and how? And I want to talk about it from that. So regardless of whether he's guilty or not, right? Whether he actually did it, I want to talk about the government bringing this case. What are the concerns there?
Yeah, no,
Go ahead,
it really is. Yeah. Think about the Mahmoud Khalil case and the case involving Mesa Ozturk. Those situations are, I doubt the legality there, but even grant that it was legal for them to remove their visas or reject them or try to deport them, or suppose that it were in fact legal to do. Even though, assume that it would be legal to do, the overall purpose here is to chill like anti-Israel speech on campus. Right? Same thing with some of these stand downs with law firms and with corporations. And so the whole pattern and practice of the administration has been on discrete issues, come up with deals, apply pressure to lawyers, to corporations, to schools, to all these different people. And regardless of the legal merits, people will feel chilled to criticize the administration, to take a position against the administration. And that's where the First Amendment concern is regardless of the legality here, the fact that the administration is responding to anti-journalistic sentiment, responding to viewpoint discriminatory people who really want to make the MAGA consensus the law and enforce everything through the viewpoint of what's in the best interest of MAGA, that obviously raises chilling concerns, not just here, but it's part of a broader practice of using every instrument and power at the disposal of the federal government to lean on enemies and to coerce people into being violent. That's my view.
But I think, though, I definitely hear what you're saying. And I think on a principled level, a lot of what you're saying is correct. I think on a practical level, though, of what we've seen happen, I mean, what happened after the Jimmy Kimmel suspension? He comes back raging, roaring with best ratings he's ever had. What's going to happen with Don Lemon? This is I was so happy Don Lemon had largely left the scene of any part of any political relevance. And now all of a sudden he's back front and center, baby. He's a martyr for all the journalists out there. And so I think, I certainly I think you're correct in your principled analysis. I think the fact of the matter of the situation is, though, is these people, it's the same issue when Trump got indicted, is that that got turned. Yeah, it's a bad thing that happened. I know we'll disagree on that. We don't have to go into it, but it was a bad thing that happened, in my opinion. But what it did, PR speaking, public relations, it shot him back to the top, and in fact, I'd argue shot him back into the White House. And so,
yeah, but not every. It might cause a backlash for the specific cases, and I agree with the Kimmel example. That's one of them. But it sent a message more broadly, and not everyone is as brave or has the support of Jimmy Kimmel. There are people who you don't know about who are just silently, doing whatever. Think about the CBS situation and the mergers and stuff. People where there's so much money at stake that, notwithstanding the public outcry, they just kind of they have to bend the knee to a certain extent. Say nothing of what's the organization or the corporation that does all the local news channels? You guys know the name of it. Oh my God. Sinclair, right?
I forgot what it was.
Yeah. All the mergers and stuff like that. That stuff. Yes, there are cases in which people have stood up and pushed back or whatever, but there's been a lot of compliance as well. There's been a lot of anticipatory compliance. A lot of law firms have bent the knee. A lot of schools have bent the knee. And so for every case where there is a backlash, you're not pricing in all the different compliance moments that are occurring as a result of the administration.
Also, can I get a response to what Pisco says? Do either one of you disagree that he's targeting Don Lemon to chill the fact that Don Lemon is antagonistic towards Trump?
Do
you guys think that?
Well, they wouldn't charge him if he was a conservative person that did the same exact conduct there. And let's even say that
they get pardoned.
Yeah, they literally get pardoned.
If this occurred at a liberal church where there's they would not charge these people with the FACE Act.
Mosque or something. Right?
You have to agree with that.
Yeah, mosque.
They wouldn't charge this. They would say it's trespass. We don't want to look into it.
It's possible they don't. I don't know for sure. It's possible they don't. I would agree that it'd be less likely. But the reason for that is not specifically because they're targeting Don Lemon for being outspoken against the administration. At least not in this case. You could maybe bring up other examples where the administration is flawed. I will concede that there are absolutely situations in which the administration is flawed. But how I read this situation, especially on the back of the current anti-ICE protests, is the message that I see trying to be conveyed by the administration is not necessarily like specifically to Don Lemon. It's more along the lines of, if you're going to trespass and disrupt these churches, we are going to like drop a hammer on you. In fact, if you and I think this is generally the disposition of the administration, where they want to drop a hammer on these ICE protests, right? These because they think they're getting out of hand. And in this case, with this church, it did, right? And so the example being set here is, if you're going to break the law in doing something that,
and you're not aligned with us, then you're fucked. That's the message. No MAGA person is being chilled by the DOJ's conduct and charging decision here. They're not, right? Because no one trusts that this is going to be a standard applied to MAGA if they were to, I don't know, go to a mosque and yell some words and call Muhammad, child abuser, et cetera, et cetera. Like
possibly, I really don't know if that's the case. You could be right. We'll wait and see if a scenario comes up in which this happens. Hopefully, it doesn't. But I guess I'm not convinced that is the case. In fact, now they might do it just to look consistent. So I don't know if we'll ever truly know if they would do it otherwise. But I think that this, to me, is much less about trying to
consistent.
Well, I think that's important.
Okay,
because
to some extent, yeah.
Okay. We're treating this as like the genesis of any application of the FACE. I know earlier we did good talk about some of the precedent of applied to abortion clinics, but like for the political conversation, a lot of what I'm seeing from the right now is basically this has been wielded as a hammer against pro-life activists who, yes, sometimes are physically blockading, barricading, and whatnot, but other times they're just out there singing songs. They're out there praying outside of the abortion clinic, not even inside. They're outside, and they're getting prosecuted and getting years in jail under the FACE Act. And so, yes, I think there is a bit of a political retribution angle, not in a we need to target specific people, but in a hey, if you're gonna like, because it's irrelevant. You made a great.
It's not the anti-journalist political angle. It's the disruptive protest / riot political angle. Like, if you're going to protest us and disrupt us in this way, then we're going to bring the hammer down on you. That's what I think the angle is.
Me and Lactoid agree. There are issues with the FACE Act, and maybe Pisco as well. It's like how the FACE Act is currently written. Yes, it's been upheld as constitutional, but like irrelevant. You're making observations about like, are we really going to construe that like a 5-degree blockage at the angle is going to be a violation? It's like, unfortunately, underneath the FACE Act, the way it's currently written, that is an analysis that has to be done. We would not all of us, but me and Lactoid would probably at least argue to either severely modify or get rid of altogether the FACE Act as it's written. But yeah, unfortunately, this is where we are.
I would modify it a lot. If I might even get rid of it entirely.
Okay, so just to be clear, you, Lactoid and Gen Z Attorney, you both disagree with the idea that this has a political component due to the Don Lemon's antagonism towards the Trump administration. So just to be clear, if it was a conservative doing this to like a mosque, you believe that it would be at all comparable, that Donald Trump would be coming down on it?
Well, no, that's not the question.
And real quick, let me just answer that correctly, and then you go for it. But
and then I'll answer it incorrectly.
Yeah,
at least he's consistent, gang. At least he's consistent. But go ahead.
The reason I'm saying I don't see this as we're going to target Don Lemon specifically is because there was another lady who's like a local journalist, Georgia Fort, I think is her name, who was also basically the same role, inhabited the same role in this specific protest. She was also indicted.
Because she occupies the same role. Yeah,
she's anti-Trump. No. My point is anti-Trump, not Don Lemon, whatever his middle name is, when he was born. Yeah, it's not that. It is Don Lemon is anti-Trump. Therefore, I am anti-Don Lemon.
Yeah, that's where we disagree. Because in my mind, let me give you like an analogy. I think that if you had like a left winger who wasn't critical of Trump all that much, let's say, I don't know if this person still exists in America, but let's just assume that they do, right? You have someone who's like, I'm not a big critic of Trump. I'm not going to really talk shit about Trump, but I'm really big in favor.
No, that's not the comparison, Lactoid. The comparison is between people who support the administration. Are they going to be chilled into by this conduct? That's the comparison we're trying to draw. Because if it's a principled distinction related to the conduct, then it would apply to the political allies of the president. And we're not talking about like left-wingers who aren't aligned. It's right-wingers who are aligned. But it would, but them, and the answer is no.
It would, but like coincidentally. So the question is like, are they targeting Don Lemon because his journalism is generally antagonistic of Donald Trump? And in my mind, it could be any left-winger, any left-wing journalist there who is like showing support for the protest. And I guess they would have to. I guess you could also have a right-winger who was maybe like if Thomas Massey was there,
support for the anti-ICE protest. The ICE was run by Trump.
Yeah, sure. And they were there disrupting the church service in pursuit of this disruptive goal of disrupting ICE or negatively portraying ICE. I think that the administration has much more of an interest in targeting that behavior than necessarily Don Lemon's antagonism of Donald Trump.
So let's say there was a face. Let's say there was a FACE Act which incorporated like, I don't know, let's say childhood learning or leering centers, and Nick Shirley like went into them and like sticked around and did the same kind of stuff that Don Lemon did. Yes or no? Is there a chance the federal government would charge Nick Shirley in that context?
Is there a chance? Yeah, there's a chance.
No, a reasonable chance. Come on.
Is it possible? It is possible.
Is it a reasonable chance? You know that. No.
Yeah, no way.
If learning centers were protected in the same way, and him and a bunch of his people went in where all the children are, and they all started chanting, and the children looked terrified, maybe. I don't know what the percentage chance would be, but maybe. Remember, you look at the decision whether or not to pursue this, the discretion here. That's going to be influenced by a number of factors. I'm not denying that the fact that
they're
this
corrupt,
is like
they're corrupt. They're politically corrupt.
I'm not denying that the fact that this is like a disruption that's disrupting for the purpose of or against the purpose of the Trump administration, in this case specifically with ICE. I'm not disagreeing that is a factor, but it's not just that like influenced the decision here. It's they went in and they're all screaming, and some of them are saying really hateful things to these kids, and the video they look pretty fucking terrified, and like there becomes pressure on the administration to act in situations like that, right? There is pressure. Like, what, are you going to let them get away with this? Are you going to let them do this and then nothing happens? Especially when
so many like the murder.
I want to ask a specific hypothetical that is tailored to Nick Shirley, because I actually think Nick Shirley is a funny and good example. If Nick Shirley went to a mosque full of Somalians and then was like with a group of people who were like,
please. Looking for fraud.
This is the same hypothetical that
sorry.
asked earlier.
Yeah, but like for fraud, to stop the fraud, and he was literally doing the exact same thing Don Lemon does, literally frame perfect, matter in the universe perfect.
Him and a group of people.
Get charged? Yes, in a group of people. Would he be charged by Donald Trump for exposing the Somali fraud?
I've same. It's basically a reframe of the exact. Hold on, it's a reframe.
No way.
Yeah, I know you guys.
Gen Z,
okay,
come on.
Hold up.
Does Gen Z say no just to get everyone's?
This is the exact same question that
please.
Hold on, can I answer?
Just to get
it's a better hypo. It's a better hypo because it actually covers the thing the FACE Act covers.
I want to hear Gen Z's answer.
No, you asked
specifically.
What you asked covers the same thing the FACE Act.
No, I was talking about the Leering Center, and there's no Leering Center component to the FACE Act.
Yeah. The FACE Act
but you asked what if there was, so it's the same question. Really.
Kind of, but I like this one better. So Gen Z, what do you think?
I mean, if Gen Z agrees or disagrees, you could just say, right? It's really easy, and then we can give it right back to you, Lactar.
It's a lower chance.
What they charge?
I think unlikely.
Yeah.
Unlikely. Okay.
Very unlikely. That's putting it mildly.
Here, what percentage? What percentage chance?
0.0001%.
Oh, come on. Really?
My argument is as close to zero as
how much is infinity again? That many zeros.
Here's why. If you had to push me to like give percentages, I think that there was like given the situation that happened with Don Lemon, there's probably like a 70% chance that they would have gone through with charging Don Lemon. And I think that in a similar situation, like the situation that you described, 45 to 60, 45.
Oh my God! I want to hurt myself. I want to hurt myself.
No, I'm sorry. I love you, brother. That is crazy.
45. Hold on.
260.
The low end is 45.
45.
That's below half. I don't know why you guys are so.
The lowest should be.
If they did everything that happened, if they did everything that happened in that video,
most of your prediction is above 50%.
Yeah. Yes. Greater than
I predicted the election accurately, so you guys can laugh all you want. I'm just saying.
How is that? That was a close election. We're not talking about the same thing. The one is like, will Trump be principled? Guess, and like, holy shit, that's different than can Trump win the election? And you betting that Trump would be principled. Oh, I don't know what you've been watching, my friend. I don't know what television set you've been watching.
I said 45, which is significantly less than 70. Like there is a gulf here. I'm acknowledging the gulf here. I'm acknowleding that there is like this is a motivation.
It's not enough. The
gulf
is too small.
I feel like a lot of people would see that as this dude damn near got like the Medal of Honor after him going to Minnesota and fucking. They were like, "Yes, sir, we're sending ice in tomorrow, Nick Shirley."
For however crazy, by the way, and I hope it doesn't happen, partially because it'd be bad or whatever. But I'm also kind of hoping something similar does happen, and then I'm right because that'd be great. But 45, you guys can think is way too high. But 0.001 or as close as 0, I mean, you guys are way on the low end.
I believe there is no chance in all of
no chance.
That's
crazy.
Wait. This is what happened.
All the little Somalian children all afraid. They think they're going to die.
No shot.
Wait. This is what would happen. This is what would happen.
You're going to have a bunch of
hold on, just real quick. Lactoid,
you're going to have a bunch of anti-Somalians being
children
like, "Oh, you're going to hell," or "Your parents are going to hell,"
because ICE is outside, and no one's been.
If ICE were
they cheer that on.
Yeah,
it's like, a child crying. We don't give a shit.
Lactoid, I'm going to give you a scenario. I'm going to tell you what I think would happen. Let's say that there was like a worthy U.S. attorney, assistant AUSA, who and like a non-corrupt person who decides to charge this case. The very first thing would be Julie Kelly, Nick Sorter, Cam Higbee, all these losers. Tim Pool would say, "Oh my God, how is the Trump administration? They have deep state agents embedded themselves. They can't be possibly indicting Nick Shirley, who just exposed all this fraud." That would get up the chain, and immediately the guy would be fired, whoever started the case, and or Trump would pardon the person. And for you to suggest that they wouldn't do that after we've seen the course of conduct in the last decade, I think that's I don't know, man. I think that's crazy. I think it's crazy. 45%.
I think it's equally, because I'm imagining a scenario. You have a bunch of people, people stereotypically going to be like, they look stereotypically against the Somalian community, right? You know, the kinds of the plaid shirt wearing fucking rednecks, and they're all walking in and they're saying this shit to the Somalian children who are sitting on the pews huddled together, and you have the parents there and everything, and they're chanting and they're screaming like angry things towards the Somalian community. And then you have Nick Shirley, who's like doing all the same things that Don Lemon does in that specific scenario and all the same facts. I think 45 is fair. I think
hold on. I think
I don't think it's going to be as high as the 70.
I think there's a 45% chance that Nick Shirley, under those circumstances, gets brought to the White House and given the Medal of Honor.
Yeah.
I literally believe that.
I can see where you're going. I can just predict it, right?
A tweet.
It's so good I am at predicting things.
God bless.
I predicted what you're going to say.
Best journalist Nick Shirley for exposing the fraud
I will deal with
in that Somalian.
He didn't expose anything, though.
Right? Those children.
This was not an exposition. This was not expositional fucking journalism. This was a protest.
I will engage with that specific hypothetical, and I will tell you what I actually believe would happen. Okay, what would happen is Donald Trump would say, so Nick Shirley went over there, and a group of patriots went over there to expose the fraud of this church that is receiving state funds, that is state exempt, the fraud that is happening in this state. That's why we're cutting off federal aid to the area to be able
and
to
we're revoking their 50C whatever status to tax it.
That's exactly what would happen. That's the 45 to 60% chance right there. I promise you, he would turn it into a
we're shutting this church down
from so many different taxes and stuff like that, and the fraud is rampant. I promise you, that's what would happen.
But they would attack the church.
Yes, exactly. Do you believe that Donald Trump would prosecute Nick Shirley?
Well, I wanted to make sure I was clear on the hypothetical. Are we saying that Nick Shirley rode along with a protest group who went to disrupt the mosque? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a lot lower as far as what percent I'd put on Trump prosecuting him for it. If he was part of like the group of like we're here to go in and disrupt this, I think I would agree with Lactoid. I think there's a decent chance that he does get prosecuted. If he like Pisco, you've been good faith enough to sorry that sounded like you're usually not. Let me just say, you were nice enough to say like the case against the other protesters here seems pretty strong on its face as far as they had their agreement, they were doing what they're doing. I think if Nick Shirley was riding along like Don Lemon did here, I'd put it pretty low prosecutor. I'd probably less than 10%. I'd say. Sorry, Lactoid.
It's okay. It's okay. Listen, Lactoid. He will not think the administration is corrupt until he's personally like being walked to the gallows and being given his like last meal because they consider libertarians to be.
I'll say this. I'll admit it then. Okay, if I'm being walked to the gallows,
maybe I shouldn't have voted for Trump that time.
I will say if I'm being walked to the gallows, I will say Pisco was right. Fuck.
This is why. This is why I keep
last words. Yeah.
Well, real quick, this is why I keep betting people that Trump's not going to run for a third term, because if I'm wrong, then I'm just going to get killed in the revolution anyway.
It's like a Pascal's wager type shit. What the fuck?
yeah, it's literally.
Soypil's going to owe me a gun to take up against the government if Trump gets elected to a third term. So,
someone in my comments says Bondi would make Shirley DOJ consultant. they would give him a job.
That's the 40 to 45 to 60.
Special envoy to the Somali and American community.
Yeah,
literally, unironically.
So are we wrapping up, Wick? Here?
Yeah, we're wrapping up. I just want to. Oh man, I guess just to kind of add on to the discrepancies I see between how the Trump administration has been acting and how any other administration I see has acted. Today, I think it was the Washington Post, came out with a report saying that there was a gentleman who wrote a letter to a judge asking for mercy for an refugee asylum seeker. Within 5 hours, the DHS had basically got a warrant for their emails to go through their emails and search their emails. Federal agents showed up to that person's door with subpoenas and things like that, just for writing a letter. Okay, this is crazy. They're acting in crazy ways. I don't understand what else they'll need to do to get Lactoid. Well, at least Gen Z was a little more reasonable on this, but to get to Lactoid to admit the DOJ currently, the DHS and all them, they're not acting within the bounds that's been set to them. They are doing crazy shit and they need to be held to account. But that's just my opinion. Okay, let's get to closing statements. Let's wrap it up. I want to thank you all for being here. Hit those like buttons, hit that subscribe button if you enjoy what I do. We got great content coming up tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're doing something a little different. We're hooking someone up to a shot collar. And you can donate. There's different levels, okay, to shock them, and it'll be fun. Check it out.
Obsessed with
What's the reason? Is this a Hassan simulator? Like, what's going on?
No, this person was like, yeah, I guess they've done it before on their own channel, and they're.
Is
like,
it a guy or a girl?
It's a girl. So.
Wow.
Yeah, check it out. It should be fun.
Seems like
I'm gonna give the mic to Lactoid to start. We'll let Pisco have the last word. Mount Lactoid. Closing thoughts.
Yeah, I stand by everything I said. I thought this was a really good discussion. I think that the differences in opinion were elucidated and made clear. And I think what I said in the intro, which is that, ultimately this case, we don't exactly know what's going to happen with this case. I think that's true. I think that there is a sufficient legal basis. I think one of the things we all agreed upon was Don Lemon should have been arrested. Whether it be for something, whether trespass or FACE Act or the KKK Act. Now, my position has been that I do think that Don Lemon should have been arrested based on the information that I've seen. But one of the divergences I have with some other like right-wing commentators, especially Matt Walsh, is that there's a lot of people who are really calling for Don Lemon's head on this, that they want to see serious punishment. And the KKK Act is no joke. That can provide, it's a felony that can provide up to 10 years in incarceration. And do I think in any which way Don Lemon's going to get anywhere close to that? No. But 10 years would be crazy. It would just be absolute lunacy. Anywhere close to 10 years would be lunacy. And I think this is my argument really for bringing this into terms with the January 6th protesters, which is I do think that a lot of the January 6th protesters should have been charged and gotten in trouble for the different actions they did. But I think the punishments in many cases were too harsh, right? And so the pardons did come after significant periods of punishment. If Don Lemon gets anywhere close to the kind of punishment in which the next president would have to pardon him, I would say that'd be a folly. I don't think that should happen. So I think Don Lemon does, from what I've seen, the allegations make sense. I think, or some of them make sense. I'm not super big on the KKK Act aspect of it, but I do think that some of the allegations make sense. I do think that there does need to be some punishment here, from what I can see. But we have to be reasonable here, and the people chanting for his head, I just don't agree with that. I'd want to see very moderate, misdemeanor level punishment handed down for his actions.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. Really appreciate you.
And I'm Lactoid. You can find me on Lactoid TV.
Yeah, go check him out, gang. Gen Z, please.
Thank you. Well, Lactoid really did a good job covering, I think, most of it. I agree that this was I think, a good conversation. So I appreciate my counterparts here for engaging in good faith throughout the evening. Looking forward to future discussions with both of you. As far as the facts here, I agree insofar as I'm not sold that, like I said, it's not open shut, slam bang, slam dunk conviction. In fact, I think chances of conviction are not high, and even if he is convicted, I don't think punishment's going to be significant at all. Because you got to keep in mind as well, yes, it's federal court, but this is Minnesota. We're in Minnesota that we're dealing with, and their history of hearing some other cases is they're just the people there have their beliefs, they have their feelings, and I think trying this case that's going to come out and whatnot. And so yeah, not a high chance of conviction. I don't even know that he's going to spend a single day in jail. But even if he does, President Newsom, 2028, day one, if he pardons him, you will not hear a peep from me as saying that's a bad thing or a wrong thing. I still do think there was enough under totality of the circumstances. There is enough evidence there to establish probable cause, which, like we said earlier, is a much lower standard than beyond a reasonable doubt. And so I think there was enough there to arrest him, issue the charges, and proceed with the litigation. I think actually I might be more sold on the KKK Act as far as there being the conspiracy with the agreement beforehand, the shared intent on the ideology behind it and what they wanted to see happen. I think his claiming to be a journalist, I can see kind of the same way after George Floyd was legitimately saying, "I can't breathe." I can tell you as a prosecutor, nearly every other case, body cam I watched where people are getting physically arrested, guess what they're saying? "I can't breathe." And so I could see where we have a situation where now people are trying to push the limit and say, "Oh, I'm just a journalist. I'm just a journalist." So maybe we'll have a new lemon test. My lawyers will appreciate that joke. But either way, I'm more sold on the KKK Act. The FACE Act, I think after watching it, through not as sold, other than maybe the interview by the door. I know you guys think that's pretty weak stuff, but I still think that can be argued, or at least for a jury to decide that's physical obstruction as he's following the guy and partially blocking the door. But sorry. Anyway, that was a lot. You can find me on Twitter at the Gen Z Attorney. Once again, appreciate the conversation. Appreciate everyone sharing their time, and yeah, looking forward to more good discussions in the future.
Well, thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Irrelevant.
I'm Irrelevant. That's AH Relevant on all platforms. That's YouTube, Kick, Twitch, TikTok, Instagram, everything, as seen. And I enjoyed this discussion. I wasn't able to offer as much like legal analysis as any of the other individuals in here, but I did enjoy it. I liked hearing some of the actual arguments for like case law and stuff like that might be relevant to this. I feel like I didn't really understand what the FACE Act is here, but it feels like nobody's super happy with how it's written. So there's, no matter which side of the aisle is, it seems like you got an issue with it. And there were some pretty convincing arguments as to why I feel like even I could get behind the idea that there were some issues with it. I feel like this was from my opinion, unbelievably, obviously politically motivated. I believe that there is no chance that Nick Shirley, and kind of to what Wick was saying, I literally believe there's a higher chance that Nick Shirley would receive an award if he did this than there would be a punishment. So yeah, this is like a political hit job. I don't believe there is any real justice being doled out here, even if we might agree that he committed the crime of trespass, or he could be arrested for trespass. I believe that all the intentionality behind any of the charges here is purely spite driven. So
yeah, thanks for being here. Really appreciate you. Last but certainly not least, Pisco.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, good discussion. I think that there's not enough to establish probable cause for any of the crimes that Don Lemon is charged with. I think that the evidence about him saying, "Oh, don't say anything," the fucking snow thing, doesn't go to show what I think is a very important part of the FACE Act, or at least should be a very important part of the FACE Act, which is the intent portion of it. I recognize that there have been some cases where the physical obstruction question is like highly like flexible to include even things that seem quite trivial. But in this case, it seems trivial at best. And I just think there's nothing close to like a strong case for the intent portion here for Don Lemon. I think that there's a journalistic purpose here, even if he is sympathetic. It's all consistent. I don't know that he should be like arrested. I think he should be charged for trespass. Maybe that would necessitate arrest of some kind in Minnesota. I'm not sure. But I think that you can like issue a citation or whatever. This was a trespass. I think it's a stronger case against the other protesters for FACE Act violations. We've talked about some of the problems we have with the FACE Act, and I think that is a bipartisan type thing. I think it's a crying shame that Don was charged, and I think it does show political involvement from the administration in an effort to chill speech and dissent, because they would not apply the standard to other people similarly situated who are allied with the current administration. I think that is self-evident, really, based on not self-evident in the sense of like you just assume it, but like based on the conduct so far. I think it's ridiculous to think that they would apply that same level to their own friends and support the administration. So on that, I think this is totally not a good charge to bring, and ultimately, I think it will probably fail. Not just me saying that. Magistrate judges rejected the charges, and Robert Barnes, MAGA guy, said less than 10% chance. So I'm not alone here. I'm not alone on that. I'm Pisco Liddy. You can find me on YouTube, Twitter, all that stuff. Thanks, Wick, so much for facilitating the conversation. I thought it was great.
Well, I'm glad you liked it. With that, we're gonna let you guys go. Wave bye.
We are Lemon.
I should have said we are Lemon. Fuck. I wanted to say that. All right, folks. I'm rating into Cereal for Every Meal on Twitch. I gotta go. Love you guys. Stay cool.